I'd like to declare open this hearing of the Select Committee on PFAS into the extent regulation and management of PFAS in Australia. I acknowledge the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung peoples and the Bunurong people of the Kulin Nation and thank them for caring for the land and waters for thousands of generations. Today's hearing is a hybrid hearing with some senators and witnesses in person and some joining us via teleconference. For the benefit of witnesses, I am the Chair, Senator Lydia Thorpe. I am joined today in the room by Senator Perrin Davey. Senator Louise Pratt is joining us on the phone, and I welcome you all. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. A number of government entities are giving evidence today. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which it is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones, and remember to unmute when you speak. I now welcome Mr. Christopher Howe and Ms. Jane Newgreen. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees have been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Christopher Glenn David Howe. I'm a civilian and I'm here to represent myself and my partner Jane Newgreen.
My name is Jane Newgreen. I'm representing myself and my partner Christopher Howe.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. Over to you.
Thank you. My name is Christopher Howe and I thank the committee for the opportunity today. I trust the Senate committee has reviewed and considered my submission being number 91 and that of my partner Jane Newgreen being number 92. Toxic, bioaccumulative, endocrine disrupting, persistent, carcinogenic forever chemicals and the new asbestos are just some of the terms used by scientists and health professionals to describe PFAS. I sit before you today with clinically proven extremely elevated levels of PFAS chemicals in my blood and most likely my organs. I'm a civilian who has never served in the Australian Defence Force, worked as a firefighter, nor used AFFF firefighting foams. From mid-2021 until late September 2022, I was employed full-time by a third-party private company operating from a small facility located at Avalon Airport in Victoria, east of Geelong. The building we occupied was subleased from an ASX-listed parent company which, to my understanding, holds a long-term lease on the premises from the Commonwealth Government of Australia via the Australian Defence Force. In November of 2022, 5 weeks after voluntarily resigning from that role, I was alerted that the drinking water supply to that facility was contaminated with PFAS. This contamination was also widely reported in the media. Through participating in the University of Queensland study led by Professor Jochen Mueller in December 2022, I received test results which proved I have significantly elevated PFAS contamination in my blood of up to 15 times the average for my demographic. In February 2023, I received independent lab test results that showed that the water I was drinking daily whilst employed at Avalon Airport was contaminated with PFOS and PFHXS almost 200 times the National Health and Medical Research Council 2018 guidelines for safe drinking water. If the proposed new NHMRC PFAS guidelines are adopted, then the water I was drinking will be 3,000 times the level permitted. At no prior stage was I ever made aware of PFAS contamination at Avalon Airport. I now understand it's likely that Avalon Airport Management, Air Services Australia, the Department of Defence and the Commonwealth Government of Australia were all aware in 2018, if not earlier, of PFAS contamination at Avalon Airport through the historical use of AFFF firefighting products over many decades. It is reasonable to conclude that this known PFAS contamination posed a significant risk of infiltrating the groundwater on site and in turn breaching the original ageing 1950s asbestos cement drinking water supply pipes. However, none of those entities acted to stop me being poisoned. It is also reasonable to expect that knowledge of PFAS contamination on site and the subsequent magnified risk of drinking water contamination be communicated to all parties involved and potentially affected. If that had occurred, all my issues regarding PFAS could have easily been avoided. This did not occur. Over the past 3 years, I've repeatedly questioned those entities regarding PFAS contamination at Avalon, and the responses, if provided, have been depressingly underwhelming. After much research, I have voluntarily embarked on a program of plasma donation inspired by the amazing work conducted by Mick Tisbury of Fire Rescue Victoria and Professor Jochen Mueller and his team at University of Queensland, amongst others, who I wish to personally thank for all of their work. Over time, I am reducing my blood PFAS contamination levels. However, it is likely to take many more years, most likely decades, before my blood levels return to average. The PFAS levels in my organs remains unknown, all the while the time bomb ticks. In addition to my recommendations in my submission, my further recommendations to the committee is answering the following. Who are the entities responsible for PFAS contamination at Avalon Airport? Why are they not being held accountable? Who will hold these entities to account? And why aren't these entities being held culpable for the negligent harm caused by their inaction, despite them knowing about the PFAS contamination at Avalon? I hope my evidence highlights the frustration of living with PFAS contamination and the fight to hold those responsible accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. New-Green.
My name is Jane New-Green. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. You'll have received my written submission, Number 92. From that, you will know about the extreme PFAS levels in Christopher's body and the impact that this has had on our lives. Today, I want to speak plainly and personally because this is not just about PFAS contamination of land, it's about the human cost of inaction. My partner Christopher didn't work for firefighting with firefighting foams. He didn't work for Defence, Air Services or as a firefighter. He's an everyday civilian who simply went to work, like millions of Australians do every day. But the land he worked on was contaminated with PFAS. This was known to the landowners, but no one told him. For around 15 months, Christopher drank the water at work, water which he believed was safe, water which we now know was contaminated with PFAS, likely from contaminated land and groundwater and compromised water pipe infrastructure. No one warned him, no one stopped it, but the Commonwealth knew about the contamination as far back as 2018, possibly before. How did they know? Because it is Commonwealth land. Yet nothing was done to stop that poison entering Christopher's body. Let me be clear here. We believe that this is chemical poisoning. A man-made, persistent, toxic substance now circulates within Christopher's blood. We know it is there. What we don't know is how much damage it will cause to his body, his organs, his endocrine system, his immune system, and to our future. Christopher was poisoned at work while working on Commonwealth land, but no one is taking responsibility and no one is being held accountable. Our inquiries have led us down the garden path and back again. WorkSafe Victoria accepted Christopher's claim for anxiety, a mental injury, a direct result of the PFAS poisoning, but they rejected his claim for a physical injury. Again, Christopher has PFAS, a man-made chemical, in his body at an alarming high rate as a direct result of going to work. I ask you, how can this be considered anything but a physical injury, a workplace injury? We're not the only ones to wonder this. At a recent Workplace Injury Commission conciliation hearing, referring to the rejected claim, the conciliator told Christopher, "To be honest, this is the fault of the Act, and unfortunately, you've fallen through the cracks." Let that sink in. Poisoned at work, on Commonwealth land, and no safety net in place to stop Christopher falling through the cracks. One small win for which we're extremely grateful is that Christopher was accepted into the Queensland University study on PFAS exposure. This has enabled us to be informed, to monitor Christopher's blood PFAS levels and other health markers. It has made us feel less alone and in greater control of lowering not only his blood PFAS levels, but also his anxiety around having this crap in his blood. Outside of that study, we're alone. There is no public health support, no peer support, no union, no roadmap. We do it all ourselves. I'd like to say how proud I am of Christopher. He's done the research. He's taken it upon himself to implement a self-imposed regime of health monitoring and plasma donating. It's not easy. It takes physical and mental toll, but it's the only known option to reduce his PFAS levels and try to mitigate future risk. And for his efforts, I'm extremely grateful. Still, while we do what we can to reduce the risks, we live with fear. Every unusual symptom or pathology test within that medical monitoring sets off alarm bells, and the same question comes up. Is this because of the PFAS? Could it be cancer? But the deepest wounds aren't always physical, they're emotional. The grief, the anger, the frustration, and sheer exhaustion of trying to fix a problem we did not create. And so I ask you, why is this our sole responsibility to fix? We didn't even know about the PFAS contamination. We weren't given that option. So we didn't ignore the contamination. We didn't ignore the risk. Christopher just went to work. The Commonwealth knew, and they let this happen. The risk ought to have been removed before Christopher was ever exposed. Or at the very least, he should have been informed of the risk to make his own decision. And I can assure you, what we're dealing with now was not worth those 15 months of work at Avalon. Christopher is a casualty of an avoidable regulatory failure. To this day, the government tells people not to test for PFAS, that testing isn't helpful. But I can assure you, our lived experience proves otherwise. Testing has given us clarity. It has allowed us to take action, and it has provided us with hope. Without testing, we would still be in the dark. So I ask this committee to do what others have not. Acknowledge the Commonwealth's role and responsibility in all of this, and to act. I urge you to adopt the following recommendations. Funded PFAS testing for all exposed individuals. Medical treatment pathways without limitations. Mandatory public disclosure of all known PFAS contamination sites. Make the Commonwealth answerable to the EPA laws like any other entity and recognise PFAS poisoning as a physical injury under WorkSafe and government systems. We can't undo the past, but PFAS is not in our past. It is in Christopher's body now, and it will be for years to come. I hope this can kicking ends with this committee. This is a burden we can't carry alone. It's time for the Commonwealth to take responsibility, and I ask this committee to please help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Newgreen. Time for questions now, so I'll hand over to Senator Davey.
Thank you both for appearing today and for your submissions, and really appreciate the honesty that you've presented with us today. A few questions from your introductions. Mr. Howe, you mentioned plasma donation as something that is assisting you to bring down your PFAS levels. Mm-hmm. I'm a plasma donor, so I'm fascinated. Can you talk us through that? How does that help? Does your plasma go into the normal donation stream, or is it sort of quarantined? Like, where's the PFAS? Is it in your plasma? I'm fascinated.
So you'll probably get a lot more information from the expert Mick Tisbury later today. So basically, PFAS love fats and they love proteins. So they hook onto fats and proteins in your blood and your plasma, which is why your body can't get rid of them, because it doesn't. They're man-made chemicals. Your body doesn't know what they are, so your liver can't process them. So it just recycles them, which is why they're persistent. So basically, donating blood or donating plasma is a way of diluting, if you say, an amount out of your current blood, which then your body replaces. As long as you've been removed from the exposure of PFAS, which I was when I left work, then you're basically replacing that amount that's been taken out each time. Now, as far as it entering the blood system, that's a question for Lifeblood. Yep. Their policy is that they don't screen for PFAS, and I think it would be impossible for them to test for PFAS. Yeah. And my understanding with plasma donation is that plasma is actually homogenised, whilst blood is kept as a single unit. Yeah. And I think their attitude is basically that if someone's had a car accident and they're in the ambulance and the offer is you're either going to die or you're going to have a quarter of blood that may contain PFAS, yeah, I know what my answer would be. Plus that 450 mils of blood is 1/15 approximately of the body's. Mm-hmm. So the issue with this is that it doesn't destroy the PFAS. The PFAS is just pervasive. It just goes somewhere else. Yeah. And isn't dealt with.
And we are hearing that all along the way. You mentioned that being part of the study has given you at least some knowledge and understanding, and that you don't feel alone, because one of the things we've heard in this whole inquiries from people who have been exposed, contaminated, the communications is really bad. We often hear that they feel alone. They're not getting that. They're not getting the information. So when it was discovered that the drinking water at Avalon was contaminated, how were you alerted? Because I understand you'd already ceased work.
Yes. So it's my understanding that Air Services Australia were alerted on the 11th of October 2023. Avalon Airport Management didn't alert my previous employer until the 2nd of November of 2023. And in the first week of November, I was having a casual, non-work related conversation with an ex-colleague. And that ex-colleague said, "How about the PFAS contamination at Avalon?" And I said, "What are you talking about?" And he said, "They haven't told you."
So you found out effectively media and reports and word of mouth?
Vicariously.
No.
My ex-employer didn't even see fit to pass on that information to me, even though of all the people employed at Avalon, I was there for the longest period of time and the greatest exposed.
I can see why you're frustrated and angry. you have every right to be angry, because this is an exposure that you would think there is an obligation on employers.
A duty of care.
A duty of care. Because I know through past employment, I've received letters years after the fact saying, you may have been exposed to asbestos. So that happens. There are processes in place. Clearly, it's not happening for PFAS. Thank you. Ms. Newton, you spoke about in your submission as well the mental health tolls of this. Do you think better communication, better assistance would relieve some of that anxiety? I mean, it wouldn't clearly...
Yes, I do. It's very difficult to read international studies that are telling us that this is carcinogenic and go to the government health website and be told, don't worry, it's nothing to worry about. We don't know, there's nothing proven. Because that only causes confusion. We don't believe it. There are greater studies internationally that say this is not good. We don't want this in the body. In fact, the Australian government says to avoid PFAS in the body, and yet there are no regulations to actually have disclosure on where the PFAS is. So how are the public supposed to protect themselves? It's all the mixed messaging. It's telling us not to get tested. I'm sorry, but if you're trying to hide information from us about our own health, yeah, that makes us distrusting of what we're reading, and it causes anxiety. So I understand that there are a lot of other people affected on this Avalon site. We don't know them, we're not connected and associated. I hope that others have their own peer support or unions or people around them that are supporting each other. We're very much alone because there's no structure to help people who are in a similar boat to us.
If I may quickly add to that
Yeah.
too. I find it incongruous that the national health message on PFAS from Australia is that it's not harmful, and yet the Australian Defence Force paid $157 million to people downstream of air bases at Oakey and Williamtown and Katherine, and those people were told they couldn't sell their livestock or their fruit and vegetables. You can't have both. It's either harmful or it's not. Otherwise, you've just gone and wasted $150 million of taxpayers' money paying for something that you're claiming is not unhealthy.
That's a really good
It's crazy.
Thank you. I wonder if Senator Pratt, can you hear us, Senator Pratt?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can I ask, please, about, thank you very much for your evidence today. Can I ask, please, how you are supported? Are you getting support just through this study? I think that's what is disclosed.
So I think the question was, we're getting support only through the University of Queensland study. So, apart from my GP and my psychologist, then essentially yes.
And I might ask this by the Chair, what exposure we've had as a committee to that study and how long it's going to run for and what its findings actually, when they're due to be released.
So
Do we have that evidence as a committee?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Senator Pratt, we're having it's very hard to hear you. Clarity's not great here, so if you don't mind just speaking into the phone, we'll try and turn you up on this end.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, Chair.
Please. Could you ask that question
Yes,
again?
I think that, I guess my question was, and our witness was going to answer, But Chair, I really just wanted to ensure that we're following up that study as a committee.
Okay. Yep, sure. Did you have any further questions?
Sorry, Chair, did you just ask if I had further questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask if PFAS contamination at airports is fairly common, are you able to give us advice around why this loophole in Commonwealth compensation exists? Is it simply because ComCover doesn't recognise PFAS contamination in general terms, or is there something wrong more specifically with occupational health and safety law more broadly?
Thanks for your question. For clarity, Avalon Airport, in my understanding, is on Commonwealth government lands. The only recourse I have for compensation or WorkSafe is through the Victorian WorkSafe Commission, which is a state-based organisation. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with how it works in Victoria, but basically there's WorkSafe Victoria and then there's an insurer and your employer, and it's the insurer's remit as to whether they accept or reject your claim, and they have rejected my claim of PFAS contamination. That is the actual molecules which are currently circulating in my blood. They reject that constitutes a physical injury, and their wording, so they accept that I've been exposed to PFAS chemicals due to my employment and do not dispute I have elevated levels of PFAS as a result. They claim, quote, I did not sustain an injury within the meaning of the Act. And that my PFAS exposure has, quote, not yet given rise to an injury as defined by the legislation. So because I don't have cancer, I'm not injured, is their reckoning. And I believe that their interpretation of Section 39 of the Victorian WorkCover Act is incorrect, and that my PFAS contamination can be described as nothing but a physical injury as defined by the Act.
Thank you. Can I ask, are there different outcomes in different states for injuries like yours?
I'm not in a position to answer that question, as I've not researched it.
That's fine. It's something for us to find out the extent to which the WorkSafe Act, which is national, and the state acts, which are supposed to be compliant with that, where the problem is. There's clearly precedent with firefighters where some states have introduced injury laws. I'm unclear the extent to which those kinds of laws might apply to people who have similar levels of contamination. Is that something you're aware of?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
If I may...
thank you. Yes.
We are aware of what happened at Fiskville in Victoria and a presumptive law or something around PFAS contamination to firefighters, but again, it seems that Christopher falls through the crack as he is not a firefighter, so is not considered, despite the fact that he's been highly exposed. And with regards to, it was hard to hear your question, but with regards to Commonwealth or Commonwealth-owned land and airports, my point 4 of my recommendations in my opening was to make the Commonwealth answerable to Environmental Protection Agency laws, the same as the state. So our understanding is, despite the fact that this contamination is on Avalon land in Australia, because it is on Commonwealth land, the Victorian EPA have absolutely zero jurisdiction to do anything about that contamination, despite the fact that firefighters, Air Services Australia personnel and civilians such as Christopher are actively and daily working on that land.
Last question,
Okay.
Senator Pratt.
So one of the things that you would clearly want to see is consistency that's applied at that high threshold across all exposures, regardless of how they've occurred.
And regardless of which land they occurred on, because it seems that Avalon Airport Management get away with a lot of things because they're on Commonwealth land and are therefore not under the jurisdiction of local Victorian laws.
Thank you, yeah, I think that's probably the case for a whole range of, there's certainly cases in Western Australia where people neighbouring airports have elevated levels of PFAS quite similarly. So I'm trying to unpack the kinds of exposures that people have and that jurisdictional responsibility. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. I have a few questions before we end this session. So, have you approached Avalon Airport or Air Services, the Department of Defence or WorkSafe Victoria about your blood tests and associated impacts? And have they provided any information on how to manage this to you or provided any supports?
How long have you got? Yes, I've contacted Avalon Airport Management. I requested all of the water testing results from the building that I was in and to be provided any further information as it came to light. That would have been in 2023. They told me that this was a WorkSafe issue between me and my employer, and they have since refused to respond to any of my emails. I did have a conversation with a representative around that same time, who's told me that Avalon Airport Australia did not do any water testing on site and all of it was conducted by Barwon Water. I contacted Barwon Water. They refuted that claim and said they have no jurisdiction on private or Commonwealth land and that they only tested until the boundary, which was their remit, and proved that the water supplied to the boundary was clean of PFAS, not clean, but within acceptable levels, proving that the contamination happened on site. I've contacted Air Services Australia numerous times. Most of those contacts were ignored. Once I did finally get a reply, and they basically sent me their press pack and links to their website. I contacted the Department of Defence multiple times. I eventually got to speak to Nelma Akund, who is the Director of PFAS Policy, Governance and Communications federally on the 1st of the 8th of 24. We had a very circular conversation. Her claim was that there's currently an investigation underway into PFAS exposure at Avalon and that a report would be tabled. When I asked, she couldn't tell me who was doing the report, what the terms of the report were, when the report would be tabled, or whether that report would be public. And as far as WorkSafe Victoria, yes, I put in a WorkSafe claim. As discussed before, they've accepted that I have a mental injury and not a physical injury, and that they rejected my claim. My claim for the mental injury is still there. I've never claimed a cent out of WorkSafe Victoria. That's not what I'm interested in. WorkSafe claim is putting a line in the sand where it accepts that I've been exposed, and I potentially have some protection in the future if I get sick and have to rely upon my family to look after me and incur costs due to the fact that I was contaminated at work. That's my intention with that. I've also sent letters to the Honourable Catherine King, who's the Minister responsible for Air Services Australia, and also Richard Miles, and who's also the local member for Avalon, and took months to get responses from them, but their responses were kind of grossly inadequate. The Defence, Richard Miles put me onto the Veteran Affairs Department, which I'm not quite sure because I'm not a veteran, and Catherine King basically refused that there was any, it was ongoing. It's really frustrating. You do not get answers out of any of this, and they all those entities say it's the other one's fault, and so we just go around in this circle.
Thank you. And if there is any further information you can provide on notice, if you weren't, because of the time restraints that we do have, please feel free to provide anything on notice to us, which will still form part of the inquiry. Do you think there should be nationwide efforts to target PFAS-affected populations with blood or plasma donation schemes?
Definitely. Considering the fact that that's pretty much the only treatment we currently have for reducing PFAS levels, I think that's very important. And Lifeblood does a wonderful job, but they only have so many resources in so many places, and so many, I think, people affected by PFAS in Australia are in regional areas where it's very difficult to get to those services. I travel an hour round trip to do it. I think the more important thing, it needs to be done in conjunction with blood testing and free blood testing so that people know what their levels are and can see a benefit of that over time, and so therefore see that change and consider the value of donating plasma regularly. But the most important thing is you need to remove them from the exposure. There is no point donating plasma if you keep drinking water that's contaminated with PFAS.
Do you think WorkSafe should be coordinating a blood testing program for affected workers, no matter how they got exposed?
I think that some government entity should be, whether WorkSafe is the correct one, I'm not sure. But I think that should be mandatory. If you are exposed to PFAS, you should be able to go and get your blood tested for free.
Yep. A couple of more questions. How could a blood testing program for exposed workers be managed to protect their mental health and allow for any negative future diagnoses?
I think that just comes down to communication and education. Is it better the devil you know? I certainly appreciate the fact that I knew what my levels were because, whilst there's still, mental health issues associated with the fact that that you have an extremely elevated risk of cancer and all the other elements that are attributed to PFAS exposure, the benefit is that then sets a benchmark, along with the fact that I've removed myself from further exposure, being Avalon Airport, then that gives me a benchmark to work against. And I have a spreadsheet of donations over time, and I can see the benefits. I know that every time I go and donate plasma, that's 5% less PFAS in my body. And that's a graph approaching an asymptote. It's always going to be there, but that's what drives me to do it, because it's a measure, and that makes me feel positive, that I'm actually having a positive effect, and I'm changing this. I can control this. I'm still have elevated levels as I sit in front of you today, 3 years later, and there's still the increased risk of cancer, and even when I get back to zero, I'm still going to have that risk because I'm sitting here now with PFAS. It's never going to go away. And I'd also like to make the point that the only way we have of measuring PFAS, to my understanding, in the human body is by measuring blood. But PFAS is pervasive. It goes into your blood organs. A recent University of Queensland study proved that it can cross the blood-brain barrier. So even if you reduce it in your blood, that's no guarantee that you reduced it in your liver or your heart or your kidneys or your prostate or your brain or whatever. You can reduce that to zero and you still have PFAS in your body.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may speak to that. I do think Christopher has taken it upon himself, and we also have the means to realise that it got to the point where his mental health was suffering, and he took it upon himself to seek counselling, and that has helped. But the frustrations in doing that alone, he spent the first 4 sessions counselling the counsellor, providing him links, providing him information. The counsellor did not understand PFAS. So yes, to answer your question, whether it's through WorkSafe or another means, for people who have proven high PFAS, or whether it's before the testing or after, to be able to be provided with free mental health care and counselling ongoing, this problem's not going away, with a counsellor that understands this issue. Because it's very trying when Christopher is either trying to help himself through mental health counselling with a psychologist, spending time explaining what the problem is and why he's so anxious about it in the first place.
Thank you. And while I have you, in your submission you state your partner carries some level of guilt associated with ridding his body of PFAS through blood plasma donations, and questions if it is ethical to just pass this PFAS on to someone else's body. Has Lifeblood been informed of his elevated levels, and has it been considered to dispose of the blood instead of it being given to someone else?
Lifeblood have information on their website that they accept PFAS contaminated blood. Christopher has casually mentioned to the nurses why he's doing it. Some nurses have no idea about PFAS, and others were acutely aware of what was going on because they see so many fireys in there donating blood too. To be honest, you know, this was a heated argument in our household last week. Christopher did not want me to bring up Lifeblood. He did not want to risk the only avenue that he has to get the PFAS out of his body by accusing Lifeblood of anything, when at the moment it's his only option. He does not want them to, on the form that he has to fill out, where he has to say that he's feeling well, there's that he hasn't been overseas, etc., etc. He does not want to see a day where there is a tick box that says, do you have known high PFAS levels or PFAS in your blood, and tick that box and no longer be able to donate through that system. There are therapeutic plasma exchange health treatments. This happens in Melbourne, in, I believe, the Alfred. People with cancer and other bone marrow cancer or something, I'm not sure exactly, use that system. My understanding is it is exactly the same process that Christopher goes through of extracting the plasma, but it is for therapeutic reasons. My belief is that Christopher should be able to donate without the limitations of the Lifeblood system. It's an anxiety that he has about that opportunity being taken away. And yes, it's an anxiety around somewhat knowing that the PFAS that he knows about is not stopped at that source, that it is actually going on to other people and circulating within the ecology.
Thank you. Thank you both for appearing today. Thank you for your evidence. If you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please send it through to the Secretariat by Monday, 23rd of June 2025. And yeah, please feel free to send anything through. Obviously, inquiry's going for some time, and you'll have plenty of time to send that through. So thank you so much. Appreciate you coming today.
Thank you so much.
Let me know. I'll look over. I now welcome Mr. Anthony Amos from Friends of the Earth, Ms. Tracy Anton from Community Over Mining, and Ms. Lucas Cook from Field and Game Australia. From
Actually emailed us 15 minutes ago. It's with Lucas.
And Gary Howard from Field and Game Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start with Mr. Howard.
Thank you, Senator. Gary Howard. Take the voluntary management role of the Harp Morass Rehabilitation Project. The Harp Morass is currently owned by the Wetlands Environmental Trust, and I undertake the management of this 3,400 acre property.
Thank you.
Lucas Cook. I'm the CEO of Field and Game Australia, and by virtue of that role, a member of the governors of the Wetland Environmental Task Force Trust that owns and operates the Harp Morass.
Thank you.
Tracy Anton. I have a blog website called Community Over Mining, and I manage it on PFAS.
Thank you.
Anthony Amos, Friends of the Earth Australia, title be Land Use Researcher.
Thank you. I now invite you all to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. So we might start with Mr. Amos.
No worries, thanks. I'd like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people and the Kulin Nation on whose land we're meeting today. My submission, I've just got some additional points to the submission I sent in December. So I've done a flurry of FOIs and GIPA requests and whatever throughout Australia. So in the last few months, some updates. I got some information from North East Water. They look after the water, drinking water in North East of Victoria. There was an excessively high level of PFAS chemicals detected at Mulwala, which is on Dungala, which is the Murray River. This was in July 2023. So the levels of PFAS detected in that day were 72 times higher than the proposed Australian drinking water guideline. Now, as far as I know, no one in Yarrawonga who drink the water there were really informed about that incident. Other hotspots up in the northeast of Victoria would be the military base at Bandiana, Wangaratta Wastewater Treatment Plant, Bendigo Wastewater Treatment Plant, and another small community in the north of Victoria also recorded PFAS, a place called Karangva, which recorded levels of about 4 nanograms a litre in testing from Colaban water. I also got a heap of information from Sydney Water and Water New South Wales into PFAS detections up in Sydney. And what was interesting there was there appears to be spikes of a PFAS chemical called PFBA. So it's been detected in most of the reservoirs in the Sydney area, including Prospect Reservoir and Warragamba that service millions of people. And if you go into the data at how much of this PFAS chemical has been detected in the Sydney area, the highest levels are PFBA, which and we haven't even got a proposed drinking water guideline for PFBA. Now, what I worked out was that the high spikes of PFBA appear to be occurring with high levels of rainfall. So one can only concur that this stuff's coming down from the clouds and in rainfall and mist and the like. It's also interesting that PFBA was detected mainly in the Sydney area, but Water New South Wales didn't find PFBA that often or at all in the areas that they tested throughout New South Wales. In March, I also did a GIPA request with Hunter Water, so they provide drinking water to 170,000 people in the Newcastle region. The the PFAS in drinking water in the Newcastle areas appears to have dropped off quite considerably since about 2016, but what was going on before 2016, I don't think no one really knows. The Grahamstown Dam, which provides Newcastle with drinking water, has been, they've got a canal that feeds into that dam that's had excessively high levels of PFAS chemicals in it for a long, long time. The Tomago sandbeds, which is one source of drinking water for that region, highly contaminated with PFAS at multiple locations, not just Williamtown Air Base either. I also did an FOI with Gippsland Water, so I was interested in what was happening down there in terms of contamination at Dustin Downs, which is a major wastewater facility. It's sort of southeast of Sale, and that FOI was interesting because it shows that the aquifers around Lake Coleman and Duxton Downs have been contaminated with PFAS. We've also got down there the ExxonMobil gas plant. They were subject to a clean-up notice from the EPA in 2017, and that's been highly contaminated with PFAS chemicals, including a contamination of the Boysdale aquifer, which is Sale's drinking water. And Sale recorded quite a high level of PFAS on one occasion. I've got the list here, but I'll have to go back to that.
If you could put that on notice, please,
Yeah.
Mr. Amos, and we'll have to. We've got a few more opening statements. So.
I'll just do two
Thank you.
Two more quick ones. The last one I did was FOI was Ayr, a small community in northern Queensland. So they've been drinking PFAS in their drinking water since 2018. So that's probably 20 or 30 years that they've been drinking it. The source is the local fire station, and they've just got a new water treatment plant which will ameliorate that. And I've sent FOIs across the country. The only knockback I've had is the Water Corporation in Western Australia. They've refused to release information because they say it's against the public interest, if you can believe that one, you know. So every other water authority, yes, I've managed to get information. Water Corporation, no, and I don't know why.
Thank you very much. Ms. Anton.
Okay. I'm Tracy Anton. I'm a community and agriculture advocate living on Gunai-Kurno land in Latrobe Valley and have campaigned for years on planning and water reform. I'm not a PFAS impacted farmer, but I advocate on behalf of landowners as they mostly wear the legal liability burden. For health, we all wear that health risk from past, present and hopefully to a lesser extent ongoing PFAS mismanagement. It is from these two issues that I give perspective based on investigative research to expose how mismanagement has been enabled since 2017, noting significant knowledge gaps that are still evident today. I would also note Victoria's 2015 Fistful inquiry that appears not to have influenced any state policy over the last 10 years. The community want results, but find regulators and senior bureaucrats stifle effective management, working against improved outcome. What we currently have are hidden faces colluding across all levels of government, agencies and so-called independent entities that appear answerable to no one. There exists no leadership, accountability and definitely no transparency. It's time to put a face to these people, and why my submission focused on the FRSANS board, which is Food Standards Australia New Zealand. Also, time to expose EPA Victoria and all health departments, state and federal, as they continue pretending to care for human health, all the while doing little to reduce our PFAS exposures. Time to call out irresponsible and potentially unlawful health messaging from End Health hiding behind FRSANS. This includes WorkSafe Victoria and Safe Work Australia ignoring obligations under their relevant acts to protect worker safety. An example to reference is about the WorkSafe is the PFAS contamination of workers and others, which are neighbours under the Act, at the Longford gas plant in Gippsland regarding blood testing. This highlighted the blurred line between what WorkSafe can compel an employer to do as opposed to what WorkSafe will do, potentially politically influenced. It's time to stop at the point source too, introduce PFAS labelling and provide much needed financial assistance to responsible water corporations to better treat drinking and water, recycled water. There now exists a sense of urgency and scrutiny, especially noting the Commonwealth's December 2024 response to the recommendations from the independent review of land use on PFAS investigation around defence Commonwealth sites. Now, this fact is really important. This continues the discrimination of neighbours contaminated by industry under state jurisdiction compared to neighbours on Commonwealth contaminated land. Give a picture of defence in sale, land use, work around that with their state authorities, how best to do land use. Now go to ESO, state-based industry, work out what to do with the land use. Nothing. There's a huge discrepancy in knowledge there. So we need to have an open discussion how that we have to have so many more on board. We need vets, we need the health department, we need to, or there just has to be so much more inclusive, including informed public people. Most overdue is a total maladministration of livestock raised on contaminated land and foodstuff produced for human consumption. Evidence lies in conflicts of interest from Defence Audit and Risk Committee through to Safe Meat Australia, state EPAs making their own decisions to suit on the day. Still no PFAS levels for irrigating of crops and stock watering. You'll notice that I did prepare some information. So buying property and due diligence. I've managed this in the past, we've had lots of media. That's still an unresolved issue. Now that recommendations under the Defence report talks about they're going to have to look at labels. Well, EPA were going to put that in the new Act. This is what they were going to do. This is where it was going to happen. Then they decided not to do it. So there's a huge amount of work that we have to make our state planning and environmental ministers accountable for. And then there's the label. Well, we all know a label. We all know about that. So when you look at EPA and all they have for us to reduce our exposures, state EPA, wash your hands after handling soil, noting nothing about contaminated dust, check the ingredients in personal care products even though they are not listed, avoid products containing PFAS, then we'll provide a list of the thousands of consumer products so the community can be informed. And as for advice, there are no updates, poor signage and no education. If Australia is not measuring PFAS with best practice protocols, then the public is being cheated. Australia cannot keep saying PFAS presents a low risk for our public health if we don't collate our health data in hotspot areas for research to model and better understand human risk profiles and exposure pathways. We cannot assess risk if we don't know what that risk is. This is particularly relevant given Australia assesses cancer differently from the rest of the world, go figure, which could explain our high cancer rates in Australia, and particularly Gippsland. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Anton. Mr Cook.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today to the Chair and the committee. My name's Lucas Cook. I'm the CEO of Field and Game Australia, and I'm appearing today alongside Gary Howard, OAM, the Chief Caretaker of our property, and we're speaking on behalf of that property, the Harp Morass. We both represent the Wetland Environmental Task Force, which is a registered environmental charity and a long-standing conservation organisation. Together, FGA and WET represent a model that is rare in Australia, but it is being proven worldwide. It's conservation driven not by protest, but by participation and by people who are actively in the landscape, managing wetlands, controlling predators, controlling pests, wildlife and vegetation, monitoring habitat and restoring what was lost. We also acknowledge that a country like the Harp Morass lies on country that has been cared for over thousands of years by our First Nations people, and we recognise the cultural knowledge and spiritual connection to the country is enduring. We respect that. In many ways, our model is built around a similar principle. It's meaningful care coming from those who spend time in the landscape, who listen to the land, who return to it season after season, who observe, restore and protect. We believe access to country matters, whether for cultural practice, conservation, research, education or consumptive harvest. Access builds understanding, it fosters responsibility, and it's what our members feel when they enter our wetland and others, not ownership but duty, not extraction but connection. We're not perfect, we show up, we work with local community members, with First Nation, with Indigenous and non-Indigenous groups, anybody who cares about outcomes. We plant trees, we monitor birds, we guide respectful access to our country. The feel of the place, the sound of the birds returning, the pulse of the wetland, these are all things you only understand once you've stood in the mud and seen it with your own eyes. That's what our entire model and organisation is based on. FGA is a national organisation with over 16,000 members that are committed to wetland conservation. Our members work directly in those wetlands, rolling up their sleeves, giving their time, donating their time and their money. And the Harp Morass was our shining jewel, our example of how that model works and what we can do when we are involved. FGA, essentially, give you a little bit of background of the organisation, came into existence actually back in the 1950s when the government was allowing agriculture to drain temporary shallow wetlands in Victoria, especially at an alarming rate. That actually caused members of the hunting and fishing community, farming communities and those to get concerned, and they actually formed Field and Game as a conservation organisation to try and combat that habitat loss. Originally that was by providing money to government to purchase land and conserve it in state game reserves and other public land trusts. Back in 2006 there was a significant amount of frustration from our organisation in the way government was managing those public lands, or rather not managing those public lands. And we were seeing those high value lands that were identified degrading through lack of care. So our organisation actually took the extreme step of deciding we were going to purchase a piece of land and really do it as this is how this should be done. We purchased the Harp Morass in 2006. The members personally donated and fundraised. We didn't get a government grants or support to buy that land. It was charitable fundraising to purchase it. Over $2.1 million at a cost of over 2.4 in total to the organisation. We began the purchase of the Harp Morass, which was actually purchased in several stages. It was then shown as a heavily degraded 1,354 hectare former grazing property downstream of RAF East Sale. We knew it was degraded, we didn't know to the extent, and we obviously at that point in time nobody really knew of the PFAS risk that was looming. We thought we were facing salinity and acid sulphate issues, not a man-made chemical issue. So we began the purchase, we got in, we fundraised. It was a grassroots act of faith. We leapt in and bought that property. It was bold, but it worked. Over the next decade, with over $2.4 million in member-raised funds, we have transferred that land from a degraded desert. And I think hopefully you've had a chance to look at the before and afters in our submission that actually show what that property has achieved. We turned it into one of the most important private wetland restoration sites in Victoria. It provides a huge refuge to over 1,300 native species, including endangered birds and frogs. It's recognised internationally. The work done has a national significance at that site. But as important as the site was the model that site was designed and meant to project. We were replicating a conservation model successfully employed by other organisations like ours elsewhere in the world, especially in North America, where conservation groups acquire and restore degraded wetlands and then they sell the conservation interests in that land while retaining oversight and stewardship. This creates a self-sustaining revolving fund to buy, restore and protect more wetlands. It's pragmatic, it's innovative, but it's working. Ducks Unlimited has been our partner in guiding us through part of this process, and to give you an example, that model has so far in North America been used successfully to fund, conserve and restore more than 15 million acres of land, privately purchased and rehabilitated. In the last 12 months alone, that model has funded over $1 million, 1 million acres of wetland being purchased and rehabilitated. They work in partnership with landowners, state governments and even the US military to do that work. It's working elsewhere, but it's not working for us. And that's all because we had the same setup. We had the Heart's perpetual engine of conservation set up. We had arrangements with Vic Roads. We had conservation offsets and value input into that property, but then came PFAS, and that has derailed it. In 2016, the contamination of the RAF East Sale base was a known hotspot, but it was confirmed that their only source of outflow of stormwater from that property is directly onto ours. So they have their main eastern main drain, which flows directly into the Heart Morass. It discharges only onto our property, and the Heart Morass is a terminal wetland, which means the water that flows onto our property stays on our property, except in times of flood or overflow. So the water flows on, the water evaporates, but the PFAS does not. So it doesn't break down. It accumulates in the sediment and the base of our wetland, and with that announcement back in 2016, all of our plans for that property have basically, all been put on a standstill. We're now at a loss. We can't sell it. It's commercially worthless. There's no market value. Our offsets have finished and not been renewed. Vic Roads and others have refused to take up environmental offsets in a property that has a known contamination status. The revenue that was previously there, even to get people to voluntarily come in and remove eel and carp and those sorts of activities that we were taking, has also gone. That has recently, since the writing of the submission, come back to a limited value. They can come in and take it, but they're limited to how they use it and where they take it from, which means they're still pretty resistant to help us with those pest control programs that they have done in the past. The public access, which is the lifeblood of our site, is the only thing that's sustained the site so far through access agreements, has declined. Our members are still proud of that site, but they're wary and they're scared. I'll try and jump on. The human impact has been that volunteer basis that we were relying on has heavily withdrawn, and again, it's hard because we lack education to tell people what is the actual risks when they come on and help us on that property. It's a difficult situation. So we have the growing burden of uncertainty with our volunteers. Our programs are largely at a standstill. We don't want to walk away from that property. We're committed to it. We don't also want to have to end up spending millions of dollars on lawyers that we could much better put to use by conserving vital pieces of environment. So,
Mr. Cook, I'm going to have to
yeah.
there. The questions that we will ask, you can provide answers using that information as well, and you can also put that on notice. It's just that we are running over time. It's not anyone's fault. It's just how we've started the morning. So I'm going to go straight to questions, if that's okay, and I'll go to Senator Davey.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Mr Amos. You've clearly done an awful lot of work in your own time with the FOIs and getting this information from water utilities around the country. We heard this morning about the differences in treatment from Fair Work Victoria compared to Commonwealth. When you're talking to all the water utilities around the country, is there a different approach? And you mentioned that Western Australia wouldn't provide any information. Is the different approaches between the states notable and marked? Do you think we need more consistency across the state borders to both notification, the monitoring and treatment of PFAS contamination?
Well, there are differences between the states. The major one would be Queensland and New South Wales, where the local councils are responsible for the drinking water, whereas Victoria, Tasmania and Northern Territory, WA and South Australia, it's water authorities, I guess. A lot of the councils haven't had the resources to properly, adequately do the monitoring. And the New South Wales government have kicked in the last few months, so there's been a big rollout of testing amongst a lot of communities in New South Wales, where they found high levels at places like Warrialda, which is up in the north of the state, and also Narrabri is another one to worry about, and we'll know about the Blue Mountain scenario. Generally, yeah, so that's the main difference between the water authorities, I guess. Water authorities in Victoria have been testing since, it's a bit ad hoc. Some authorities started earlier than others, and South Australia Water only started testing for PFAS in their drinking water last year. And they didn't find any in the major reservoirs, but I think the smaller towns where this issue mainly comes up still haven't been tested at all. Tasmania came up clear, and Victoria, it's sporadic detections. There seems to be, the higher levels seem to have appeared in Queensland, with New South Wales the next rung down, and then Victoria, I guess, is the way that I'm looking at it at the moment.
And I know some of the, being from New South Wales, I know some of the spikes and areas of concern in New South Wales are now appearing in places like you mentioned, Warriolda, that aren't sort of naturally linked to defence or firefighting. So there's a bit of more head scratching with why are those places spiking. Are you identifying any patterns in your research?
Fire stations, airports. I did try to analyse it, but I'd have to get back to you on that. It seems to be a wide variation. The Blue Mountains, for instance, was firefighting on a truck accident. So that's another incident. I think there's a lot of firefighting foam being used across the landscape over the years, but no one's really documented what the pollution is from those events. So that would be something most useful. Yeah, that's how.
Can I add to that one?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's in regards when they were doing the drinking water standards just recently, when you go down the rabbit hole into all the investigations, a lot of water corps, if they weren't connected or near a defence-based Commonwealth, what was known, it was assumed there was low risk, not you did the testing to ensure there wasn't. And see, this is where that sort of stuff has fallen through the gaps. And I mean, if you actually spoke with EPA, there's a lot of illegal dumping. And so who's to say? And we do know that down in Gippsland area, we had the National Safety Council, and you know, that disbanded. It was all sorts of problems. It was stockpiles. And unfortunately, I'm going to say this anecdotally, but it was in one of the departments, and this is where you have irresponsible management. It said, just go and put those drums up throw those drums up in the creek, go up the hills. We don't know, Dargo Way or whatever. So there's huge storage of AFFF foam that has been dumped in the system. So yeah, there's a lot of assumptions out there, and you can't run on assumptions.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senators, if I could just add one little bit to that as well. We know in our wetlands and through our work with international partners as well, a little bit the same as a previous witness was referring to, you can detect PFAS in the blood. Testing PFAS in groundwater or even surface water is kind of like testing the blood. We know in our wetland the water flows in and evaporates, and as I said, the PFAS stays in the muddy sediment on the bottom of that wetland. So when more water comes in, you can test that fresh water that's flowed in and gone, oh sweet, no PFAS, but it's still there in that muddy sediment. Now places like the Murray River, we would suggest that muddy sediment is being picked up out of contaminated waters during times of flood, carried downstream and deposited. And then, yeah, sure enough, they're coming along and testing the water there and go, wow, where'd this PFAS came from? Yeah. Well, it was carried down in the mud, in the organs of the land that absorbed it in the first place. So testing the blood's great, testing the groundwater's great, but also, you know, it deposits in other places.
And that's what's happened in Gippsland and Latrobe River. No record of testing of the sediment. We've got heavy industry. EPA have admitted that.
And I also should point out that most of the testing done by the water authorities is in untreated water.
Yeah.
So the next stage is that each of the water authorities will have water treatment plants which will reduce the PFAS loads depending on what type of water treatment is being employed in that particular. And the traditional form of water treatment plants won't get rid of PFAS. You really need to upgrade into much better water treatment systems to get rid of it. And that's what's happened in the Blue Mountains in the last few months.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is obviously some data, but again, the data sharing is obviously lacking. East Sale they've shared with us that they've got a program to pick up their contaminated soil and essentially pasteurise it. They're burning it, destroying every single piece of organic matter in that soil. Not going to work for our land on the scale or where we need to use it, but they know the PFAS is in the soil. We've got to pick the soil up and burn the soil to get rid of the PFAS. And yet, as I said, they're then ignoring it in other places. So we test the water, and if the water's okay, we say there's no PFAS. It's in the soil.
Yeah. Thank you. And Mr. Cook, while I've got you, I note, I looked up your website. You still allow access to heart morass and sell keys in return for a donation to the Environmental Task Force, which, by my calculations, the money you earn from that would go nowhere near to what
It roughly maintains
costs.
the track. That's it. Yeah.
But you have got on your website that there is important information on PFAS contamination. Have you had a decline in people applying to come and access the site?
So we have. We're obviously very lucky that we've got that volunteer. So our people that buy the keys and go down and visit the site every year aren't only driven by what they harvest, but we've certainly seen a decline. We've got quite a few that have gone from accessing the site 4 or 5 times a year to now they might only access it once. So they still do buy a key and they go and camp and they do that. But we have seen definite reduction in people wanting to access the site. And one of the other things I didn't get to mentioning is we actually have we had a really solid educational program. We had a bug blitz program that was taking primary school aged kids out and showing them what you find in the water and exactly how important the wetland is. Well, we had a big push back against that, and that's now wound back significantly because we had both parents saying they didn't want their kids in the heart morass because there's PFAS there, and then eventually obviously schools responding to that by saying, well, yeah, we're not going to run excursions there anymore. So certainly from that side of things, the education and we would say getting kids into the wetland is the best possible thing you can do. We were putting a lot of effort into that, and that certainly has scaled right back. Again, through fear, not even through, there's no material around to properly educate.
And I think that we keep hearing, because there is this sort of, everyone, at the moment, everyone's talking about PFAS and there is a lot of concern in the community. But there's not a lot of informed information coming out to communities. You know, would a day trip to a wetland site, what risk does that have? So I think, we need to get better at.
Absolutely. Yeah. Just having a nice something to show them, because we can go and try and pull it off websites and out of scientific papers and that sort of thing, but that's, as a parent sitting at home having a permission slip for your kid to go to somewhere and you just recognise, hang on a minute, heart morass, PFAS, I don't want them going there. There's no nice little thing that goes, hey, they're going to be there, but they're not going to be in the water, or they're not going to be eating the mud, and or maybe kids will eat a little bit of the mud, but they're not going to eat a lot of the mud. Just a nice educational thing that actually gives some reassurance to people would be amazing, but it just doesn't exist at the moment.
Can I just add quickly, there's another chemical that it's a breakdown product of PFAS. It's called TFA, trifluoroacetic acid. Now, it's been detected right across Europe and the United States. It's they're seeing it in high levels in agricultural areas. Now, as far as I can tell, there's not one authority in the country in Australia that's testing for it. It's going to make PFAS seem, I won't say minor, but this other chemical is out there. I talked to an analytical chemist last year. There's not one lab in the country in Australia that can actually test for it. Now, this stuff's out there in the environment, but we haven't got any means of testing its levels. It'll also be in drinking water as well. So if you're looking at PFAS, just keep that one in mind. It's called TFA, and that'll be the next big one.
Thank you. Senator Pratt, do you have any questions? And we are... No questions?
I don't think so. I've not seen anything.
Okay. Well, I have a number of questions, so I'll try and be really quick. I mean, there's so many questions. So, Ms. Anton, if I could ask you, what authority do Food Standard Australia New Zealand have to override state food safety laws?
That's the interesting one, because when they did the response to my submission, they sort of ignore the fact that the law is the law. So when a landowner is supposed to be selling food, you know, for human consumption, they have to abide by the Act. Now, when you have FRSANS do guidelines and triggers and say, well, this is all okay, you can on-sell, it's still guidelines. It's still not assessed on anything that's real. It's assumptions, it's means, averages, estimates and that. So where they've got the Food Ministers Forum, so in that forum, that's where that interaction comes place. So it's, as far as I'm concerned, they cannot overrule the law. So where I say the landowner has that legal burden, when they get into a court of law, it's not going to, their authority is not going to stop a third party suing a landowner. It can't. And so that's it. If you knowingly on-sold your contaminated foodstuff to someone and they weren't happy about it, they could take you to court and that, and you bear all the cost burdens and the legal liability. That won't override that at all. So there's this huge gap. So where it's a generalisation and say we discuss this, we work on this, we provide the standards, they cannot actually operate in a court of law. So what they need to do then, go say, well, we'll give indemnity to those landowners, if those food producers. If they're going to say that it's safe for them to sell food when the State Act says you must not knowingly sell contaminated food into the market, we'll give them indemnity. And then the other thing is, then where's the human rights and our consumer rights? We've got a right to be informed. So that doesn't exist as well. So, you know, FRSANS need to consider the bigger picture, the entirety of it. It's just a bunch of people in Melbourne with, you know, not in the real world. And, you know, this is what we're dealing with. Yeah.
So do you think FRSANS is using up-to-date scientific knowledge?
Oh, definitely not. Definitely not. Through all of their reports, you know, and I've challenged them on what are you using. It's all about in the Australian context. So they've spent a lot of time, you know, discrediting other papers, yet we know from our international contemporaries what's going on over there. So, you know, you've got to look at that. So, you know, we're not a different subspecies here that can cope with it. It's all the same in one all around the world. So that's a very easy one to prove that they're not.
Yes, we're very far behind in this country, that's for sure, when it comes to PFAS particularly. So how is irrigating farmland with PFAS contaminated water managed in Victoria?
It's not. So what happens, I'll give an example of ESO. So what they've done is, you know, on their land, they've got high contamination rates, and they'll say, but when you go further away, all the way down to 90 Mile Beach and down there, but it's lower rates down there. No, it's not that it's lower rates down there. You should be pretty concerned. It's down there. How long has it been down there? And so they actually used the drinking water as a guideline. You know, so, okay, if there's no stock in domestic levels, that was in 2017. Nothing's changed till now. So what I do know, I presented that to an Oki farmer. So his contamination now of his irrigation bore, and he put it to Defence. They went to Queensland EPA and they said, apply recreational level. Now, you don't raise livestock for recreation. You raise it to eat, and it just shows this discrepancy. It's just a joke. So that's why I say, on the day, who you've got, they choose to do whatever they want. So part of this, the Defence recommendations with that 2024, they're looking at that, but you've got to have a whole lot of other people involved. You've got our chief vet in 2017 telling farmers, you can on-sell. and what right has he got to do that based on an estimate? No risk profiles.
Thank you.
Can I just add, is that okay? In 2018, there was a major study published in Melbourne looking at contamination at Werribee South, where most of our vegetable crops are grown in Victoria, and that they found quite high levels of PFAS in the groundwater, but what they thought it was, the source of it was coming from the wastewater treatment plant, recycled water. So that was being sprayed on crops, lettuces and all the like, and I don't know if there's been any follow-up since 2018, but our veggie crops are impacted.
Yeah, so you're still looking at just the 3 compounds, whereas Frazan's will say, oh, we test for 30, but you still only apply the 3 compounds. No matter how you test, you're not applying them as your trigger levels.
Thank you. I do have a number of other questions for you, but I'll have to put those on notice because we are running out of time. We're into the tea break and we are running 15 minutes behind. But I do want to ask one question of you all before we end this session. Mr. Amos, you are a very small network of people that have produced the Australian PFAS chemicals map, which has had 41,000 active users in 2024. I note that this is incredible effort from volunteers. Are you aware of any effort to effectively map the location and extent of PFAS contamination across the country by any government agencies?
No. That might be done on a small regional level, the maps used by various state authorities are pretty weak, and you've got to go back in time. I've also looked after a pesticide map and a drinking water map, and what became evident 10 or 15 years ago, but there's no federal government agency that monitors biocide use across Australia. So one of the reasons we put out the PFAS map, there's 40,000 visits in last month actually, was that there's no government agency which is doing it. So it's left to a couple of people, when they get the spare time to actually stick this stuff online, because there's no agency actually doing it. So we're shooting in the dark, basically. And you've got to ask yourself, why hasn't the federal government got a biocide monitoring use? Even in terms of pesticides, in the US, they've got a rigorous system in place. Australia, nothing. And it's really hard to get the information, and it takes a lot of time. And how do you get a picture of what's going on, what's being used where, when there's no agency actually responsible for that?
So I assume that would be one of your recommendations to this committee?
Yeah, and it'll save us doing it then.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Cook and Mr. Howard, have any tests been undertaken on wildlife in the Hart Morass to see how much it's been affected by bioaccumulating of PFAS?
Yes, so it has. There has been testing, but I think Gary can probably talk to it. 10 birds.
10 birds from one of the defence contractors were taken and sampled, and Arthur Roller Institute took, I think, 15 or 20 further down in the morass for sampling as well, but that's only sampling's been.
What year was that? Is that at the start in about 2017?
Yeah.
This is about, where's the update?
And what was any response from that testing?
Very little, nothing conclusive. That's the thing. The big thing with ducks, they got wings, and within 20 seconds they can be in a wetland across the other side of the river, which is not as impacted as us. So it's inconclusive what was found.
It's done at such a tiny scale that they went. We can't tell anything. They found elevated levels, but they couldn't then put that back. Well, where did that come from, or in how many of the ducks? So, yeah, no testing at anywhere near a big enough scale to actually try and track those things.
Yeah.
I can provide EPA's updated the PFAS levels in in aquatic life and all that. 2019, then it goes 2021. So we're running blind.
Well, whatever you can provide to this committee will be taken as part of the evidence, also part of us deciding what recommendations we put forward. and part of the report going forward, so that the government can look at the report, look at the recommendations, and make decisions accordingly.
Can I just say one thing? It's a state-based and working with industry that have been the polluter, it's the polluter and the victim. We've got to stop this delineation of state and federal because it's not helping. There's no continuity.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence and appearing today. If you have been asked to provide any material on notice, please send it through to the Secretariat by Monday, 23rd of June 2025. Thank you very much. And we'll take a short break. What's that? 10 minutes.
But these.
Broadcasting's good. Okay, I now welcome our firefighting panel, including United Firefighters Union of Australia, United Firefighters Union of Australia Aviation Branch, Fire Rescue Victoria, and we may have some further witnesses coming a little bit later via teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? And I might start on my left.
Oh, yes, excuse me, lady. Sorry, excuse me. Yes, Commander David Hamilton. Work for Fire Rescue Victoria. I work in the PFAS remediation project team, doing remediation works for Fire Rescue Victoria. Also the United Firefighters President of the Victorian branch. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mick Tisbury. I'm the Assistant Chief Fire Officer at Fire Rescue Victoria. I currently hold a position of ACFO of Advocacy, which is in charge of PFAS remediation and all the PFAS mitigation strategies FRV have put into place.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elijah Smith. I'm the National Industrial Research Officer for the United Firefighters Union of Australia.
Thank you.
Senator, I'm Greg McConville. I'm the National Secretary of the United Firefighters Union of Australia. I appear in that capacity. I'm also the ACT Branch Secretary of the UFU.
Thank you.
And I'm Wes Garrett, Secretary of the Aviation Branch of the UFU. And of note too, I was employed by Air Services as a firefighter and worked as a firefighter for 16 years.
Thank you.
My name's Jay Asperos. I'm from Avalon Aviation Rescue and Firefighting Services and a fire commander at that location currently.
Great, thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I've gone through that. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions. So, Mr. Hamilton.
I'll refer to Michael if I could.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Senator, and senators for the opportunity to give evidence. Actually, I'm not going to read that because that was a lie. I'm actually sick to death of giving evidence at these parliamentary inquiries, Senate committee hearings, PFAS expert panels, the United Nations, Stockholm Convention, POP-RC, because I've been doing it for 15 years and nothing's changed. We actually come to you guys begging you to protect us so we can continue to protect the community. And to be quite frank, it's fallen on deaf ears. All the innovations and all the mitigation strategies we've put into place have been in spite of our respective governments and regulatory bodies. I've sort of had a gutful of it. We'll continue doing it because I've got two vested interests: firefighter safety and community safety. I've read a lot of the transcripts, I've read a lot of the submissions that have been provided to this committee, and quite frankly, there's a lot of vested interests there. But the one common denominator, whether those vested interests are from industry, whether they're from Department of Defence, well, that was a cracker, Air Services Australia, or some of the research institutes, there seems to be this, it's like there's a gravy train that's pulled up at the station and there's a heap of carriages being put on. Never-ending research. Department of Defence, $807 million on testing over 10 years, but no remediation. Give us a chunk of that because we're focused on solutions. We're focused on undoing the damage. And the reason I haven't given up so far, because David and myself have been in this job for 36 years. We joined in 1989. We went to probably the largest chemical fire in Australia's history at Coot Island. And the excuses we're hearing about PFAS now were the same excuses we heard about Coot Island, benzene. Unfortunately, half of our mates who went to that job are either dead or they got cancer. And we had blood noses for 6 months after that fire, and that was using PFAS-containing firefighting foam for 3M light water. And it's not a miracle product, because we were there for a couple of weeks putting that fire out. We were promised the world. We were promised medical monitoring, cancer screening, the whole lot. 2 years ago, we finally got it. That was in 1991. So we couldn't wait for governments to act. We couldn't wait for those regulators who have actually got legislative responsibilities to protect us. And they failed at it, to protect the community, to protect the environment. They've repeatedly failed. So we've just done it anyway. We've done it in spite of the regulators. And I'm happy to share, I mean, some of the statement, like the Cancer Council talking about, talking against PFAS blood testing. By all means, ask me a heap of questions about the importance of the PFAS blood testing and why we offer it to our firefighters as part of their ongoing medical monitoring. We've developed a 32-stage process to decontaminate all of our trucks. There's still a lot of misinformation out there about the efficacy of the fluorine-free foam. It works. Nobody cares more about firefighter safety than firefighters do, because we're the ones on the end of the branch. None of these people who, a lot of these supposed experts, none of them have skin in the game. We do have skin in the game. We're sick of burying our mates. And every one of those funerals we attend to, there's never any politicians, there's never any regulators, there's never any of these supposed experts, and there's certainly no representatives of the chemical companies who should be held to account, because at the end of the day, they knew, 3M knew in the 70s how dangerous this was, and they've never been held to account. You read their statements like they're God's gifts to the world. But they have caused this. They're the ultimate polluters. We developed a way to get this stuff out of our bodies. We know how to do it. We partnered with research with Macquarie University. We've got an effective way to remove the stuff out of our bodies because we don't want it in our bodies. We're now working on remediation, and in spite of the regulators here in Victoria, EPA, we're actually just doing it anyway because we're sick to death of being of nothing happening, never-ending testing. So we're just doing it. Sorry if I get a little bit worked up about it, but I've just had a gutful. I'm just done talking about it. The time for talk is over. You know, you'll come up with a nice little report and it'll end up with recommendations and it'll probably get shoved on some shelf in the Parliamentary Library. The time for talk's over. 25 years. Nick Nass was sending out bulletins in 2025. As a quarter of a century, governments of all descriptions, regulators have known that this stuff is dangerous. And a quarter of a century later, we're still having the same conversations. Time for talk's over. Solutions, we've got a lot of solutions we're happy to share. The UN, we've done a lot of work at the UN, but Australia still hasn't ratified the Stockholm Convention for those 3 PFASs. So currently here in Victoria, there is no federal ban. Contrary to maybe some beliefs, there is no federal ban in the use of PFAS-containing firefighting foam. There is no legislation in Victoria banning the use of firefighting foam containing PFAS. We have done that in spite of the regulators. Thanks for your time. And I'd like an opportunity to expand on a lot of the things.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, passing on to Chris.
Well, firstly, I acknowledge we're on Kulin Nation lands today and pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. I'm Greg McConville, I'm the National Secretary of the UFUA, and I fully support the comments that have been made by Assistant Chief Tisbury. We provided an initial submission in January. It put forward 5 matters. Firstly, to ratify each of the chemicals that are now listed in the Stockholm Convention, to implement a comprehensive ban on the use of any firefighting foam containing PFAS in Australia, to introduce a PFAS remediation grant program, to establish an expert tripartite panel to advise and speed up the rate of change, in other words, to guide real solutions. And that is to support urgent reform that recognises the risks that PFAS has posed to firefighters and communities. Now, in the short time since we lodged our submission in January, significant additional scientific information has come to light, and last night we provided a supplementary submission on the health effects of PFAS for firefighters. I'd like to foreground that particular submission to assist the committee to get across it rather quickly, and of course we're happy to elaborate and to appear again if necessary. I should say at the outset, I'm not a scientist, but our work requires that we develop a degree of literacy and understanding on the scientific material. There is no field of scientific knowledge that is unrelated to firefighting. Our members are effectively human Swiss Army knives who have to innovate at work, and they carry that innovation to the area of PFAS, hazard control, risk assessment and remediation. There is, our representation goes all the way from the fireground through to our national union, through to the organisations themselves, work health safety committees, all the way to the Stockholm Convention and ultimately to the World Health Organisation, where we were represented in advocacy around firefighter cancer. Through the WHO, firefighting has undergone some significant changes in classification. First, 2010, there was an IARC monograph on firefighting, shift work and painting, and it said firefighting is possibly carcinogenic. 2018, there was a very significant monograph on benzene, and benzene is very commonly faced by firefighters at pretty much every incident. 2023, the World Health Organisation shifted its classification of firefighting from Group 2B, possibly carcinogenic, to Group 1, definitely carcinogenic to humans. That is the industry our members work in. Now, so in the space of 13 years, that shift took place in relation to firefighting, and during that period, we faced denial from our employers and from politicians saying, oh, it's only possibly carcinogenic. The fact of the matter is that our members are the crash test dummies and the lab rats in this kind of occupational exposure, because they experience it before anyone else does, and they experience it at greater doses. Now, the research moves fast, even in the short time since we put our submission in January, but I want to urge upon the committee the importance of satisfying yourselves about the body of scientific knowledge, because there are many deniers. An integral part of getting that understanding is the language used in research can easily be distorted by those who seek to downplay the importance of scientific findings. The best example that you will see in the literature is the term limited evidence of carcinogenicity. That's set out in our submission at paragraph 2.3. And firstly, be aware of anyone who says, oh, there's only limited evidence. It's not only limited evidence. Scientists aren't people who get out there and beat their chest about how dangerous something is. They're very reserved, and they only make those findings based on extremely detailed scientific rigour. Limited evidence is often misconstrued. What it means from IARC is a positive association has been observed between the agent and the cancer for which a causal interpretation is considered to be credible, but chance, bias or confounding could not be ruled out with reasonable confidence. What that means in practical terms is that limited evidence is as close as you can get to something being conclusive without it being conclusive. It's so close to being definite. And I'll demonstrate that there can be very fine details that separate something being possibly carcinogenic, probably carcinogenic and definitely carcinogenic. What sits behind that also is how IARC assesses carcinogenicity, and included in that is something they refer to as mechanistic effects, and I'd encourage you to get across the mechanisms of cancer. There are 10 mechanistic effects which are set out at paragraph 2.5 of our supplementary submission, and they go to effectively the components that are assessed to determine whether something is carcinogenic. Out of interest, benzene satisfies 7 out of 10 of those components, and that's precisely what Mr Tisbury was talking about at Coode Island. In terms of the mechanisms, PFOA has been found by the latest IARC monograph to satisfy 2 mechanisms and to be carcinogenic to humans. But the assessment was based on satisfying 2 mechanisms and demonstrated carcinogenicity in animals. So those things together got it over the line into category 1, or group 1. PFAS satisfied 3 mechanisms, but it was only found to be possibly carcinogenic. Why? Because when it got down to the fine analysis of whether it was carcinogenic to rats, the experiments only identified increased incidence in one sex of a single species of rat, not both sexes. And so IARC found that the evidence of PFAS causing cancer in humans was inadequate because there were few available studies, and positive findings were only sporadically and inconsistently identified for 3 cancer sites: testes, breast and thyroid. Now, there are additional studies which I've gone into, which are addressed at paragraph 211 onwards. But the 2 examples of PFOA and PFAS demonstrate a classification of a substance as carcinogenic to humans, or whether it is possibly carcinogenic, can turn on the fact that there just hasn't been enough evidence yet. And I would emphasise the validity of the expression that an absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Indeed, in 2024, at the same time as the IARC working group was deliberating, there was a study by Liu and others which looked at 21 PFASs, 13 of which were frequently detected in the liver. PFAS concentrations in the liver were correlated with age and higher levels of PFAS in the older. That makes sense in terms of exposure. And PFASs were positively associated with liver injury biomarkers, suggesting that exposure could interfere with liver function. That's backed up by further studies, Pessinen et al. In 2024, and a study by Liu et al. In 2025, which showed that there were a range of cancers associated with PFAS in drinking water in the United States. That's at paragraph 213. We've put forward some recommendations about inclusion of liver cancer within workers' compensation legislation. We've also said that firefighters engaged by private companies at defence establishments need to have the same presumptive cancer rights as all other firefighters, because presently they don't. And because of the rate that science is moving, we're saying that the expert panel we recommended in recommendation 5 of our primary submission, the terms of that should be expanded to include the consideration of scientific material, and for that committee to receive advice from government at least twice a year. I'd like to thank the committee for its time and its interest in this issue. To get back to where we started, we need to keep abreast of the research, and that's why we put forward that final recommendation. Thank you for your work and time, and we wish you luck in your deliberations in this important area.
Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Garrett.
Thanks. I appreciate the invite today so that we can present to you directly. I just want to reiterate the comments that Mick was making about, there's a long history of us putting submissions forward and talking to panels and going to Switzerland and talking about these things. We need the decision makers to start making some decisions, right? That's what needs to happen on this. With that said, what I've got basically is an example. in our many submissions made so far, we talk about legacy contamination of firefighters and what's happened to firefighters, and our current submission does the same. What I'd like to present to you now is just quite a unique example, actually not exclusively unique, and I'm sure you've had a few people that have presented from other groups around the country with contamination issues, but this is just another byproduct of this class of chemicals, right, which are forever chemicals and don't break down. Remediation and removing them from the environment. And basically, when we say the environment, what we're talking about is, why is that so important? It's because human beings live in that environment. That's why. And just as Mick has said, we've all got skin in the game. I've got it in me, Mick's got it in him, Jay's got it in him. Unfortunately, Jay's had to take an extra dose. And this is what we're here to talk about, just to draw much more attention to some very recent contamination issues, direct result from environmental contamination. We don't yet know what the mechanism of this situation at Avalon Airport was, but I'm just going to read from my notes here just to keep me on track. I'm mindful of time. I'm obviously here representing the aviation branch of the UFU, and we represent aviation firefighters employed by Air Services Australia. Our exposure to PFAS is significant over many years, and there's a long history that's already been put to you in submissions. But I'm here to talk about the PFAS contamination at Air Services Australia operated sites. The case study of Avalon Airport is a stark example of the systematic failures to manage PFAS exposure and protect workers. In October 2022, PFAS levels in the potable water supply at the Avalon Arms Fire Station and the Air Traffic Control Tower were found to be significantly above the human health guidelines provided for by the PFAS National Environment Management Plan. Staff unknowingly drank, bathed in, showered, washed their clothes, washed their dishes, washed the cars, anything that came out of that the pipes with highly contaminated water, contaminated with PFAS. Despite knowing the risks, Air Services and being very, very aware of the risks posed by this and being experienced with, you would imagine, with dealing with the risks associated with PFAS, Air Services Australia's response was nothing short of what I would describe as lacklustre. They delayed the sharing of information with employees and needed to be pushed at every turn to instigate any meaningful remedial actions. This is not an isolated case either. This is just one of the most recent. It was left to the aviation branch, health and safety representatives and our members to press for a meaningful response. We were left to organise a variety of urgent remedial actions as well as issuing provisional improvement notices and ultimately a cease work direction, owing to the glacial response from Air Services and to ensure that workers were protected. If not for our intervention, Air Services' response would have been totally unacceptable. Even now, the source of this contamination remains unknown. With the support of the aviation branch and Civil Air, which is the union that represents air traffic controllers, former Australian Associated Press journalist Tracy Ferrier has been engaged in a long battle to obtain documents about the Avalon Airport contamination incident. In October 2023, roughly a year after the contamination was made public, she lodged an FOI application for relevant documents between Avalon Airport and Victoria's Environment Protection Authority. In February 2024, the EPA formally decided that Ms Ferrier should get full access to 13 documents totalling 548 pages. Those documents included a consultant's report and water testing results. However, Avalon Airport formally objected to the release of that material. The dispute is currently with the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal, which heard the matter in April, and a decision has yet to be published. Ms Ferrier says that there is a broad public interest in understanding more about what happened at Avalon Airport and how PFAS came to be present at the levels unsafe for human consumption in drinking water at the airport fire station and air traffic control tower. Affected firefighters and air traffic controllers who are being monitored as a result of that contamination deserve to have answers. Understanding how this happened is important because this country has an extraordinary number of sites that have been contaminated with PFAS and are managing large bodies of groundwater contaminated with these highly persistent toxic chemicals. Ageing fibrous cement pipes, as was the case at Avalon, of the type that carry drinking water to the airport are commonly used across Australia, including at other sites that are known to be highly contaminated with PFAS chemicals. It's of great public interest to understand the mechanisms of the Avalon Airport contamination incident in order to best prevent any repeat in the future, either at Avalon or other sites with similar challenges. Ms Ferrier has vowed to continue fighting for access to the documents on the grounds of public interest, and the Aviation Branch and Civil Air stand very strongly behind that position. Blood samples of aviation firefighters clearly indicated increasing PFAS concentrations. The data suggested up to 18 months of exposure prior to the contamination being detected. If stakeholders are allowed to successfully throw a veil of secrecy over the details that explain the mechanisms of contamination, how can an event like this be identified or prevented in the future? You cannot understand something that you do not know exists. This is just a singular and unfortunate example of the many unforeseen and potential risks posed by this class of chemical. As noted in our written submission, we also have recent first-hand experience dealing with PFAS-contaminated drinking water at the Norfolk Island Aft Fire Station. As the submissions made by the Aviation Branch highlight, the failures at Avalon Airport are not an isolated incident. It is symptomatic of a much wider disregard for worker safety and environmental accountability in PFAS management. Immediate action is required to ensure comprehensive site remediation, long-term health monitoring and policy reform to protect firefighters and Australians from continued exposure. Further, regarding health monitoring in relation to firefighters' attendance at operational incidents, it's imperative that aviation firefighters are provided access to the same health monitoring protocols available to FRV firefighters. Mick alluded to that earlier, that it took them decades to get an appropriate health monitoring program. Aviation firefighters do not have access to that. In recent times, FRV and aviation firefighters have jointly attended both in the context of Victoria. We're a Commonwealth, of course, organisation, but just to narrow it down to incidents that we've attended with FRV recently, the West Footscray fire and the Derrimut industrial fires. There was aviation firefighters that were fighting behind and with our brothers and sisters from FRV at those incidents. Every firefighter was exposed to the same cocktail of harmful chemicals. However, only FRV firefighters have access to post-incident health monitoring. Access to these protocols should not be dependent on the badge that you wear. I'd now like to introduce Jay Aspros, a colleague of mine. He's a WHS coordinator for the Aviation Branch. He's a fire commander with over 22 years of experience within ARF, and he's been stationed at Avalon for 6 years, correct me if I'm wrong though, Jay, once you get going. And he's played a critical first-hand role during the contamination incident and did an absolutely fantastic job of representing the people who were affected, because there wasn't a lot of action coming from upstairs on that one. So on that note, thank you for your time, and I'll hand over to Jay.
Thank you. Thanks, Wes. Good morning, Chair and committee members. As Wes stated, I'm a fire commander and a work health safety rep at Avalon Fire Station, and was a fire commander at Avalon when the PFAS incident came to light. I can personally attest to the stress, anxiety and fear that Avalon staff and I felt when we were advised that we'd been drinking, bathing and washing in water that had PFAS levels 44 times higher than the human health guidelines. Our ATC friends up the road excuse me, had PFAS levels in their water over 72 times higher than these guidelines. What caused and is still causing the most stress and anxiety is the fact that we have information, the fact that we have no information of the following: exactly what have we been ingesting, how long this has been occurring for, how the chemical got into our drinking water, and where were the excessive levels of contamination coming from. And despite repeated attempts to Air Services Management and Avalon Airport, this information was not forthcoming. And to this day, these unknowns still remain, nearly 3 years on now. There was an overwhelming concern amongst staff that they were working in unsafe conditions, and these conditions were not fully being addressed or rectified in the early stages by Air Services. We have staff that left the station after the stress of the discovery and not yet felt safe to return to work. We have staff that still do not feel safe enough to drink the water, but still rely on bottled water at work. Since the contamination has been exposed, staff have undergone various medical tests on their PFAS levels, and numerous previously undiagnosed medical conditions with links to PFAS exposure have been discovered, causing further worry and stress. All of us have undertaken constant plasma and blood donations in an effort to speed up the departure of PFAS from our system, ensuring that our excessive exposure to PFAS is never far from our minds. I thank you for your time today, and I hope this brief summary of our ongoing personal experience highlights the impact of PFAS and the lives of Aviation Avalon Aviation firefighters, air traffic controllers, and the emergency vehicle technicians that come out to Avalon Airport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We have Professor Dlugorski and Dr. Murthy on the line. Do you have an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. This is Bogdan Dlugorski. Good morning. And for your invitation, I'm delighted to be here. We have a slight echo, and I hope that doesn't disturb my talk. But I'm an academic at Charles Darwin University, and my expertise is in high-performance fluorine-free foams. And together with my collaborators, like Dr. Vinuta Murthy, who is here, and my students, we work on developing high-performance firefighting foams that are safe to people and the environment. I started working on firefighting foams in 1994 in my first position at National Research Council Canada in Ottawa, and I worked on the development at that time both of Class A and Class B foams. The first one I used against lignocellulosic fluids, and second, the Class B forms are used against flammable liquid fires. I hold an undergraduate degree from the University of Calgary in Western Canada in chemical engineering and geophysics, a master's degree from McGill University in Canada, and a doctorate degree from École Polytechnique, which is an engineering school at University of Montreal. I also have higher doctorate from University of Newcastle in New South Wales. I am chartered chemist and chartered professional engineer and fellow of the Australian Academy of Technology and Engineering and fellow of other learned associations. I was an international president of the International Association for Fire Safety Science, which groups researchers working on fire safety science and fire safety engineering. At Charles Darwin University, I hold a position of distinguished research professor.
Sorry, Professor, if you could hear me, Senator Thorpe speaking. If you could just slow down, because it's really hard with the teleconference, and it's not coming through very clear. So if you could just slow down a little bit so that we can, it might be clearer to hear.
Perfect. Thank you for your advice. I will slow down. I would like to add that while I'm working at Charles Darwin University, I appear today in my private capacity as an expert on firefighting foams in general and fluorine-free foams in particular. I have prepared no formal submission as other members testifying today, but I'm happy to answer any question within my area of expertise.
Thank you very much. That would be great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Murthy, did you have an opening statement? If we could just keep them short because we are running over time and we've got a number of questions for witnesses.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. As Professor Dlugorski just mentioned, I'm a part of his research team who's working on, fluorine-free firefighting foams. And I am a molecular modeler. That means that I look at the atomistic level, of how the firefighting foams that we are developing, which are fluorine-free, can match the same quality of fluorinated, PFASs, PFASs which are fluorinated, of course. So, and then we are also looking at removal of PFAS in contaminated water, and even that we're doing, molecular modeling at atomistic level, where we can see what are the types of remedial, material that can remove PFAS in contaminated water. So my PhD, from 20 years ago is from Charles Darwin University in theoretical chemistry. So if I'm not an expert in toxicology, so I can't probably say anything about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go straight into questions and hand over to Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. I've got so many questions, but I'll try and stay focused. And firstly, thank you for all the work you do. I really appreciate our frontline services, and you guys are right at the coalface, so thank you very much. I'll start with Avalon and then I'll come to you, Mr. Tisbury. Thank you so much for shutting your computer and speaking from the heart. I share your frustration. One of the most heartbreaking things is being a senator, doing committees and producing the reports and seeing them get put on a shelf and collecting dust. So I absolutely share your frustrations. I wish I could promise this was the last time you had to do it, but I would be lying if I'd made that promise, and I'm not going to do that to you. You don't deserve it. But we do want to make progress, and that is our goal. Firstly, to Avalon, because we heard definitely your members, the firefighters, the air traffic controllers, but we've also heard this has affected civilians who are working out there. So this is a monumental catastrophe. When were you advised on the ground that you had been drinking contaminated water?
Just bring that up. On the 19th, sorry, 2 seconds. We're advised by our line leader, which is our station manager, on the 19th of October 2022. This is 8 days later. I'd like to make the point from when Air Services found out that there was this abnormality in our water when they did some testing. So we weren't told when they found this abnormality. They went away and did more testing, then came back to us 8 days later on the 19th and said, stop drinking the water, it contains PFAS. So it took the retest until they knew, but didn't tell us on that day, 8 days prior, to say, maybe you should stop now.
Yeah.
Because we found this abnormality, that I kept using that word, and we're going to do some retesting and find out, and then they came in and said, now stop on.
So instead of taking the precautionary approach, which you would think is appropriate, and say, we might have a problem, so everyone, until we're sure, just stop drinking, they kept it quiet, let you keep drinking the water, and only told you once they were sure.
Once the retest came back and confirmed that it was PFAS in our drinking water. Yes, that's right. And it was only by accident it was found, sorry.
Yeah, how did they?
So, Air Services has annual testing on sites for groundwater, surface water and stuff with an external party, I suppose. It was only this time we had a new party came in, Tetra Tech Coffee, and started doing sampling. So a new party came into Avalon and said, we're new here, but we need to get a baseline of what clean water at Avalon looks like before we start testing all these sites around Avalon Fire Station. And so they took the sample of our drinking water, or a tap, and that's when they found it by luck, so by chance. So if it continued without finding, with the previous party just going through, who knows how long we would have been drinking it for. So yeah, they took a baseline sample, and this is where they found, what is this? This can't be a baseline sample of clean water, and that's how it all came out in the wash, luckily. We're assuming, looking at my PFAS results from 2021 till the next time we had it after we were drinking it, we're hoping we're only drinking it for potentially only 18 months, but that is still, it's
we
variable.
need some information released for us to be able to determine what that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what actions have been undertaken to fix the contamination problem? So to fix the water supplies, what have they done so that you can turn the tap on and wash your hands without worrying? Because it's one thing to drink bottled water all the time, quite expensive and not really environmentally friendly, but you still need the taps to be able to wash. And
there was no consideration of this initially, right? Jay? Jay's he's the best man to be talking about this because he lived this.
So what initially happened was pretty much nothing. Our manager at the time, the line leader, went out and bought a heap of bottled water. We went out and got showers, so we need to continue to stay open for the flying public. We would have made a Cat 6 fire service for the flying public, so we wanted to stay there. So we got bottled water, brushing our teeth with bottled water, put on your toothbrush. It's almost like you're going camping. We got portable units come in for showers and stuff like that. We threw all the plates, all the cutlery, it's all over it because it's gone through our drinking water and tap water. So that was what the immediate was, I suppose, for the first week. And then we started looking at how are we going to continue to remain on site and serve the public. The back and forth from management and to the station their plans were to just flush the pipes and we'll just continue testing. So this is the pipe work that has been running this water through it for who knows how long. And we just said, no, not good enough. We want every pipe replaced, every tap, every shower head, throw everything clean slate. And there's a lot of pushback from that because it was going to cost money. So the union got involved to assist us in that situation. We didn't have a work health safety rep on site by the time he was on leave, so we used another work health safety rep from Melbourne. Thanks to him.
Needed to use HSR to enact some of the clauses from the WHS Act to get some movement.
And then we started with a provisional improvement notice, a PIN, on the station. That didn't get anywhere, so we had to cease work and we shut down the station for 2 weeks to get their attention. Jetstar did continue to fly, but that's their call. But that's what it came to get their attention. We actually went out and got our own quotes with plumbers. There's a plumber on site. One of our station officers saw him and said, "Do you mind coming into our station and give us a quote on what it's going to cost to replace just everything, clean slate?" And we got quotes back, and then myself went to our senior manager at the time, or regional manager. "Can you please approve this?" It was just, there was still nothing. Right, do you understand that we will not come back to work? We don't feel unsafe. We feel unsafe coming back to work in this situation. You keep saying we want you to feel safe when you come back to work. Okay, here it is.
As long as it doesn't cost any money.
Here it is. This is what we require as the staff that work at this fire station to feel safe to come back to work. We want this. And we finally got there. It took some time, but we finally got there. So to this day, we're running off water tanks that get filled weekly with all new pipe work, with new taps, with new cutlery.
So now you're getting your water for your station from water tanks that you get filled. So
That's
you're
right.
not getting it through the water supply.
There's no new supply.
No new supply.
Main supply.
So what do they do at the control tower or
So they're in the same boat as us.
in
They're
the airport? I'm not flying from Avalon, I can tell you.
So to clear that up, there's the main beach road that runs along the front of the airport. My understanding is there's 2 waterways that run off that. One goes to the terminal, so the terminal and the flying public is safe.
Okay.
The other one that comes past through the hangar precinct and a number of office areas, it goes up to the tower and then it comes across to us and pretty much ends at us. So that's the water line that was contaminated.
Right.
How it got in is still a question today. So air traffic control's also in the same boat as us with that.
And you mentioned, so you monitor your blood. I think you mentioned, Mr. McConville, that FRV do annual monitoring. How is your monitoring and blood testing now provided, or are you funding it out of your own pocket?
No, it is provided. It all started with a survey through Queensland University.
Okay, so you're part of the Queensland University.
That's right. Started back in 2014.
Yeah. That is a really good study.
Actually, it's not. It's smoke and mirrors. Air Service Australia put it up as a world first study. You could have given me a slab of beer and I could have given you the same results. If you stop exposing people to these chemicals, you're going to get lower levels. You don't need a PhD and a bucket load of money, public money, to do that. What those guys need, and not just at Avalon, but all the airport fireys need, is PFAS blood testing.
Well, and that was going to be my question, because if it wasn't for the study, you would not be, your employer does not provide you with blood testing.
I don't believe so.
So
They do support the study.
yes, they support the study. That's because they don't have to pay for your blood tests because it's going through the study. Yeah, right. Mr. Tisbury, I did want to come to you. When you talk about that, there's a lot of talk, but no movement, nothing's happening. You talk about the remediation and mitigation work that you are doing through FRV. Can you just expand on that a bit?
There's a whole lot of initiatives that we come up, and the first fight we had to have was the right to have PFAS testing of our firefighters. So, and these are the arguments, and I still read in some of the submissions now, but same arguments are being put forward. We won this battle, so that's why I get frustrated. So the first argument was, there's no point doing PFAS blood testing on people because all you're going to do is increase their levels of anxiety if they know what they've got in their body. Well, if somebody's been exposed to this stuff for 36 years, our levels of anxiety are already through the roof. What it feels like to be a firefighter, or any of those affected communities too, is it feels like you've got a time bomb in your body. You don't know when it's going to go off, you don't know if it's going to go off, you just want to get rid of it. The next argument put forward was, well, there's nothing we can do about it anyway. A little word of advice, never tell a firefighter something's impossible to do, because that's what we do every single day of the week. And we developed a way to lower our PFAS levels. And we, like I said, we partnered and plasma and blood donate, and that was published, peer-reviewed in the Journal of the American Medical Association and the British Medical Journal. It's now being picked up by other jurisdictions across the world as an effective treatment for people, not just firefighters, but people with
exposure.
Yep. And the other argument I've seen put forward, well, doctors don't know anything about sort of what the levels mean. There's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, there is a big education gap there. So we actually employed doctors and occupational physicians who knew something about PFAS, because there's a huge education gap even amongst the supposed experts. And we've written, the doctors have written clinical notes for other doctors to understand. So if you got between this level, this is what you should be doing. If you got between here and here, maybe you should be doing thyroid checks. If you got, and we're happy to provide that to you as well. We developed a 32-stage process to decontaminate every one of our trucks, because even though we transitioned from fluorine-containing foam to the fluorine-free foam, we found significant legacy contamination. So we developed this process, and that's been adopted by the EU, but not here. And once again, experts said you couldn't do it, and we did it. And everything's impossible to achieve until you do it. Then there was the blood study, so we worked out how to get it out of our bodies. The next, and there's also an enormous, we know that we forego quantity and quality of life just for the very job that we do. We know that every job we go into, there are unavoidable exposures to known carcinogens, toxins, dioxins. We also know that PFAS is an endocrine disruptor. So that makes us even more vulnerable to those things that we can't avoid. So we now offer health monitoring to all our firefighters, voluntary, every 12 months. But with that comes a whole lot of, I suppose, fear that you go to the doctor and you get your results, or you feel a tickle in your throat, or you got this, and is this when they're going to tell me that I'm going to get the big C? So there's always that underlying fear. And then now we're working on the remediation. So you'll probably have companies come up and say they've got the duck's nut, they've got the bee's knees for remediation. There is not one product that does everything. We use a combination of different technologies. We're actually focused on immobilisation, because you can't put the genie back in the bottle. It's impossible. This stuff is everywhere. Yeah. Immobilisation is about removing those exposure pathways. So this locks the PFAS in, but it stops it being uptaken in the fruit and veggies. It stops it getting into us. So we use immobilisation products like I said, my own invested interest of firefighter safety and community safety. So I've got no shares in any of these companies. I but we use a rembine for the soil treatment, which locks the PFAS in. We use almost a rembine coated aggregate to filter the storm water. We do concrete treatment, both penetrative and topical seals, aggregate, Ambiolock, Penetrol, because each site is different. But I'll tell you what doesn't work, and that's doing nothing. I'll tell you what doesn't work is never-ending testing. With the water, there's a whole lot of, activated carbon filtration, there's reverse osmosis, ionisation, there's a whole lot of different things, and there could be some other stuff out there we know nothing about. Well, there is. I'd rather see that research go into effective solutions rather than 10 years worth of testing with no... That's the old playbook. That's the old chemical playbook. But you just keep testing and kick the can down the road because eventually this stuff will break down and you won't have to do anything. That's what the Department of Defence are doing.
Yeah.
And this stuff is called a forever chemical for a reason. We're not exposed to PFAS. We're not exposed to PFOA or PFAS. We're exposed to the whole lot. Yeah. And the other PFASs. And look, it's 25 years. 25 years, it's a quarter of a century of no action and never-ending testing. You've got regulators like EPA who their knowledge base is actually pretty low. And I can give you some perfect examples of some of the robust discussions I've had with them, rat bags. But they're the never-ending research for no solutions. You see a lot of the research, like I talk about the Air Services Australia study. Those guys have to do that just to access blood testing.
Yeah.
But there's no outcomes. And the next gravy train's pulling up because I just see Joachim Mueller's got another bucket load of money to do some further testing just so these guys can get blood testing. But this is the bloke who got up in a public space and said there's nothing wrong with PFAS, you can pour it on your cornflakes in the morning. That's not apprehended bias, that's not perceived bias, that's a dead set bias. Yet they get a bucket load of money. There also seems to be this thread, which I've seen with some of the researchers, that because we wear a uniform, all of a sudden we become public property and it's their God-given right to use us as their guinea pigs. No. Professor Deborah Glass, there's a reason her study didn't happen with us. There's some bureaucratic hurdles, but they developed a study with assumptions about firefighters. They're not firefighters, they know nothing about what they do, and those assumptions were wrong. So if your assumptions are wrong at the start, your outcomes are going to be wrong. And it had the potential of undoing everything we fought for and developed over these past decades. I can guarantee what's going to happen with the next round of studies for Air Services Australia do. I'll come out with data and I'll say, oh yeah, look, firefighters aren't an exposed cohort because look, their blood levels are now down to nothing. The reason why our blood levels are dropping is because of the interventions we've put in place. It's about that we have banned the use of PFAS-containing foam, not the regulators. That we've put the interventions in, we've done the remediation work, not the regulators.
Which is quite incredible and very impressive, but yeah, where are the regulators here? And why haven't we signed the Stockholm Convention? Apparently we agree with it.
We do, mate, because, Senator. Commander Hamilton and myself, we've been there for 10 years. We've seen the Australian... So last year, I actually got up at the Stockholm Convention and asked for Australia to be suspended from the Stockholm Convention because every year they've been getting up there and they've been voting for it and they've been championing for it and been patting themselves on the back when PFAS got through and PFOA and the PFAS, and they come back here and do not a lot, but they don't ratify it.
Yeah.
Now, my understanding is that ICHEMS, there's a lot of publicity about ICHEMS who 1st of July is going to be banned on PFAS-containing foam, smoke and mirrors. Hasn't gone to the report writers to get the legislation written to be put in Parliament. That's only, that's 4 weeks away. Have a look at it, scratch under the surface a little bit. If you're currently using it right now, you can keep using it. You're going to get 5 years to transition because apparently 25 years isn't long enough. You need longer. And there are some accepted uses, like emergencies. Who do you reckon goes to the emergencies? Us. Who are the ones who keep getting exposed? Us. Or because the industry doesn't want to change that and they've known this. And The PFAS containing firefighting foam, it's cactus anyway. It's that old, it's not going to work. So when we get there, it's going to clog our injectors up. So it's going to put us a further risk that the foam is going to fail us when we need it to work the most. The other thing with researchers, they do tests and researching and testing on various foams in a laboratory. Like I said, nobody cares more about firefighter safety than we do, because we're the ones who are putting our lives on the line. Before we decided to transition to fluoride-free foam, we tested the hell out of it, because we wanted to make sure it protected us. If you're not a firefighter, you don't know how to apply it, because you don't squirt a jet of foam into, whether it's PFAS containing or PFAS-free, into a flammable, a pool of flammable liquid. You've got rocks in your head if you do that. Application is really, really important. It doesn't matter what foam you use. Now, we wouldn't be advocating for the use of fluoride-free foam if it didn't work, because not just risk of disease, we'd be risk of immediate death. So it works. And you'll hear other supposed independent people who just happen to be funded by those fluorinated foam companies who say the C6 foams, it's all good. There's no... PFHX says there's a C6. Not only did we transition a decade ago to the fluoride-free, not only did we do extensive testing, every single B-class fire that we've fought in Victoria has been extinguished, including the Derrimut fire just recently and the Tottenham fire that both David and I were at, using only fluoride-free firefighting foam. So it works.
Got lots more.
I know, we've got so many questions and so little time, and we have questions from...
We'd love another go at another time.
Can we do a presentation, Ted, because we're trying to fit so much into a short period of time. There's so much information the presentation we do at the UN, the EU, the UK, seems every other country wants... We're leading the world. This is the frustrating thing. We're leading the world and we can't get a Guernsey with our own government.
Well, I'm certainly to take that on board as the chair and put it to the committee, because I do believe that we need a whole lot more time to get our heads around this and look at the solutions that you're putting forward. We do have a government, we're all from different parts of the Parliament, but we do have a government representative on the line. And I'm sure that they will be open to having a separate session and giving more time, but I do need to put that to the committee. So in saying that, I will hand quickly to Senator Pratt, because I know that you have a couple of questions. Who's on the line?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Firefighters Union for your advocacy, which has been very effective over many years. I'm from Western Australia, and I've certainly seen the work that you've done over here. I thought I should ask some questions of our scientists and ask what the prospects are for meaningful progress in effective firefighting weapons. That I think the terminology used is the fuel uptake rate, and trying to improve that in non-carcinogenic firefighting resources. Can you give us an overview of international work in this space and what prospect there is of really meaningful replacement of these toxic substances?
Senator Pratt, was the question directed to me or to someone else?
Both of you, Professor and Doctor, both of you.
Oh, okay. So at this stage, fluorine-free foams are approaching the performance of PFAS-containing foams. In most applications, actually in all applications online, the fluorine-free foams can be employed in exactly the same situation as foam that contained in the past PFAS. So there's no excuse, in my view, not to employ fluorine-free foams on land. The situation is a little bit different on ships, where there is a requirement of using salty seawater for generating foams. Those fluorine-free foams are not yet fully compatible with seawater. So except of that application, we should be using fluorine-free foams everywhere else. Now, to answer your second question with respect to research efforts internationally, the U.S. Department of Defense has been running a very broad study of finding highly performing fluorine-free foams, and we are also funded under that program in Australia. And so significant effort has gone in since 2002 to develop a replacement for fluorine-containing foams. And it shows the fluorine-free foams called F3 make tremendous strides in improved performance. Over the last 2 decades, we almost reached the same performance parity. I haven't seen a similar level of funding coming in other countries to develop fluorine-free foams, but the leadership shown by the U.S. Department of Defense is simply outstanding. And so we now have fluorine-free foams on the so-called acceptable foam list by U.S. Department of Defense that perform very well, very similarly to fluorine-containing foams, and those foams are now being used around the world, including Australia.
So what's the uptake of those foams? Like how universal, have all of the foams been displaced? And the Firefighters Union might also like to address this.
100%.
So I don't know details. Being academic, I can only know what people tell me. I'm not involved in the decision-making process of purchasing new foams and in bids for firefighting foams. But what I know is that in land application, U.S. Congress stipulated replacement of fluorine-containing foams by last year. So that should have happened in the U.S. From what I know, the Australian airports started switching to fluorine-free foams in 2009. The fluorine-free foams were only introduced in 2002. They were only available in 2002. And so they entered market around 2003. So from international perspective, Australia was one of the early adopters of fluorine-free foams. I now understand that Department of Defense in Australia are only allowed to purchase fluorine-free foams for deployment in land-based applications. So there has been extremely fast pickup in the last 2 years, but maybe between 2002 and 2009 it was quite slow. People were afraid of new technology. The foams did not perform as well as PFAS-containing foams, but after 2009 it started snowballing, and so those foams are introduced everywhere in the world. I haven't heard personally that of a major deployment of PFAS-containing foams. This is happening very seldom now, from my understanding.
Senator Pratt, could I just interrupt and ask Mick Tisbury to respond to Professor Dolgogorski?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I can say every fire service now in Australia has gone fluorine-free foam. I also want to just disagree with the professor on the fluorine-free foam doesn't work with salt water. Just about every major hazard facility in this country is on a dock. Where do you reckon we suck our water out of? Straight out of the beach. Every oil rig, offshore oil rig in the North Sea has gone fluorine-free. There's a number of fluorine-free foam concentrates that have IMO certification and approval, and the only reason it took so long for the America had nothing to do with the performance to change their mil spec, because there was a little clause in mil spec that said it needed to be fluorinated. Had nothing to do with the performance, but it needed to be fluorinated to get military specifications. David and I went over there several times to lobby to get that removed and just have it on the performance of the fluorine free. And now that's why it's got mil spec. But to say that it doesn't work with salt water is a pretty big stretch, mate.
It doesn't qualify. So I guess I'm on the same bandwagon as you are, and I think that we were fighting for replacement for a very long time, and we appreciated that that physically and chemically there should be no obstacle to replace one with the other. I'm a researcher. I work on the performance of some of the surfactants that go into formulations of those foams, and some of the surfactants do not perform well with seawater. I'm not the one that stipulates standards, and I only can say that we need to have a protocol for testing compatibility of foams that are on the market with seawater, and then I would agree with you that if we have those, that we should be okay. But I am not what I would object to say that all fluorine-free foams would perform properly with seawater. We just don't. They haven't been tested. We don't have hard data to confirm that all of them perform well with seawater. And the data that we have on surfactants show that some of them are not compatible.
Thank you.
I think what we need.
Thank you,
Chairman, might I
Professor.
ask if we follow up as a committee with NOPSEMA and see what the current regulatory environment that they impose around this is?
Sorry, Senator Pratt, could you repeat that?
I just wanted to flag that we follow up with NOPSEMA on this question to see the extent to which these firefighting foams have been phased out and replaced.
Okay, thank you. Have you finished your line of questioning? You've got time for one more.
I wondered if the other academic wanted to contribute. I understand it's a similar field.
We are in the same group, and Professor Dubogowski is most suitable to answer those questions. I only do atomistic calculations, so I have nothing to add. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pratt. Whilst we have Professor and Dr. Murthy here, I have a question for you both. You are both spearheading a new research project at Charles Darwin University with the aim of developing fluoride-free firefighting foams, so-called F3 foams, to be effective as PFAS-based foams. Your research team includes Ted Schaefer, who was previously a formulation scientist at 3M, the company that pretty much all PFAS now contaminating the world can be traced back to. He was involved in formulating 3M's famous light water firefighting foams that were used in this country as well, and which 3M originally advertised as biodegradable. Does the involvement of such an influential 3M scientist pose a risk that we're going down the same toxic route with these 3F foams as happened with light water?
I just want to just clarify one thing. Mr. Schaefer was the developer of the first highly functional fluorine-free foam in 2002, when he also worked with 3M Australia. He was the force behind switching from fluorine-containing foams to to F3 for his development of foams that was awarded presidential award in the United States. The foams that they were first practical for use against airport fires was actually developed by TED. The heating foam RF3 and RF6 that became available in 2002 and then started being used at the Australian airport 2009 were developed by Ted Shepard. So I would probably object to the tone of the question because I know Ted personally, and what you said was true. He was involved with development on the right water, but he was also the person that almost single-handedly forced the world to change from fluorine-containing foam. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Professor. I just want to put on the table if there's any links with 3M, and I think we've qualified that there is. So I need to ask these questions so that the people in this room and people listening know who's at the table and who's on the teleconference. So I have. Did you want to clarify anything?
No, I reckon the professor's right. Ted Schaefer was the one who sort of, he could see what the PFAS container firefighting foam was doing, and then he thought, bugger this, I'm going to develop a PFAS-free one. And he was forced into an NDA by 3M, and he ended up having to quit. So he was the driving force about developing the PFAS-free foam.
Yes, thank you. So, Professor, I have another question. Can you explain to us the chemical basis of the F3 foams and how they differ from PFAS-based foams? And are F3 foams biodegradable?
Yes, of course. The major difference in composition is that fluorine-free foams do not contain fluorine-containing surfactants. So there's no fluorine surfactants in fluorine-free foams. It is an important difference because the high performance of fluorine-containing foams was due to the presence of those surfactants. So they were removed from formulations of fluorine-free foams and replaced with other surfactants and other additives. Because removal was so impactful, we obviously have to put more surfactants now in the foam. We have to often put more solvents and more additives. So what that means is that those fluorine-free foams also have impact on the environment, although the impact is quite different than PFAS-containing foams. Where the difference is that fluorine-free foams are biodegradable usually within 28 days. But during the 28 days when they biodegrade, they still impact the environment. So there is no chemical. There is no chemical in the world that has no impact on the environment. Whatever we do, it would impact the environment. And so the fluorine-free foams also have to have impact on the environment, and we have to understand them and we have to deal with them. And one of the issues is to appreciate that no foam should be discharged into water, because if they enter streams, they increase oxygen consumption, they would kill fish. But if you put fluorine-free foams on alone, and within 28 days, they would decompose and they are perfectly safe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. I'll ask one more question because we have run out of time, and I will take take to the committee the need for a further session so we have more time to ask questions and get more information and for you to provide a presentation to the committee. So I'll ask FRV, to what extent are PFAS-containing firefighting foams still used in this country?
So most of the fire extinguishers, the blue ones you see at the surveys, have got PFAS in them. Most of the major hazard facilities that we respond to still use PFAS containing firefighting foam. until there are either federal or state legislation banning the use of this, the industry's not going to change over. But when something goes bang, we become the safe systems of work, we get responded to it, and we're going to get exposed to it again. We got a few years ago now, when we were MFB, before we became FRV, we actually told some heavy industry, because the regulators weren't doing it, that they can no longer use fluorinated foams. And we got taken to VCAT and lost because there was no ban on using it. So we said, no worries, that's fine, you use whatever you want, but we've now got a policy that you use whatever you want, but if we respond to it, we're not going to use it unless there's an immediate risk of fire or life threat. And if we are using it, you just bought yourself 50 brand new fire trucks and a class action from our firefighters who we will be poisoning by using this stuff. And some of them had a change of heart. But I get back to the regulators, even WorkSafe. WorkSafe is supposed to be there to look after the workers. We're not guinea pigs. This badge doesn't protect us. If you look at all the research that's been done at the UN while they've banned these chemicals, it's all about the risk to human health. We're humans. Just because we wear a badge doesn't mean we're superhuman and we don't get affected by these toxins and dangerous chemicals. We do. And that's why our lives are shortened and our quality of life is shortened. Like I said at the start, we've come to you guys to protect us so we can keep protecting you. And you've failed us at every, not you personally, but, you know, who you're representing, failed time and time and time and time again.
Well, thank you. And
We actually don't want your thanks. We keep getting saying, thank you for your service. Every time there's a bushfire or a major chemical job, there's a conga line of polys wanting the photo opportunity, especially around election time. We don't want your thanks. We're begging for your help.
yeah, and I take that seriously as the chair of this committee, and the Parliament through the Senate, when I put this to the Senate to have this inquiry, was supported by everybody, by the coalition, by the government. So it is being taken seriously, and there's been a lot of work, as we know, and there's also been a lot of deaths. And so I personally take this seriously. It is something that we need to deal with in this country, whether we like it or not. And we're hearing the heartache of people, but we're also hearing the solutions. And you know, that's the work we have to do as a result. As I said, I'll put to the committee to have a separate session for more of a conversation, more questioning from us. And you might not be superhuman, but you're superheroes for many people in this country. And I know that's just, you know, you probably hear it from politicians. I'm probably not your regular politician, but I mean it. And I just I do thank you for coming, because it is tiresome for you to continue to tell your story and get no action as well. And you know, it won't be just a report on the shelf. We've got media waiting outside, so people will know around the country that this is going on today and things that you've said. And the more it is exposed out there, the more people will want to know about the work that we're doing and keep us accountable. So thank you for your evidence, and if you've been asked to provide any material on notice, please send it through to the Secretariat by Monday 23rd of June, but we will be back in contact with you in relation to a further session. Stay strong.
With the upcoming witnesses.
Broadcasting, yep. Great. I now welcome representatives from WorkSafe Victoria. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you both. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sam Jenkin, Executive Director of Health and Safety for WorkSafe Victoria.
Halil Ahmed, Principal Occupational Hygienist with WorkSafe Victoria.
Thank you. I just need to check with you both if you're okay with having the media in the room.
Sure.
Great. Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just for the record, WorkSafe Victoria is this state's, Victoria's, workplace health and safety regulator, as well as the workplace injury insurer. With these two roles, we have a dual purpose: to reduce workplace harm and improve outcomes for injured workers. We operate under 4 principal acts of the Victorian Parliament: the Occupational Health and Safety Act 2004, the Workplace Injury Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2013, the Dangerous Goods Act 1985, and the Equipment Public Safety Act 1994. There are a range of other historic statutes, parts of which continue to operate. WorkSafe welcomes the opportunity to attend and present to the Select Committee. I can confirm that we were somewhat surprised by the invitation last week, though having heard from representatives of the UFU and the FRV this morning, I'm now getting a better sense of why we've been invited to attend. My opening comments will touch briefly on where our regulatory work intersects with PFAS in the workplace context, as well as, if it's appropriate for the committee, how highly impacted work cohorts like the fire services have been considered within the Victorian Workers' Compensation System. In relation to dangerous goods, I can confirm that the Dangerous Goods Act classifies the dangerous goods in accordance with the Australian Code for the Transport of Dangerous Goods by Road and Rail. PFAS is not currently classified under the Australian Code as a dangerous good. In the absence of requisite classification under the Dangerous Goods Act, WorkSafe regulates hazardous substances under the OHS Act and its accompanying regulations. The OHS regulations classify a hazardous substance in accordance with the globally harmonised system of classification and labelling of chemicals. PFAS as a group of chemicals is not currently classified under the globally harmonised system as a hazardous substance, though some specific PFAS-containing chemicals are. Furthermore, PFAS is not included in the nationally agreed workplace exposure standards, which are called up directly by the Victorian legislation. Notwithstanding these facts, I'm keen to outline in general terms WorkSafe's approach to PFAS, which is based on our constant review of available evidence, including the work of various past parliamentary committees and expert panels established to consider the issue. WorkSafe acknowledges that PFAS persists in humans and the environment, and the Commonwealth health apparatus recommends that human exposure to these chemicals be minimised as a precaution. Without specific exposure limits or clearly established health effects to which to directly link our regulatory efforts, WorkSafe's expectations of workplaces that use and handle PFAS-containing items is that duty holders take a precautionary approach. And as having sat and listened to the FRV representatives this morning, the activities, a concept or a good example of the precautionary approach is that taken by the Victorian Fire Services, so the work that's been done between the UFU Victoria and FRV in responding to the issue of PFAS. A precautionary approach is usually taken with substances where scientific evidence, in this context the health information, is still incomplete or inconclusive. Another example of this in the current context for WorkSafe is the approach we take to nanotechnology. In line with such a precautionary approach, the hierarchy of controls prevalent in the context of responding to risks associated with workplace health and safety hazards should be applied to control any potential risk. The hierarchy of controls, which you may well be aware of but is often depicted graphically as an upside-down pyramid, requires the application of the following controls in preferential order so far as is reasonably practicable by the duty holder. First, we have elimination. Then we have reducing the risk through substitution, isolation and engineering controls. These are followed at a lower order by administrative controls and finally by personal protective equipment at the bottom of the pyramid. A review of WorkSafe's records, which we've undertaken since the invitation last week, indicates that in the last 3.5 years, since the 1st of January 2022, WorkSafe has conducted 42 site visits and issued 9 improvement notices to workplaces where the prevalence or the presence of substances containing PFAS was expressly referenced. Now, noting those 42 visits and 9 notices in the 3.5 years, it's important to note that this is in the context of approximately 50,000 workplace visits annually and the issue of some 14,000 notices on an annual basis. If I do have a bit more time, I will now briefly turn to mention workers' compensation requirements. I'm not the workers' comp expert within WorkSafe, but I can touch on this in general terms. And with particular reference to the cohort of workers that are acknowledged as having been exposed to PFAS in the context of their employment and specifically in the context of firefighters. In 2019, the Victorian Government introduced presumptive rights compensation scheme for both career and volunteer firefighters. This presumptive rights scheme allows that a firefighter claiming compensation for certain cancers does not have to prove that firefighting is the cause of their cancer. Instead, it will be presumed that they contracted cancer because of their firefighting service and that they will therefore have an entitlement to compensation under the work cover scheme. The scheme currently covers 15 cancers with varying qualifying periods. The compensation applies to people who have been engaged as an eligible firefighter or vehicle and equipment maintenance employee for the relevant qualifying period, have been diagnosed since 1st of June 2016 with one of the 15 specified cancers, diagnosed during their service or within 10 years after finishing their service, and can demonstrate that they attended fires to the extent reasonably necessary to meet the requirements of the presumptive legislation for firefighters who are other than career firefighters. As of today, there have been 341 claims received through the scheme, 287 of which have been accepted with 3 pending. 5 of these claims, based on our review of the records, have specifically referenced PFAS-related injury. 51 claims have been rejected under the scheme, mostly on the basis that they did not have a specified cancer of the list of 15 or did not meet the qualifying period under the scheme. Prostate cancer is the most common of the cancers associated with the claims, followed by colorectal cancer. With that opening, I'll make myself and Halil available for any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Senator Davey.
Thank you. Thank you for your opening statement. We've heard a lot this morning about the stresses and some of the lack of action by employers from PFAS contamination, and some people who've made claims with you. If someone lodges a PFAS claim with WorkSafe Victoria, they're not all firefighters either. We understand there's a very close link with firefighters, but we know they're not all firefighters. But if someone is exposed to PFAS in the workplace, they can lodge a claim through you. To be awarded compensation for a physical injury, does it have to be cancer linked?
No. Again, I'll speak in general terms because I'm the OHS regulator.
And we can only speak in general terms because I would be remiss of me to ask you about an individual. So
the workers' compensation system here in Victoria is effectively a no-fault scheme where work only needs to be a contributing factor to the injury. So whether or not a PFAS exposure has resulted in a health impact will be assessed as part of that, but ultimately determined by the claimant's treating practitioner as to whether or not there has been a health effect and what that contains. And then relevant investigations, if necessary, will be undertaken by the workers' compensation insurer to determine whether or not whether that injury or that health impact has been sustained as a result of their work. So it doesn't have to be cancer.
Yeah.
And that's actually only through the presumptive legislation. So that just means there's no burden of proof in relation to demonstrating that the health impact, in this case the cancers, were related to the work. It's just a presumption that that is the case. So that doesn't prevent others from claiming compensation as a result of either cancers or other PFAS related impacts as a result of their work. It just puts the presumption.
So a physical ailment doesn't have to be cancer, and that presumptive rights legislation, you said it has to be within 10 years of
service.
The service. So if I was a civilian, it'd have to be within 10 years of exposure in the workplace.
Oh no, in the context of in the context of a civilian or a worker, that is the elements and the framing of the presumptive legislation is entirely irrelevant. So that's only for the presumptive basis. Even if a career firefighter, for example, suffered a cancer or any workplace injury or illness as a result of their work subsequent to that 10 years, they could still make a claim for compensation. It just wouldn't fall within the automatic presumption that it was related to their employment.
Okay, right. And I want to go now to, you said you've done numerous site visits relating to PFAS, and you've issued 9 improvement notices?
9 improvement notices, that's exactly right, yes.
So what would an improvement notice look like? Again, we have to speak...
In general terms.
In general
and this will go into some of the detail we might extract as part of the conversation. Those visits included information. As I said, we haven't had a great deal of time, but we can certainly present further information to the committee about those visits where PFAS was expressly mentioned. That doesn't mean it was either the principal reason for the visit or that the notices issued were in relation to PFAS. In fact, they may well not have been related to PFAS because of some of the evidentiary challenges we have in forming at the inspector level a basis of belief that there is a risk to workers as a result of PFAS exposure, and putting in place recommendations and changes to work methods to respond to that risk, which is effectively what's required when you issue an improvement notice. So I can get some more information in relation to that and provide it to the committee. As I said, we've done a pretty brief word search kind of scan of our extensive records as a result of last week's invitation, but we can certainly break those visits down and wherever possible actually present examples of those notices in a de-identified form. But I suspect the majority of them will be as a result of other workplace health and safety issues that have arisen in those workplaces.
Right. But you, WorkSafe Victoria, can order a workplace to take action.
Remedial action?
Yeah.
Yes, and there are two different forms of notices under which we can do this. If there's an immediate risk to health and safety, and there's some definitional issues around that, we can actually issue a prohibition notice on a work process that prevents that process from continuing until such time as the risk to health and safety is remedied. That might be that a piece of plant is taken out of action until it's fixed and put certain guarding or locking, tag in, tag out kind of things are put in place, or a crane that's been involved in an incident is not to be used until such time as certain things have occurred. An improvement notice, if an inspector forms a basis of belief that a potential breach of the OHS legislation has occurred, they can issue an improvement notice identifying the risk that they've identified and a range of remedial measures that may or may not be utilised to respond to that risk. And so when it comes to PFAS, that becomes an issue of particular concern to WorkSafe because we don't have the scientific evidentiary base that enables us to form that basis of belief in relation to the current state of the health research. So a good example of this, a good example of this is in the context of, say, engineered stone, which is recently banned by state and Commonwealth governments. In that context, there was an existing and growing level of evidence from health experts that engineered stone processing and the respirable crystalline silica that resulted from those engineering processes was directly linked to the risk to health of those workers. As a result of that evidence, WorkSafe as a regulator was able to issue notices that required certain engineering controls or protective measures or PPE to be adopted by those engineering that product because we could hook it to the health research. In this context, the inconclusive health research that exists means we can't actually hook a regulatory response to it. So given that, we know that should we issue such a notice and an inspector form a basis of belief, it's likely to be overturned either through the independent review process or through VCAT or the courts.
Because we heard this morning, and you would have heard from the Firefighters Union, this example of Avalon Airport drinking water contamination. You mentioned in your opening statement the precautionary approach because of the lack of regulated exposure limits and, you know, that it's PFAS isn't a hazardous substance yet, which is quite remarkable. It's not a dangerous good either. But in an example like Avalon, where it's been found, like contamination has been found, it's been identified, would that not be something that you would expect WorkSafe Victoria to actually make an improvement notice or an improvement audit to provide a safer workplace?
Yes, in a situation like that, that would probably relate less to the work processes involving PFAS and more in relation to the amenities that have been presented to those those individuals in those workplaces. So it'd be more about the duties of the employer in this context to provide safe amenity for the workers. In that context, my understanding of this information's very fresh, so I'll, in the context of this morning's submissions, we actually went and did a bit of a check to see what our involvement was there, because in the case of the majority of airports, there's a dual jurisdiction between the Commonwealth and state-based regulators. We usually don't get involved in airside. We usually get involved in the more customer-facing service area, and Air Services Australia is not an employer that generally falls within our legislative remit. But I understand that we did actually undertake an inspection associated with the drinking water contamination at Avalon Airport in 2022, and we'll happily make available a copy of the inspection report. Every workplace inspection in Victoria comes with a formal inspection report that is issued to a duty holder and health and safety representatives, should there be one, that indicated that the immediate risk had been mitigated by the time we attended the site through steps being taken to obtain or deliver alternative water supplies. So, as I said, that's information that I've reviewed in the last 20 minutes, but we'll make that available to you, so it'll give you an understanding about the types of inquiries we undertook in that context and why the inspector involved did not make a determination to issue an improvement notice because of the state of the workplace when they found it.
Okay, and final question from me. How do you determine where to undertake a site inspection? Do you do it whistleblowers, or is it random sites, or...?
There's a variety of ways in which we determine sites to visit. We have a series of ways in which members of the public or issues come to our attention. Similarly, we have a series of strategic projects that link back to known causes of harm from which we identify workplaces around the state. So in the first instance, we have the Section 37 incident notification requirements under the OHS Act. That lists a series of matters that must be notified to the regulator, and once that information is received, we'll determine whether or not a work site visit will be undertaken. Secondly, our advisory centre takes in excess of 300,000 contacts from the Victorian public, duty holders, members of the community, etc., annually, and often health and safety concerns either from those individuals' immediate workplaces or from concerning workplace practices they might see when driving by the road, for example. Falls from heights risks on a construction site, those matters are called in and will be immediately triaged for consideration by our team as well. Then we have a strategic program of visits that are focused on addressing known causes of harm. Now, often these link back to our workers' compensation data. From our workers' compensation data of an extended period of time, we know that there are 5 key industries where the overwhelming majority of workers' compensation claims occur. And as a result of further analysis of that data, we know the types of hazards that exist in those industries. So we develop strategic programs to address those hazards in those industries using our workforce. So they're probably the 3 main ways. The fourth way is probably via intelligence received through our information sharing agreements or work with other regulators, or through calls and matters that are raised either by stakeholder representatives or through representations to members of Parliament.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Davies. Why do you not have any educational advice on your website for employers and employees on PFAS exposure in the workplace?
I'm not sure we didn't, but we have a range of information, as you will have seen if you've gone through on our website. I'll need to take that on notice as to whether we do or we don't have information in relation to exposure. We certainly have a range of information for exposure to hazardous substances, noting as I did, and indeed a code of practice associated with exposure to hazardous substances. And I was fairly sure that if you searched WorkSafe Victoria and PFAS, it would direct you to the hazardous substances guidance that exists on our website. But if that's not the case...
it's not the case.
All right. Well,
and given that PFAS is a very big problem in this country that everyone's denying, well, particularly, you know, those that are employed by 3M and certainly a lot of our state and territory stakeholders that should have more responsibility in this space. There's nothing on your website that educates people about the risks associated. So if you could take that on notice, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely, take that on notice. But again,
can I ask my next question? Given the evidence, we've run out of time, so like I think we've answered that one and put that one to bed. Given the evidence we've heard today, what do you think WorkSafe needs to improve on based on PFAS and what we've heard today?
Well, I only caught the end of the UFU session. I haven't been here for all of today's session. The fact is that WorkSafe will continue to regulate under the laws and regulations, the laws of the Victorian Parliament and the regulations set by the government of the day. In the current environment, we continue to respond to PFAS risks in workplaces in line with that Act and those regulations. So I don't think we necessarily need to improve on anything.
Okay. Not anything on PFAS in relation to workers?
Well, again, our role as a regulator is to ensure that the Act and the regulation is fulfilled by duty holders.
Well, maybe updating the website with some information and education to workers and employers, that would be something great that you could improve on. I think that we've come to already.
And in that
So which professions do you consider at risk of being exposed to PFAS contamination, and what measures is WorkSafe taking to address these risks?
Those risks to each worker will be dependent on the context of their perceived exposure to PFAS. So We've heard from the firefighters today. They have a particular exposure, or have traditionally had a particular exposure in this state to PFAS related chemicals as a result of the aqueous firefighting foams that were traditionally used in Victoria, which have been phased out over a period of time, and which FRV and the UFU spoke at length today.
Yes.
So that's a known worker cohort that has significant risk to PFAS. As for other worker cohorts, that would be dependent on the nature of the work they were doing and where they were working. For example,
does WorkSafe know where other cohorts are, or is this all new to you? Because we know that the firefighters are exposed, and we know that they're being denied, access to a whole range of supports. But does WorkSafe know any other cohorts, particularly in Victoria, that could be affected?
Yeah, occupational hygienist, absolutely.
I suppose it still comes back to the legislation scope that we have, and it stems from establishing something as a risk to start with, and it's the evidence that's out there that we need to rely upon to be able to determine that. And at the moment, we haven't got that evidence when it comes to taking action. When we talk about the precautionary approach, Sam's mentioned about improvement notices and prohibition notices. We can't issue a notice based on precautionary advice. We have to have an inspector, when they issue a notice, they have to state this is the risk because it can definitely cause A, B and C. And your circumstances are such that your exposure is above exposure standards or thresholds that we can establish. So the ammunition, if you like, isn't there to be able to use to require action in workplaces.
So according to WorkSafe, because of the legislation, PFAS isn't a risk to workers?
We can't establish that in our legislation to push any forced requirements, if you like, of an employer.
We've got some big problems going on here, don't we?
Well,
I don't know how we can...
I note the recommendation that was put forward by FRV in relation to the expert panel. I think there was a big body of work done in 2018, which the committee would be aware about, that looked at the health impacts, which involved a range of occupational physicians from across the country. Some are of specialists in their field. A good opportunity, and certainly one that if it was taken up and medical and health evidence was combined and demonstrated that there was a direct linkage in relation to PFAS exposure and its role in the workplace, that would provide us with a much stronger evidence base to take a risk-based regulatory response to PFAS exposure in workplaces.
The 2018 report Sam's mentioned, we were heavily waiting on that report to be able to draw on it, to be able to make some conclusions or directions. And certainly that report did recommend a series of research recommendations. So we were hoping that would extend and additional research would sort of fall out of that, that maybe something a bit more conclusive could be reached.
Yeah. So do you have the power to compel an employer to conduct blood testing at their expense for affected workers of industry PFAS exposure?
Subject to the risk being identified, duty holders have a responsibility to monitor the health of their workforce under the legislation. So if, and we've noted the challenges of demonstrating the risk based on the current medical advice, we could require through an improvement notice or otherwise a duty holder to undertake blood testing of their workforce, yes.
Okay.
But that would require the risk to be identified.
It sort of comes back to where you ask someone to do biological monitoring, like for lead, for example, we ask employees to do blood lead testing. There are thresholds above which action needs to be taken based on established scientific understanding. And it's where PFAS is being asked to test it, to be blood tested in this case. What would we be measuring it against to sort of require what action? That's the question for us.
So you have the power to ask an employer to test for PFAS. Have you ever used it?
No, we're not saying we have the power to require an employer to test for PFAS because we're not able to establish a risk under our legislative framework linking PFAS to workplace exposure. So
there's no power of WorkSafe to
we have the
ask
power
an employer to test an employee at the employer's cost to test an employee for PFAS. Is that what you're saying? Because you need to be very clear, this is a Senate inquiry, and what you say, you cannot hold the Senate in contempt. So be very clear about your answer.
Yeah, we can, using the general duties of the OHS Act, compel employers to respond to risks to health and safety of their workers, which may or may not require health monitoring. We can do that under the powers of the Act. In the context of PFAS, we would be required to demonstrate and form a basis of belief that a risk to their health and safety has or is occurring.
So, for example, if someone was drinking PFAS water over a period of time and showed high levels of PFAS in their blood, could WorkSafe then go to the employer and say, look, you need to probably test some more workers because we've already got a worker that's got incredible levels of PFAS. Can you then ask that employer to test other workers?
There is a section in the OHS Act that talks about monitoring health. It's a very general section, but as I said before, whenever we ask someone to do anything, there has to be an outcome that we know what that means. So if we ask someone to improve a situation, we have to sort of demonstrate to them what the outcome looks like. So if we issue a notice and say control the risks, the control has to be either an engineering control that reduces exposure or something along those lines.
Or maybe stop drinking the water.
But we have to have a clear understanding because there is a risk because it can cause A, B and C. That's our legislation. That's the scope of our legislation.
Okay. So does WorkSafe have a comment on the current federal health messaging that could better support employers to manage the health, safety and welfare of employees in relation to PFAS exposures?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I think I mentioned before about the 2018 study and we, because of our legislation scope, we heavily rely on established evidence to say that there is a risk and this is the risk. So if another review could be done of some sort that collates all the latest evidence and come up with a conclusion based on that, then that gives us, if you like, the ammunition to move forward with that.
I think we have enough evidence.
Yeah.
We have quite enough evidence. I mean, there's mountains of evidence. It's just we need someone to acknowledge that it's a problem and that it's causing death.
And in the context of occupational health, we certainly rely on the evidence that comes from the health professionals. That is, in the local context, the information is put out by our Chief Health Officer here in Victoria or the Chief Allied Health Officer. We rely heavily on our local health department and, in appropriate circumstances, the Commonwealth Health Department to articulate health-related risks.
Yeah. So apart from the blood testing of the SO Longford plant workers, has WorkSafe ever paid for PFAS blood testing for any other workers exposed to PFAS contamination?
Not to my knowledge, no. I understand that was a one-off.
So why is this measure not available to affected workers across the board? So you did it for SO, but you haven't done it for Avalon. So why is there the inconsistency there?
I wasn't at WorkSafe at the time. I can't comment on the decision that was taken by WorkSafe at the time to work with the ETU in particular reference to the blood testing that was done at SO. was done, as I understand it, under a safety grant mechanism.
I'm happy for you to take that on notice.
Yeah.
And finally, has anything...
Sorry, Senator, just to be clear, what exactly am I taking on notice?
Well, you stated that you weren't there at the time that happened, so
Yep.
I'm sure in your records, in the archive somewhere, there'll
Yep.
be information as to why that decision...
So why the decision to support the blood testing at SO Longford was taken?
Yes. Yep.
Sure.
Please. And also, has anything been done to reduce the PFAS serum levels of the SO Longford plant workers, either through WorkSafe or someone else?
I would certainly have to take that on notice. I don't believe it would have been done through WorkSafe.
No, like as I mentioned, to do blood testing of some sort, you have to have action levels or established action levels that you know what you're seeking to implement a control onto. So because there aren't any, there wouldn't have been any action that was taken with the SO blood testing at all. We wouldn't have required action as a result of the outcome of those tests.
It's kind of like walking around blindfolded.
Well, it still comes to the scope of our act. It's like if we can establish risk, we've got something to latch onto to issue a requirement.
So how can this committee and this inquiry support the work that WorkSafe does so that workers affected by PFAS are supported and covered?
So the best would be some clarity and further work in the health sphere that would provide clarity and specification around workplace exposure limits. Like to understand from a health perspective what the thresholds are that lead from exposure to harm.
Yes.
Enables us to hook a regulatory response once that threshold has been reached. So continued work on that front would be very beneficial for us.
Yes, I agree. We have a cancer cluster at Wreck Bay only from PFAS, and we still can't, prove to the powers that be that this is PFAS related and it's actually causing cancer and killing people. So we've got a lot of work to do, but thank you very much for appearing today. If you have been asked for any further evidence, you have till Monday, 23rd of June 2025 to send that through to the Secretariat. So thank you for appearing.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah. People need to go and get lunch. And we'll break for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. I now welcome representatives from Gippsland Water, Melbourne Water and Barwon Water. All witnesses in this session are joining us by teleconference. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. For the Hansard record, will you state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? I'll start with Gippsland Water, my home country. Over to you,
Excellent.
Gippsland.
Christopher Wood, General Manager Operations.
And Simon Aquilino, General Manager Commercial Business.
Thank you. Melbourne Water.
Narina Di Lorenzo, Managing Director.
Lauren
Whittaker, Senior Manager, One Water.
Belle Stevens, Senior Scientist, Strategic Sewage Planning, Melbourne Water.
Thank you. And Barwon Water.
Thank you. Sean Cumming, Managing Director of Farm Water. And Will Buchanan, Chief Scientist at Barwon Water.
Is it Will? William.
William.
Good. Yep. Just need. You might need to speak up a little. Can't hear you very well. Okay. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions, and I'll go to Gippsland Water first. So please state your name for the Hansard.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Chris Wood, General Manager Operations. I'd like to acknowledge the land on which our senators are meeting today, the land of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, also the land upon which we are joining you today, which is the land of the Gunai-Kurnai people. I'd also like to acknowledge the Bunurong people whose land we also undertake our activities on. And obviously we welcome the invitation to appear at the Senate Select Committee today. By way of quick oversight, Gippsland Water is a regulated business providing drinking water and wastewater services to about 96,000 connected customers, and that equates to about 165,000 customers, people. Our service area spans from Druin in the west to Locksport in the east, and from Warragalong in the north to Murbu North in the south. Our wastewater is treated for reuse or return to the environment.
Sorry, I'm going to. Sorry about this. If you could just speak into the phone or whatever device you've got there, it's a little bit fuzzy on this end.
Okay, is that better?
Quiet.
Can we turn that?
Is that better for you?
Yes. Yeah, that's better. Great.
Okay, apologies for that.
Thank you.
I'll just go back to where we were. Our wastewater is treated for beneficial reuse and return to the environment. The biosolids we produce from this process are used in our compost production and when combined with green waste, which is largely sourced from the southeast of Melbourne. We take our role in caring for country and creating a healthy environment very seriously. Our residential customer base are some of the most impacted in the state from hardship and socio-economic basis. So affordability and managing customer bills to as low as possible is a significant focus for us. Our water business, Gippsland Water's business, is complex. We have the largest water and wastewater customers in the state, including managing infrastructure of state and national significance. Our service underpins significant employment in the region and the provision of energy, electricity and gas to the eastern seaboard. We also, as a business, manage two large commercial businesses, an agri-business and a Gippsland Regional Organics facility, the state's largest organic recycling facility on land that we manage at Dutton Downs. We acknowledge the community concern in regard to PFAS as a contaminant of concern and wish to assure everyone that our drinking water is safe and have been monitoring our drinking water for PFAS since 2017 with all data publicly available on our website, www.gippswater.com.au/PFAS. For large commercial customers of the scale and type that we serve, and that goes for all of our customers, There is no profit allowed in the tariff model, nor are we allowed under the regulatory model and the pricing principles to include costs such as decommissioning of assets or remediation. This leaves a huge impost on water businesses where large customers refuse to acknowledge, fund or even contribute towards these massive costs. And the quantums involved are potentially tens to hundreds of millions of dollars. But we really depend on what the EPA guidance at the time and the requirements at the time are. We support the Water Services Association of Australia's submission on source control being the most effective approach, and the federal government's ban on importation of products from 1 July 2025. Thank you very much again for having us today, and happy to answer questions when we get there.
Thank you. Melbourne Water.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Dr. Marina De Lorenzo, Managing Director of Melbourne Water. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I'm joined by Lauren Midiger, our Senior Manager of One Water, and Dr. Daryl Stevens, our Senior Scientist. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of all the lands that Melbourne Water works across, the Wurundjeri, Wadawurrung, Unurong, Taungurung and Gunai people, and pay our respects to their elders. Melbourne Water is owned by the Victorian Government. We provide clean drinking water to retail water corporations who supply this to households. We collect and treat sewage that the retail water corporations take from households, and we manage an interconnected system of waterways, creeks and drainage infrastructure, including 25,000 kilometres of waterways. We work across all parts of the water cycle to support life and livability in our city, and our commitment to public health is part of the work we do every day. We work with key stakeholders to do this, including the Victorian Essential Services Commission, the Victorian EPA, the Department of Health, and Department of Environment, Energy and Climate Action. Our services are funded by our customers through their water bills, and we focus on providing high quality services while ensuring community affordability. We work across the water cycle to manage risk related to contaminants such as PFAS. The science in relation to PFAS really has been emerging over this last decade, and Melbourne Water has taken a proactive approach to managing this risk. One important strength of the Melbourne system is that most of our water comes from protected supply catchments. These catchments are not open to the public or to industrial users, which reduces the risk of source contamination. Our water supply testing program then builds on this, and we use the latest testing methodologies to monitor for PFAS. We have no detections of PFAS in our drinking water supplies. And once we provide water to retail water corporations, they also undertake PFAS testing. We publish the outcomes of our testing regime on Melbourne Water's website. Melbourne Water also monitors for contaminants such as PFAS across our sewage network, recycled water products and biosolids, and in other waterways and wetlands which we manage. We comply with the relevant state and national guidelines, and we continue to contribute to international research on this complex topic. Thank you very much for inviting us to attend today, and we welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you. Barwon Water.
Yeah, good afternoon. Sean Cumming, Managing Director of Barwon Water, and I'm joined by Will Buchanan, Barwon Water's Chief Scientist. And I'd like to start by acknowledging that our customers and community at Barwon Water rely on the flows from East Mar, Wadawurrung and Wurundjeri country, and in doing so, acknowledge and respect the theme across all their nation statements and healthy country plans that really make us aware that if our waterways are healthy, we are healthy too. And thank you for inviting Barwon Waters today to discuss our operations, including our monitoring and testing for PFAS. And we provide water, wastewater and recycled water services to over 320,000 residents over 8,100 square kilometres, and are governed by a board under the Water Act of 1989 and regulated by key state agencies for service standards, environmental compliance and pricing. As an organisation, we are deeply committed to caring for country and creating a healthy and thriving environment for our customers, our broader community and our staff. And we do this through developing risk management plans and complying with state and federal legislation and guidelines, which includes but is not limited to the Safe Drinking Water Act of 2003, the Environmental Protection Act of 2017, PFAS, NEMP, Australian drinking water guidelines and Australian and New Zealand guidelines for fresh and marine water quality. Under this risk management system, we recognise PFAS as part of our emerging contaminants key business risk that is overseen by our board. We've developed an emerging contaminant strategy which outlines our risk-based approach to identify, assess and minimise the potential risk posed by emerging contaminants now and into the future, and this includes PFAS. Barnwater has been monitoring PFAS since 2017 to get a better understanding of the risks and potential impacts. And through this monitoring program, Barnwater has not detected PFAS in any of its treated drinking water supplies, and all of our data is available on our website. Additionally, we also invest in research and development to stay at the forefront of the industry insights, developments and technologies relating to contaminants of concern. We too support the recommendations outlined in the Water Services Association of Australia's submission to the Senate Select Committee, focusing on source controls being the most effective and sustainable approach to managing PFAS. We also support the upcoming federal government ban on the importation of specific PFAS substances from July 1, 2025, and we expect this will help minimise these imports and reduce the sources of PFAS in the environment and water supplies. Thank you again for having myself and Will here today, and we're very happy to take questions you may have.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Senator Davey for questions.
Thank you all very much for attending. You all mentioned that you now monitor for PFAS and have been doing so since 2017. And Gippsland Water, thank you for giving us the actual website. I've looked it up. On your PFAS page, you say you take a risk-based approach to managing water quality, and so it's periodic risk assessments that inform your testing process. So do I take it from that you don't actually test, say, quarterly or annually, every water catchment? You only test where there is a known risk? Is that, would I be safe in saying that?
That is correct. We undertake a risk-based approach across all of our catchments, and that involves sampling water, the raw water supplies, the raw water source across all of our catchments, and they've all come back no detections for PFAS in the raw water. The reason we've concentrated our sample on the sale, sea spray and biodegradable systems is based on historical use of firefighting foams in those areas. And even though we have no of water supplies there, we also ensure that of the drinking water supply as a secondary wildlife measure. But yes, we have taken this based with our catchments, and where the catchment is identified as PFAS containing, we would drinking water supply.
So do you also do sort of random tests elsewhere periodically? Because what we are noticing in other jurisdictions, and particularly New South Wales, is they are now discovering through a process of testing throughout the state that they're finding PFAS in water sources that are not connected to historic links like defence or Air Force or firefighting. All of a sudden we're finding PFAS in totally unrelated water sources. So do you carry out sort of randomised testing everywhere to get a better understanding of the system?
Not of the drinking water supply, but we do a full screen of our raw water catchments, and the most recent being in November or December 2024, which again identified no catchment risk. We're always reviewing our monitoring programs, and we'll do so again if water regulations come out in July this year to revisit our monitoring program to space and improve it where we can.
Okay, and Melbourne Water, you spoke about the fact that all your water comes through from protected supply catchments. But the water has to get into those catchments from somewhere. And we've heard extensively about the fact that PFAS can leach through, the ground, is entering into groundwater supplies, is even actually entering through fibrous asbestos pipes and contaminating water supply that way. So do you test your protected supply catchments to monitor and make sure that they remain uncontaminated?
Yes, that's part of the testing program. The comment about closed catchments is just recognising that a large proportion of our supply comes from an area where people are not actually able to access it, and so it doesn't have the same source contamination as many other water supplies. And we also, as another layer, do the monitoring of water that comes from there, and then also further monitoring by the retail water corporation.
Sorry, you're breaking up, and I know Gippsland's a long way, but Melbourne, we're in Melbourne, and I'm not sure why you're not here in person. But can you please speak into the phone or whatever device you're on, and maybe just slow down so that we can try and catch what you're saying?
I think there's a bit of feedback, so...
I'm sorry, and your
down.
name, sorry, your name again.
So this is Marina Di Lorenzo from Melbourne Water.
Thank you.
The comment about closed catchments is just recognising that a lot of our water is coming from areas where people can't actually access it. We actually cordon it off from public access, and we also do our testing on that water as one of the multiple layers, and then the retail water corporations also do their testing. So it goes through a few layers of managing that risk.
Thank you. This is a question to all of you, and I guess if we start at Gippsland, go to Melbourne, then Barwon. But you've all stated that you haven't detected PFAS in your drinking water supplies. Can you talk about how you treat the water to bring it up to potable standards, and whether you believe your treatment facilities are adequate in the event that you may have a supply side contamination?
Chris Wood, Gippsland Water. The basic treatment process to remove solids from the water and then disinfect the water. I think it would be fair to say our water treatment plants are designed to remove PFAS. While we do have there's some options available in terms of activated carbon, they're primarily for taste and compounds, not necessarily for PFAS or other contaminants. So that would require investment in addition to what we have current process to have PFAS specific treatment processes in the train.
Melbourne Water?
Marina Di Lorenzo again. We are able to supply from different parts of the system. And so if we picked up a contaminant such as PFAS, we would be isolating that water or redirecting that water so it's not used and supplying from a different part of the network, which would be a key way of controlling. So very similar to what Gippsland Water has said, we have treatment capacity, but we would be isolating that water if we found that.
Okay, and Barwin?
Yes, Sean Cumming from Barwon Water, and we have treatment ranging from direct filtration to membrane filtration to activated carbon. And the levels of treatment depend on the catchment and the risk assessment that we do in the catchment. So your more complex catchments with more activities in have the higher levels of treatment, including activated carbon. And like Melbourne Water, we have a diversity of sources that we can draw upon. So depending on what's going on in catchments, we can respond and take water from other sources.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Gippsland Water. In 2019, you were issued clean-up notices by the EPA for PFAS contamination of Lake Coleman and Lake Reeve. Freedom of FOI documents obtained through Friends of the Earth show that PFAS levels in groundwater at Dudson Downs have further increased since the clean-up notice was issued in 2019. What is the reason for this?
Thank you, Senator. Simon Aquilina, Gippsland Water here. Just a point of correction there. The clean-up notice was actually on our Dudson Downs facility in the vicinity, obviously, of Lake Reeve and Lake Coleman. We've got ongoing monitoring programs over that site, so we continually understand our PFAS challenge there. In regards to the increasing data in the aquifers, it's actually quite variable. So it is a seasonal thing that occurs. It can vary from time to time. The PFAS actually is predominantly due to legacy activities that have occurred.
Sorry, which activity?
There's numerous activities on that site and also off that site. So we have heavy industry bordering, obviously, our facility there. So there's a number of activities that have occurred, the uses of PFAS that have occurred around that area. And we are continually monitoring those aquifers. We're still undertaking more monitoring to understand the variances and why those concentrations continue to move.
Okay, so since 2019, what is it, 25 now, so for the last 6 years, there's been an increase of PFAS and it goes up or down. So what's happened in 6 years? I mean, I know you monitor, but what have you done besides monitor?
So at this stage, we've identified pathways, basically pathways from our facility to potential off-site pathways. We've linked that to numerous areas, including Lake Reeve and Lake Coleman. But at this point in time, we have no data to say that there's actually any imminent unreasonable risk to the public or human health. What we need to do.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's really hard to hear you, and it's getting harder. Can you speak into the phone or whatever device you're on? Because we've got a room full of people, and we've got probably 100,000 people listening around the country and maybe the world. So it's really important that your voice is clear. Otherwise, I'll have to keep coming back to you.
Yeah, apologies for that, Senator. Is that better to hear?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Thank you. Apologies for that. In regards to your question about what we have done, so we've undertaken a number of detailed site investigations on the site to identify potential pathways from our site to external sites or external locations. We're now in the process of actually working through with some subject matter experts, technical experts, to try and quantify, I guess, the extent, if any, of PFAS moving off that site. what our data shows today is that the PFAS contamination that we've identified is generally relatively localised, but we are investigating, and we have to continue to investigate to understand before we can put in any remedial action to try and quantify if, when and how potentially that has moved off-site.
Okay, great. So it's taken 6 years to get to this point. How much longer till that work is completed and we move on to the next phase?
Yeah, that's. I guess that is a very, very good question. I don't have a specific answer for you on that. To date, we've spent $8 million on that particular site, and we've got another $13 million basically set aside and forecast. We'll continue to work with our regulators because we're under continual, regulatory governance, and all the information that we obtain, we share with our regulators, and they actually help us determine what our next steps are and the timing associated with that.
Great, thank you. So can I ask what you're doing to prevent groundwater contamination from Dutton Downs? Like, are the ponds at Dutton Downs lined?
There are various age classes of lagoons at Dutton Downs. They all get managed to the regulation of the day, and what we are doing at the moment, because the data is showing that there is no imminent risk, what we're doing is trying to ascertain exactly what we need to do and what we need to invest to ensure that that material remains as localised as possible. So at this stage,
Yep, go on.
Sorry, Senator, go ahead.
Are the ponds at Dutton Downs lined?
Some are, and some are not, because they were built probably closer to the 1960s. So they were built and constructed to the requirements of the day, but they will not all be lined at this point in time.
So testing at Dutton Downs decommissioned pond in August 2024, revealed high levels of long-chain PFAS chemicals, PFAS and PFHXS. Is the decommissioned pond a major PFAS source in groundwater?
I'd have to take the detailed answer to that on notice. I don't have that data in front of me. What I can say is that I do not believe it is a major source of PFAS contamination, and it is fair to say that it is that contamination is localised, and we're currently going through a further assessment and design to understand what we need to do to actually rehabilitate that facility or that pond, and then there'll be ongoing management that will be required, and we'll be have oversight from EPA regulation.
Maybe you need to start lining them all ASAP.
Part of our... sorry, go ahead, Linda.
Yeah, go on, you finish.
I was going to say that standards of today actually require for all those lagoons to be designed to a certain standard that does include lining.
So in August 2024, it was revealed high levels of long-chain PFAS chemicals, and it's, June 2025, and what's happened in that period of time?
So during that period of time, we've continued to undertake detailed site investigations to make sure that any potential pathways to the environment off-site are actually understood and if we find anything that is heading in off our site, we then start to work on remediation or controlling activities to minimise risk. And at this point in time, we have not found, our data does not show that there's any imminent risk to human health or environment.
Okay. So since 1992, all effluent from Dutson down has been piped into Bass Strait, entering the ocean near Delray Beach. So is Gippsland Water testing the effluent waters for PFAS before they are released into the ocean?
As per our other wastewater testing programs, we do have a monitoring program that we do on all of our wastewater systems, basically, as indicated by Chris Wood, for all contaminants included.
All contaminant free?
No. We actually test for all contaminants as per our EPA licence, including PFAS.
Okay. So then, on notice, can you please provide the testing results for the past 10 years to the committee?
I'll take that on notice and we'll see whether we can get those available to you.
Yeah, well, we're requesting it, so that they'll need to be supplied to the committee as part of the Senate inquiry.
Thank you. Question taken on notice and we'll make that happen.
Great, thank you. Formation water is piped to Longford from offshore oil rigs where it is processed. Saline water is then piped to Gippsland Water holding ponds, with some saline water piped out of Delroy Beach. However, it seems that the formation water is not just saline water, but can be contaminated with PFAS. What is the source of PFAS contamination of the saline water, and how long has PFAS been found in formation water pipelines?
Senator, we don't access that data coming from the SO system as such in regard to PFAS in separate streams. We have a trade waste agreement with our industrial customers, and we are aware that historically PFAS has been used. So we have a monitoring program on our trade waste influence that comes from our industrial customers.
Okay. Going over to Barwon Water now. Thank you, Gippsland Water.
Thank you.
Barwon Water, what management plans has Barwon Water implemented in terms of minimising PFAS entering the Barwon River system from the Fiskville firefighting facility?
Yes, thank you. Sean Cumming from Barwon Water speaking here. So we undertake, that's in the Moorabool catchment, and we undertake sampling across the Moorabool catchment. And as part of our risk assessment process, we identified a small tributary in the Moorabool catchment that had the potential for PFAS because of the location of the Fiskville fire training facility nearby. So we monitor that tributary to assess the PFAS levels and have been liaising with the EPA and CFA regarding remediation of that site. Remediation of that site is the responsibility of the CFA and regulated by the EPA, but we have stayed in touch in terms of the progress of the remediation. To manage the risk associated with that tributary, it is a small contributor to the catchment flow, so it is heavily diluted by the time it reaches our off-take areas. But to manage that risk, we minimise harvesting from that point from our river off-take during wet periods, and that's when this tributary flows. So we're not taking when this tributary is flowing, and we, like I said before, we've got a diversity of sources, and we take from another source in that catchment that has reservoirs that are off-stream and not impacted by the legacy PFAS issues. Also, I should add that the treatment plant, the removal treatment plant, has granular activated carbon treatment technology, which is known to help reduce PFAS concentrations. And we monitor the treated water that is put out by that plant, and have never detected PFAS in the treated water.
Where does the carbon go?
The activated carbon is held in the actual filters themselves, and if we need to dispose of it, it's disposed of in accordance with the waste management standards.
The waste management standard?
Yes, so it would be considered a industrial waste and have to be disposed of in accordance with the requirements.
So landfill?
But it's not a regular process for us.
Okay, so does it go to landfill?
It'll be a registered site that's able to take the granulated activated carbon, and we would then analyse it before it was disposed of that, which the site would be wanting to see the results of, and then would manage it accordingly.
Thank you. This question is to both Barwon Water and Melbourne Water. Do you believe that state government acknowledges the need to provide financial incentives for the necessary infrastructure to better test and treat drinking water supply for human consumption?
I can keep going at the start. So Sean coming from Barwon Water. So we receive our funding from the water charges, the water bills that we charge, and that is regulated by the Essential Service Commission. And in developing our pricing structure, we include the sampling requirements that we need to understand the risks in our catchments, and also the investments in treatment as well.
Thank you. Melbourne?
Thank you. Marina Di Lorenzo again. So it's the same financing structure for Melbourne Water, and similarly any investment or monitoring programs are all priced through our regulatory pricing program. And that's the issue that we constantly are balancing around, making sure we have the resources to deliver these essential services, and also how that impacts from a public affordability perspective as well.
Thank you. And I'll ask a final question of you both, Melbourne and Barwon Waters. Is there a concern with water corporations that they could be legally liable for facilitating the irrigating of PFAS contaminated recycled water without any disclosures to farmers that it may contain PFAS and bioaccumulate on their land?
I can start. Sean Cummings from Barwon Water.
Thank you.
So any recycled water that we supply to farms or irrigators is supplied in accordance with an agreed risk management plan, and that risk management plan looks at a whole range of different constituents in the recycled water and develops the suitable application rate based on what is in the water, and also the soil capabilities and the crop capabilities. And we work with the irrigator or landholder to ensure that that risk management plan is put in place, and that risk management plan meets the most stringent guidelines of the time.
I'll just hold you there for a moment. So you can categorically say to those farmers with that water that it does not include PFAS, and they can use it on their farm without worrying about contaminating anything or anybody.
So we've got 3 classes of water. So Class A is passed through advanced treatment processes, and PFAS levels are below the current and the proposed drinking water guidelines, so at an extreme low level. There are trace levels of PFAS concentrations in Class B and C water, and this is used to inform the suitable application rate to ensure that it minimises any impact on the environment. And we work with the irrigators around application rate. And it's not only it's PFAS, it's salinity, it's nutrients, all those are considered in determining the right application rate.
So when you're talking to a farmer about the water that they're about to receive, you do say that there is PFAS in your water that we are giving you, but it's rated whatever category you say. So you're upfront about saying we're giving you water with PFAS in it, but don't worry, it's safe, because even though we're 400 times more than the US in terms of our drinking water safety level, it's okay for now.
Well, the drinking water safety levels don't apply to application to land. The application to land, we use the Australian and New Zealand guidelines for fresh and marine water quality, and also the PFAS NENT. And we are open about the risk management plans that we develop with the farmers and the required application rate.
Yeah, so can I just ask one more question of that, and I'll be asking the same of Melbourne Water, and that is, do you tell the farmer that there is PFAS in that water regardless of the level?
I'll have to take that question on notice in terms of what the actual content of our risk management plan is, but I know it definitely goes into the risk management plan.
That would be great to provide on notice what you tell the people, or particularly the farmers, of the levels, or if any, of PFAS that they're buying or receiving. Thank you.
Will do.
Melbourne, if you'd like to answer the same question, or would you like me to repeat?
No, happy to respond. Marina De Lorenzo again. We supply our recycled water to another water corporation, Southern Rural Water, and we share our report results of all of our testing. We would need to come back on notice in terms of further information that is provided, and very happy to provide that, but also our application regimes, we manage and provide that information so those risks can be managed in the same way that Barwon Water has outlined. So very similar, just only difference is we supply through another intermediary.
Okay, great. So just to be clear, the what we're getting on notice is the information provided that you provide to the people receiving your water, your recycled water, on the contents of PFAS, regardless of the level.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, thank you all, water corporations. Thank you for looking after our water and keeping it safe as much as you can under the legislations. Thank you for appearing today. If you have been asked to give anything on notice, you have until Monday, 23rd of June 2025 to provide that through to the Secretariat. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
This one, we've added a little bit in here because I've got someone joining from overseas. So just to let them know
Thank you. All right. I now welcome representatives from Hemp Farms Australia and Fire and Test Australasia, as well as Mr. Becker from SciDev Limited, who joins us via teleconference from Europe. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you all. Mr. Becker, as you are joining us from overseas, I should let you know that parliamentary privilege applies only to people giving evidence in Australia. Parliamentary privilege is a special right that means that you cannot be prosecuted or disadvantaged because of anything you have provided in evidence that has been accepted by the committee or because you gave this evidence. However, because this privilege only applies within Australia, a person outside of Australia will not be protected by parliamentary privilege. As such, you may wish to refrain from making adverse comments about any specific person or entity. For the Hansard record, will you all please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear? And I'll start with Hemp Farms Australia.
Sure. So Lachlan Grout, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hemp Farms Australia, and we'll be presenting today on our PFAS remediation solutions.
Thank you. Fire and Test Australasia.
Yes, Robert Lancaster, Business Development Manager for Fire and Test Australasia.
Thank you. And Mr. Becker from SciDev.
Yes, Stephen Becker. I am the Technical Director of Water Technologies for SciDev Limited's global operation.
Can I just ask Mr. Becker if you could speak a little bit closer to the device that you're using, just so that we can hear you clearly? Can we just try that again, Mr. Becker?
Yes, my name is Stephen Becker. I am the Technical Director for Water Technologies for SciDev Limited.
That's better. Thank you so much. I now invite you all to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions, and I'll start with Hemp Farms Australia. Mr. Grout.
Thank you. So thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for having me here today. My name is Lachlan Grout, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Hemp Farms Australia, which is Australia's largest family-owned breeder of low-THC industrial hemp genetics. So industrial hemp represents an unparalleled, scientifically proven method for remediating soils with contaminated PFAS. Since we have discovered this, it is not only a national and environmental problem, but this has actually become a personal, life-threatening issue. And personal problem for not only for Australia, but for me as well. Australian-bred hemp varieties, specifically tailored to our unique conditions, have demonstrated the remarkable ability to bioaccumulate up to and above 80% of PFAS contaminants from soil rapidly and effectively, which has been validated over the past 3 years by DEM Environmental, Campus Vesta, and 3M. Peer-reviewed research in AgriFutures Australia studies has confirmed that our varieties are superior and have capabilities of phytoremediation, positioning them as a leading sustainable solution. HFA has recently partnered with a Belgian bioengineering specialist who have developed a soil enzyme additive, which, when combined with our hemp varieties, can enhance the rate of PFAS uptake by approximately 40 times compared to traditional methods. This biotechnology significantly amplifies the effectiveness and speed of remediation, presenting a transformative opportunity to rehabilitate contaminated sites while protecting public health and ecosystems. Bioremediation, through our proposed solutions, offers a more flexible and functional alternative treatment compared to things such as electrolysis and traditional basic earth moving. It does not require power supply, a high level of engineering, and it is suitable across a broad range of remote locations. Now, despite promising international research initiatives in the United States and in Europe, Australia has yet to fully explore and leverage these combined hemp and biotechnological solutions domestically. Now, Hemp Farms Australia's rigorous breeding program has resulted in hemp varieties that significantly outperform imported seeds to Australia, providing both environmental and economic benefits. Now, we see a clear opportunity here for Australia, not only to resolve our own PFAS contamination challenges, but notably to prevalent around critical water catchments due to bushfire response practices, but also to pioneer a global leadership role in sustainable remediation technologies. Coupled with responsible disposable methods, such as pyrolysis at 800 degrees Celsius and above, industrial hemp combined with this cutting-edge bioengineering product could provide cost-effective and environmentally positive outcomes. Now, we strongly urge the Australian Government to integrate industrial hemp cropping and associated biotechnologies into its PFAS remediation policies, further supporting research into Australian-specific varieties and develop a robust method for safely destroying contaminated biomass. This integrated approach will ensure immediate and lasting environmental benefits, stimulate regional economic growth and position Australia at the forefront of a sustainable global industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Lancaster.
Good afternoon. Chair, Senator Thorpe, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's Robert Lancaster and I'm the Business Development Manager for FTA, Fire and Test Australasia. We are a certified Aboriginal-owned special hazards company based in Victoria. We are the global sole Indigenous distributor of Ambuloc, an Australian designed, developed and patented PFAS mitigation technology. Ambuloc has undergone 12 years of research and development. Unlike many remediation methods that manage PFAS effects, Ambuloc targets the source, mechanically immobilising PFAS compounds and preventing their migration through soil and water. We've improved from a 60% to a 99% effectiveness in encapsulating PFAS in concrete and other substrates for reuse and repurposing. This innovation is urgent and essential. Since PFAS compounds were first developed by DuPont in the 1930s, their global spread has been staggering. Today, over 16,000 varieties of PFAS and counting are found in AFFF firefighting foam, cookware, cosmetics, female sanitary items and many consumer items. 99% of the global population has some form of PFAS in their blood. In Australia, it's over 85% and counting. These chemicals have been even reached Arctic wildlife, including polar bears. The exposure is universal and growing. As a father and a husband, the presence of PFAS in sanitary products is especially troubling. Research increasingly links PFAS to cervical cancers and other serious illnesses. This is disturbingly reminiscent of asbestos, only broader in scale and impact. Several PFAS-related class actions have been settled without admission of liability, raising concerns around accountability. Who ensures community protection if no one accepts responsibility? Under the Work Health and Safety Act 2011, Section 17 mandates that risks to health be eliminated or minimised so far as reasonably practicable. Despite having a technology that reduces PFAS leaching by 99%, we face resistance, particularly in recycling and reuse programs involving hard stand concrete and rubble, which often goes untested. In many cases, contaminated materials are either spread, buried in landfill or destroyed through high temperature incineration, often transported interstate for this purpose. This raises important questions about transparency and intent. FTA and Ambuloc focus on prevention. By immobilising PFAS at the source, we reduce future remediation needs and associated costs. Our source-focused solution provides a diminishing source of contamination, which in turn reduces the impact on human health and the environment, just as the evidence increasingly demands. While this may challenge existing industry models, it is the ethical and sustainable choice. Now, just to summarise briefly, FTA is a certified Aboriginal-owned special hazards fire company. We are the sole Indigenous distributor for Ambuloc globally. Ambuloc has been developed over 12 years to address PFAS contamination at its source. Key technology innovations mechanically immobilises PFAS in concrete, gravel, sand, soil and other hard materials. Stops PFAS at the source from leaching into soil and water. Effectiveness improved from 60% to 99% containment. Reduces the need for long-term remediation and monitoring. Highly cost-effective solution that is long-lasting and requires no ongoing maintenance following treatment. Supports the circular economy model, recycle and reuse. A patented Australian invention with huge export potential given the estimated enormous scale of the global PFAS remediation market. Why it matters. Over 16,000 PFAS compounds are now in global circulation, found in firefighting foam, food packaging, cookware, cosmetics and female sanitary products and many others. PFAS detected in 99% of people globally, above 85% of Australians affected. Evidence links PFAS exposure to cancers, chronic illnesses, especially concerning for women and future generations. Accountability and legal gaps. Multiple PFAS class actions have been settled without admission of liability. Raises critical questions. Who is accountable for public health protection? Legal and public context. Work Health and Safety Act 2011, Section 17, Part A. Eliminate risks where reasonably practicable. Part B. Minimise risks if elimination isn't possible. Our solution aligns directly with both clauses. Critical challenges. Industry and regulatory resistance to adopting at-the-source-based technologies. Materials like concrete, hard sand and rubble are often unmonitored. Contaminated materials is being relocated, buried or incinerated with little transparency. Example, PFAS waste transported from Northern Territory to Victoria to be incinerated.
I ask that you put the rest on.
It's only two. It's about. It's nearly finished. So thank you. Okay, sorry. Thank you. If it's dragged out, I do apologise. The ethical and sustainable path forward. FTA and AMBULOC prioritise prevention. Source-focused contamination prevention. What does this mean? A diminishing contamination source. Reduce health and environmental risks. And last, less need for expensive downstream treatment. Indigenous innovation offers practical, scalable solution that upholds community safety. Our request, we urge the committee to support proactive PFAS containment at the source, ensure PFAS recycling and reuse materials are monitored and tested, recognise and elevate Indigenous-led innovation in environmental solutions, support innovative Australian inventions and business to take advantage of the significant global opportunity and maximise the economy value to Australia. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to... Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Becker, online from Europe.
Oh. Good day, and this is Stephen Becker, Technical Director of Water Technologies for SciDev Limited, and it is an honor to present to you today. SciDev has provided a statement that is geared primarily toward policy considerations and path forward for national management of PFAS from cradle to grave. Australia has been leading the charge in PFAS remediation. And SciDev Limited has been part of that in the water treatment space. The remediation industry in Australia has long understood the problems of PFAS, and there are numerous fully commercialized solutions available that can be tailored to site-specific conditions. Our submission outlines a list of recommendations for PFAS management, and I would like to draw the committee's attention to three primary points within that submission. The first is that solutions have to be tailored to the complexity of the individual site. So while there are many tools in the toolbox, the optimum solution is often a combination of technologies to effectively address complex situations. The stricter the standards that are to be met, the more sophisticated the solution that is required. The second point is that there is a need for established national standards for reporting. State-by-state standards in our experience, has the potential for eroding public confidence in the individual standards because of the differences from one state to the next. And as government is on the front line of public concern, it is in the national best interest to have a common framework. The third recommendation is to establish a peak body nationally to deal with PFAS management issues and concerns. And our recommendation is that this body be modeled after the Interstate Technology and Regulatory Council, or ITRC in the U.S., and the Network for Industrially Coordinated Sustainable Land Management in Europe, or NICOLE. Both of these bodies are a combination of government, academic research, and industry, because the industry is the front line of dealing with the PFAS remediation issue, and is because the tools in the toolbox are rapidly developing, as illustrated by the former two gentlemen. Having industry have a seat at the table is critical for assisting in keeping the body informed of developing but practical solutions to the PFAS remediation issue. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Becker. Senator Davey.
Thank you. Mr. Becker, I will start with you since you're there. The peak body you speak of, so I missed writing down what it's called in the US.
ITRC is the primary technical body in the U.S. for identifying solutions as well as providing recommendations to legislature on the technical solutions of PFAS management.
And so that that body that brings industry together, does it also include in its membership regulators or representatives from departments?
The regulators, the government representatives at the state and federal level are the voting members of the council. The academic and industry members are non-voting members in the organization, but operationally it is a very integrated membership. The committees are a joint between regulatory, academic research, and industry, often with co-chairs, one government representative and one either industry or academic representative, depending on the specific committee or subcommittee within council.
And because we've heard today there's a lot of committees that do a lot of talking, but not really a lot of fixing. Is this peak body or is this committee that you're talking about, are they focused on actually identifying solutions and ways to implement them?
Yes, especially the U.S. ITRC is very much focused on both technical solutions and providing regulatory guidance on regulatory frameworks and management framework. So that's the R portion of the or the regulatory portion of ITRC is very much focused on the management solutions as well as the technical solutions. And I would reference the committee to the ITRC's PFAS guidance to states and the federal regulatory agencies. That guidance, because of the fast-moving nature of our understanding and the fast-moving nature of technical development, is we update that guidance annually. So I sit on the PFAS remediation subcommittee for the PFAS work group, and the updates for 2025 are just getting posted, and we are already working on the updates for 2026.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Grout, when we're talking about industrial hemp and the role that it can play in remediating the soils, you plant the hemp crop on contaminated land and it absorbs. So what happens to that when you then harvest the hemp?
Yes, a good question. We have a solution of putting the biomass through a pyrolysis machine, which is simply a biochar method.
Okay.
And that needs to get up to 800 degrees Celsius. Now we can use mobile pyrolysis machines, which fit inside a 20 or 40 foot shipping container. You can put them on a truck. So long as the mobile pyrolysis machines has the correct filtration on the back of it, which is typically a gas fluoride filtration system, we know and we have tested that PFAS is eliminated completely. And all you're left with is 100% of a carbon product, which can then be sold as carbon. We have done the process of putting hemp biomass into hempcrete, which is obviously a bit of a thing at the moment.
Yep.
But there's no point putting PFAS contaminants into a product downstream that people are going to question, because there will always be questions of how long is the timeline before that PFAS could extrude from that concrete or from that product. So we don't even want to enter that discussion. We want to eliminate the PFAS completely, and then you're left with a valuable product, which is carbon.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that's a very good thing. So when you effectively, I don't want to say burn it because it's too hot for, it's not as simple as burning. When you heat treat it to get rid of, to destroy the PFAS, how much power does that require?
I believe it's the same process as putting wood chips or any other bio product or bio waste product into a pyrolysis machine. There is a bit of a temperature difference to typical biochar. I think typical biochar is around 300 or 400 degrees Celsius. We're just simply doubling that. Yes, the power input is probably a little bit more, but that cost comparison compared to earth moving or compared to plasma fire burning, which is up to about 2000 degrees Celsius, it's a much more expensive process. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and as Mr. Becker said earlier, solutions need to be site specific and unique, but I could see potential in utilising hemp for areas like I'm from New South Wales, Wagga Wagga Airport and the land around there,
Exactly.
which is already sort of cleared agricultural land. This could be a suitable solution for landholders that are worried about PFAS contamination on their land.
Absolutely, and it even goes beyond that. So we're in discussions with mining companies like Sumitomo Group up in far north Queensland. We're using tailings water, which is water left behind from a mine, and we're using that to irrigate the hemp on a crop.
Have you tested that water for PFAS contamination?
Well, most likely it has got PFAS in it. We've gotten down to the point where we've tested that the PFAS is actually only held within the leaves of the plant. It's not held within the stalk and it's not held within the roots. I'm probably talking too far beyond what I'm allowed to right now, but we've got imaging, 2D and 3D imaging, which we can take, which can actually show you the contaminated areas and level of contamination and depth of contamination on a site. So you know now where to put our soil enzyme additive in higher volumes compared to the less contaminated areas of that farm. But there's like the Bluff mine up north, they've got a 40-hectare airport that used to be running to that mine, 1,200 flights a year annually. And that's completely cannot be redeveloped as an airport until the PFAS situation is resolved. A typical hemp crop's 120 days. Typically, when we did this submission, we were aware of the PFAS remediation success of hemp. We knew that it would take probably up to 6 to 8 crop cycles, which is 6 to 8 seasons to get rid of it. Now we've engaged with a Belgian company, and I flew to Colorado last month to meet with the CEO of this company, and we did a deal with them where they've got a soil enzyme additive that increases the uptake through hemp roots by 40 times. So now we're talking 1 or 2 crop cycles.
So is that like, when you're talking, is that like an inoculant that you put on your seed prior to planting to...
It's a pre-emergent, so it's like putting urea down before you plant. Yep.
Okay.
And what it does is technically it breaks long and medium chain PFAS compounds down into short chain, and all short chain can be brought up through a hemp root system into a biomass.
Okay, fascinating.
It is, yeah.
I'd love to learn more. Sorry, Mr. Lancaster. The Annulock product you speak of, we've heard it mentioned today already. Can you just talk us through
what it is?
What it is and how it's used.
Okay, we've got 3, so we front gate, the back gate, so we've got 3 different solutions. We've got, if you've got brand new concrete, we've got an admix that goes in to stop that concrete substrate from becoming a contaminated waste product later on down the stream, so it stops the penetration of chemicals and PFAS in particular. The second one is for rubble, so concrete rubble that's come from impacted sites, and there's old airports and chemical plants and firefighting grounds and all that. So we crush it down to a certain size aggregate. We throw out a couple of part mix into it. We mix it, and then we can reintroduce that back with virgin concrete to build structural elements. So we can go back from a compacted road base up to a 40 MPa quick set slab suitable for a runway reuse. So Australian standards that for say a structural element, you're limited to 40% of the impacted material, but if it's a compacted base, we could do up to say 80%. The third one is called Ambio Seal. That's for live sites that can't shut down. So like a firefighting training ground where you need a live fire station in the suburb, where we actually clean it, and we've got a 2-coat penetrating system. The first coat goes down and migrates into the slab in excess of 150 mil. So it actually locks it down and stops all the transfer of all the moisture, so that there's nothing going in and nothing coming out, right? And then we've got a second stage coating, which migrates in the slab up to 50 mil. So it's not a surface coating, it actually becomes a part of the substrate. So it actually grows in amongst all the voids inside your concrete, because as I think everybody will be aware, that the concrete's like a hard sponge. So it is porous. Right, so every time it rains, it spreads the love.
Yeah.
Right, so that's something that we can do. We can obviously program a site to not shut it all down at once. We can sectionalise it. They can keep a live operating part of that. The fire station going, deal with it, and we're in conversation with some major people with fire stations in Victoria at the moment, and then we can actually move to the other part to so keep it localised. Then, as we say, traditional environmental remediation, they're all looking to the right, looking at the effects. We just turn our head a little bit the other way and we look at the cause. So if we deal with the cause and it's a diminishing argument, then you can remediate your water and your soil. From then on, then it gets less and less and less, rather than test it, remediate it, test it, remediate it, and it just keeps topping it up. So we stop it at the gate. And you're never going to get it. It's not, there's plenty of, like as the gentleman before said, there's a number of tools in the toolbox. It's not the only one, but it's a start. It's like an elephant, take one bite at a time and stop it and then start to deal with it.
So Amulok, it doesn't destroy the PFAS, but it prevents the PFAS from further leaching or going, further contaminating a further field.
Yeah, absolutely. So the hard concrete rubble at the moment, it's either, if it's not too high of a concentration, they take it to a landfill, so they're just kicking the can down the road, or they go to high temperature destruction. And then so it's all, so we've got a CO2 saving and that, because we're not creating all brand new concrete. But again, there's so many sites that are never going to be knocked down. Right? That is going to continue to leach. And the difference between our coating as a penetrating coating, and traditionally they try to put like a resin coating or urethane or epoxy, but that's a surface coating. So when you get damage on it, if you had a machine go over it and crack and chip it, you've compromised the system. Now you've got leakage of water that's just going to go and run it back through the slab. Whereas even if you take a chunk out of it, it still doesn't compromise the system. It still locks the, so it's a part of the solution. It's not the whole solution as such.
And as we've said, there'll be different solutions and different suitability, and obviously cost does come into it as much as we'd like. Cost comes into it, and what might, ground moving is a high cost, and thermal treatment of rubble is a high cost.
Very high cost.
So where we can find solutions to reduce further contamination, remediate where appropriate, and stop the source. That's a key one.
So look, environmentally, we've got proven benefits, but commercially we beat all the we beat landfill costs and our high temperature destruction costs by a country mile. Right, so we are, we're a grudge purchase. You don't get up in the morning and say, I'm hungry, I'm going to go and buy some PFAS remediation. It's something that they go begrudgingly, they've got to spend, but we are the most cost-effective solution for hard concrete rubble for further for a reduction of future contamination. So
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, we do have another senator on the line, so I'll hand over to you, Senator Pratt.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to ask quickly about the intersection of investment in this space with other environmental investments. So you mentioned carbon. I note that some companies have been withdrawing from the environmental carbon abatement scheme, but there are plenty of other reasons, including carbon abatement, and your evidence to this inquiry highlights PFAS remediation as part of that. Is PFAS remediation on the agenda in terms of meeting broader environmental objectives from Landcare? And if not, does it need to be, and how do we go about framing a recommendation around that?
Whoever can answer. Was that to anyone in particular, Senator Pratt?
No, not to anyone in particular. Not to anyone in particular. Just
Who would
those
like
who
to
feel
answer?
like,
Who would like to answer?
Look, it'd be good if it did form a part of a program like that could, there would be some other assistance to actually financially support these type of remediation solutions. I know I'm a little bit of a cynic, but once we slow the source down, then the testing and treatment starts to diminish, so it starts to affect the economic models of certain parties around this world. So yeah, it'd be great if if that's the answer we're looking for. Yeah, if there was some support or some guidance or for that type of program would help us dramatically to start to address the issues with PFAS.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Sorry, Lachlan Grout here from Hemp Farms Australia. So I truly believe in circular economies. I think that if you can solve a problem, create value out of that problem, and not reinvent the wheel, you've almost got something that wins for everyone. Something that, I mean, I don't know how this journey really started for me with industrial hemp. I mean, we've been growing industrial hemp and tailoring genetics for the world for end markets for about 10 years now. I've spent 10 years trying to remove the stigma of medicinal cannabis and the connotations that are brought to this community from that community. And I think we've done a pretty good job with it so far. With this PFAS remediation solution, not only are we using a biological method to remove a forever chemical, but we're also creating a carbon product out of it that we can actually collect carbon credits on. We're not only removing a soil contaminant, but we're also putting back carbon into the soil. Carbon is one of the most essential micronutrients or just essential items for food production or just rural development land production as a whole. It's one of the most important things. That full circular economy encapsulating not only an issue but a solution to that issue, but also creating value and jobs and a healthy ecosystem for people following that. I just truly believe that it's something that needs to be integrated into this country's rig and mortar. Hemp is not like the typical, I guess, community would think of it as. I mean, there are hempsters out there that talk a lot of crap and say a lot of things that aren't actually true, but when you actually look at the facts and you actually live it and you breathe it and you see it, there is a solution here and it does work. A funny fact, in the late 70s, they grew hemp at Chernobyl just to prove that it would grow in a radioactive field, and it reduced radiation in that soil. I have no idea how. I have no idea how it has the ability to grow in such contaminated lands, but it does, and it does it well. So I think if we can encapsulate a circular model, including products like the gentleman next to me, it's only going to add to the ecosystem of a better outcome, not only for this country, but for our food production, for our livestock production. It all eventually adds up. So, yeah, that's my 2 cents on that.
Thank you. Was that all from you, Senator Pratt?
I think so. I've just really got to think through how to follow that up with other government agencies and regulators in that space. So perhaps the Secretariat might make a note of that.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Pratt. I have a couple of questions. Okay, my first one is for hemp farms. So what percentage of PFAS contamination could be extracted from soil through this method?
So up to 80% is what we've had SGS, the global pretty much contaminant labs. They've done it in Europe for 3 years, specifically in Belgium and in Poland, I believe, as well, in Hungary. We are looking for trials in Australia to validate this here now. We're in discussions and talks with Melbourne Water, we're in discussions with a couple of mining companies, but we have access to our own varieties, which are proven. We've got access to the hemp puriser, which is the Belgian trademarked product backed by SGS and 3M, and we've got the distribution rights to do that here in Australia. We're not looking to make, profitability out of this on a validation method. It's basically just to prove to the regulators, people like yourselves, industry, that this is a solution that works, and there is a value chain and supply chain that can be created out of it.
It does make me cringe when you say 3M. I have to say. So why are they backing a product?
They're not backing it, they just validated it.
They validate. Why would they do that?
Because they're a laboratory, they do testing methods just to test really stimulants or contaminants within a product, same as SGS.
Because they created the problem, right? They
Correct.
created the problem that we're all here for. And so for them to back a remediation process or project or company just makes me
They're involved
sus.
in validating the product over in Europe on one site, yes.
But wouldn't you want them to be part of, they created the problem, so wouldn't you want them to be part of fixing the problem
I'd
that
like
they
them
created?
to pay for the problem that they created. So that's, Anyway, we'll get to that one day. So you said, okay, we'll come back to that. So given that hemp takes up PFAS so strongly, does this mean it contaminates some of your existing products if the crop happens to be grown on contaminated land?
Not necessarily. I mean, majority of our seed actually goes to Texas and Missouri, southern states of America, purely because the Australian industry hasn't got to the level where we would like to build our business to. There isn't enough hemp grown in Australia to form large commercial end markets. So I took our market over to America, and now we supply textile grade seed to fibre producers to produce denims through Wrangler and Levi jeans. So that industry is blowing up over there. We're a seed supplier. We build genetics for tailored to end markets. We don't just grow crops for the fun of growing crops, and we have thousands of tons of seed lying around just because we like hemp. We like to actually make money, so we find buyers and customers in countries that are making money. In Australia, the industry hasn't really been making money. There's just been issues, and it is, and there's a lot of moving parts, whereas this solution is a very low-hanging, easily accessible project. We have the seed, you've got contaminated sites, we've got access to mobile pyrolysis machines, validation can be done.
Thank you. Fire and tests, Australasia. So do the Ambio products use toxic chemicals? And if so, what are the environmental impacts of these products?
Okay, so the Ambiot patents are around their method patents, so the actual ingredients are being used in the construction industry for more than the last 50 years, so they're readily available to be able to go and purchase from other suppliers at this point. Is how they're put together and how the concentrations are mixed based on the preliminary benchtop testing on what level of PFAS in there and what type of structural strength you're looking at. So at the end, so yes, they come with a safety data sheet, but they are currently an acceptable product in the market. So you wouldn't put it on your Wheaties, right? It is a chemical mix, but they do use it in other forms of making.
And they've used PFAS for a long time. And
Yeah, I know.
that was
Yeah, but it's
safe
not. There's no
upon a
PFAS.
time.
Yeah, I understand that.
So my question
Yeah.
was, do the Ambio products use toxic chemicals?
Well, it's like
Yes or
that.
no?
Well, yes, they're construction chemical.
Yep.
So it's a chemical. Absolutely, it's a chemical. But they don't leach out as well as the PFAS don't leach out. They lock it into the concrete. So they don't go transporting around into the water table or soil.
Not yet.
It's like the new replacement of the firefighting foam. Do they know what it's doing yet?
That's what we're trying to
I
work
know.
out. Whatever we
I
replace something with, we've got to make sure it's not another PFAS,
100%.
Solving the world, and then 50 years later down the track, we're dealing with a catastrophe. So do these products cause any health risks to workers when they're applying them?
It's you've got your safety data sheets. It's the same PPE that's required if you're using chemicals when you're mixing them. They're not toxic, they're not acidic, so they're not going to burn your skin. But if you've got breathing protection, gloves, eyeglasses, no, not hazmat suits, but your normal, your masks, your glasses, and your gloves.
Yep.
Basically.
Okay.
Yep.
So you mentioned the sealing product immobilises up to 150 millimetres into a concrete slab.
Yes.
Many slabs would be thicker than that.
Yes. Yep.
Does that mean they can't be treated?
No. So what happens is that we've got historic evidence. So over time, it actually improves. So that's your minimum it goes. So over time, it just keeps growing. Just keeps growing through any voids that are inside the concrete itself. They get filled up with the growth of the product inside of it. So to date, the testing validated that we're exceeding 150 mil. It's a little bit more than that, but there's a minimum 100. So slabs could be 200 mil, they could be 300 mil, depending on if you're running heavy equipment. It's also high temperature resistant, so it's been tested at a magnesium plant with molten magnesium on top. So it's it's UV stable as well, so it doesn't get impacted by the sun. And it doesn't break down over time as well.
Okay.
Yep.
So how long does the treatment effectively last for?
As long as the concrete stays together. But as a follow on to that, so what's happened is that on a site in Queensland, they did testing with silty soils. It was impacted with PFAS. They built the monoliths and they tested for leaching. Then they crushed it back down to the fine particle, and it still didn't release the PFAS following that. So there is even in 50 years' time, you can actually break it down, and there's no guarantees in life, but there's a high likelihood you can take it away as general waste because it's not actually releasing the PFAS back out of the encapsulated contaminated material. So if you look at it originally, we'll break it down to say like a 15 to 20 mil aggregate and use that as the coarse aggregate with other fine aggregates. We've done that, and then we broke it back down to a sand-sized particle, and it won't release. It's mechanically locked the PFAS into even the fine grain particles as well.
As long as the concrete stays together?
No, I just said that you can crush it back down. We've done the testing where we've crushed it back down to a granular size, and it's still there. So we've got the laboratory validated testing to prove that even if you get to that stage in 50 years and you crush it, it's not just going to go glow in the dark again.
So have there been long-term results being assessed?
You're talking.
Or is it early stages?
Yeah, so it's like with the slab that was actually, so there was a slab built in South Australia, give or take about 6-7 years ago, and it was used and that had the admix put into the slab to stop it from becoming a contaminated product, and they were doing all soil washing and handling contaminated materials on top for 5 years. And then when they retested it, it had near zero impact of PFAS penetration to that material. Yep. So that could be just disposed as a normal D&C waste type thing. So we've
still got to wait for some long-term assessment as to whether it can last.
Look, they're doing accelerated testing, and yes, we have got accelerated testing now. Are we talking 100 years? No one's products at the moment have got 100 years worth of validation, but there's other methods we're looking at, even further increasing the accelerated life cycle of the product as well.
And just my last question for you, Mr. Lancaster, you state in your submission that you are faced with barriers preventing rapid implementation. Can you tell me what those barriers are?
So the barriers are, again, is that we've got, our roadblocks seem to be the environmental consultancies that are looking at the effects rather than the cause, because straight out, we're going to affect their lunchbox. Because once it's a diminishing argument, they won't be testing and treating forever and ever and ever, and that's what's been happening. You've got these major international conglomerates going, we'll test and we'll test and we'll test, where if you treat at the source, and I know there's a major airport at the moment paying a couple of $100,000 a month to deal with their wastewater runoff off a contaminated area. Well, if we went in for a tenth of the cost, come in and stop it, then that becomes the diminishing argument. So that is one of our main. As soon as we get the consultancy in the middle, there's always another reason why it doesn't work, or it's what's this and why does it last 1,000 years? Sorry, I'm not being smart, but that's the type of thing. So, yeah, look, the product's there. It's just been applied to some major airports in Australia as trial areas. Up to 99% reduction and stopping contaminated waters running into delicate waterways and stuff like that. So they're taking notice and they're seeing the results, and it's starting to get rolled out, but I'm lucky I've got a second job and I've been paid out of that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Lancaster. I'm going to go to SciDev now, to Mr. Becker, and I've got just a couple of questions, and then we'll be able to close this session and go on to Victorian EPA. So, Mr. Becker, are you still there?
Yes, I am.
Great. SciDev's FluoroFix technology is currently the only commercially available solution that can treat large volumes of highly contaminated water to below a reporting limit. Where is this technology mostly applied, and how much does this technology cost?
Let me see. We are, the majority of our systems, we have over 35, treated over 35 sites in Australia. We have large-scale long-term systems at a couple of remote mines. We have done remediation systems, groundwater remediation systems, and then we have also done the supported construction dewatering on contaminated sites. So where you have contaminated water that needs to be treated as part of construction dewatering or construction stormwater management. In terms of I will need to, because the costs are variable and scalable, I will need to get back with the committee. I apologize, I'm forgetting the term. On notice, I can certainly provide cost information on notice.
That would be great.
I will say that our technology is in line with other water treatment technology, and that similar to our FluoroFix system is an ion exchange resin-based system, which is they are higher capacity for absorbing PFAS, and they more rapidly absorb PFAS than carbon traditionally does. So the footprint tends to be smaller, and the overall capital cost of installing any individual system is comparatively cheaper than a traditional carbon-based system. But I am happy to provide more specifics on notice.
Thank you. What happens to the PFAS waste product after it's been removed from the water?
So we have a process called Regenex where we can regenerate and reuse some of our resin. And so as much as possible, we use that process in order to reduce the total volume of waste that is generated. Those, but the spent resin, eventually when they reach their end life, currently they do go to landfilling or incineration as the primary disposal options that are available. Pyrolysis. We are working with currently working with two different destruction technologies, electrochemical oxidation and hydrothermal alkaline treatment coming out of the U.S. for for PFAS destruction of the concentrated regenerant solution to further minimize the waste.
Thank you. I do have a couple of more questions for basically everybody, but I'll put them on notice to you, and I'll have to wrap it up from now because we do have another couple of sessions to go. So thank you for attending today. Thank you for providing evidence. If you have been asked to provide any further material on notice, please send it through to the Secretariat by Monday, 23rd of June 2025. And thank you for appearing.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. We'll just break for 5 minutes and we'll see you back at 3:16. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. We now welcome representatives from the Victorian EPA. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Hello, Dr. Jen Martin, as Interim Chief Environmental Scientist.
Mr. Matt Dabbs, I'm Acting Executive Director Strategy at EPA Victoria.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Right, thank you very much for having us here today to take the opportunity to appear before the committee. By way of introduction, EPA Victoria is the state's independent regulator charged with the prevention and minimisation of harm from pollution and waste. And like everyone here, our desire is to see that people's exposure and the environment's exposure to PFAS is reduced. We are aware that both internationally and nationally, the understanding of PFAS contamination in the environment is constantly evolving, and EPA is very much committed to continuously building our state of knowledge to support delivery of its regulatory functions. We form part of a regulatory ecosystem. The nature of our role means we deal predominantly with legacy impacts, and we expect to be doing so for quite some time, even with the progressive improvements in upstream controls for chemicals regulation. So to support that, we also support and participate in the work through things like the National Chemicals Working Group and the development of the NEMP, and also work to support ICHEMS. In Victoria, PFAS really first rose to full attention, I suppose, in 2011, and since that time there's been significant changes both in our understanding of PFAS chemicals and with the introduction of the Environment Protection Act 2017. The EPA Act established the Environment Reference Standards, which identifies environmental values that are to be achieved or maintained for land, water and ambient air in Victoria. And the Act also introduced duties in relation to the management of contaminated land that seek to ensure environmental values are protected. In practice, this means that EPA expects that duty holders in Victoria implement reasonable actions to restore the environment to a level where there's no need for risk mitigation actions relevant to that land use. EPA has the same expectation of private industry, state and Commonwealth entities. This aligns with the principle of intergenerational equity as outlined in the PFAS NEMP, which identifies that the present generation should ensure the health, diversity and productivity of the environment is maintained or enhanced for the benefit of future generations. EPA can use its statutory powers under the Act to issue remedial notices requiring sites to be investigated and cleaned up. We take a risk-based approach for on- and off-site remediation, and we expect clean-up where risks are identified and it is practicable. From a preventative frameworks perspective, we undertake assessments to permit activities that may involve PFAS. We seek to eliminate the risk where possible first, and then where that is not reasonably practicable, reduce the risk to human health and the environment to levels where it would be acceptable. As a science-based regulator, we have supported a large number of monitoring and assessment programs for soil, water, sediment, fish and game across the state, with over 350 sites across the state sampled in the past 6 years, looking to understand the distribution of PFAS not just in relation to hotspot sites, but also in the ambient environment across a wide variety of different land types. We also partner with research institutions and national and international academic and government organisations in a broad range of areas, from risk assessment approaches for livestock and agriculture to plant uptake and biosolids, recycled water and others. We use these insights to develop guidance and to support setting standards. So, for example, EPA Vic has had a significant role in the development of the PFAS NEMP over years, leading the development of the first NEMP and then continuing to provide both science and policy support for subsequent iterations. So I'll close with an observation. From our perspective, it's important that we learn both about what is working well so we continue to prioritise and enhance the impacts that we know are working, but that we also understand what isn't working well so we can target our efforts into addressing these. We're particularly cognizant and alive to the experiences of impacted communities, and particularly those in rural and regional areas and to those of the First Nations people, and EPA is very much committed to the journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much. and thank you for your opening statement. You mentioned that you can hand out notifications. Can you sort of walk us through, if you identify a site that raises concerns, or how do you first determine that you're going to investigate a site for potential PFAS? Or is PFAS something that you actively go, we need to investigate that because it could potentially be PFAS contaminated? Or is it something that comes up because you're out investigating a site for a completely different reason and it becomes evident?
I think what I would reflect on is it comes through a variety of different approaches. So obviously, in terms of our own investigations and monitoring and assessment programs, we are building that state of knowledge around understanding what are the drivers for PFAS in the environment. There are particular industries and activities that we all know have contributed to PFAS in the environment, such as, fire training sites, things like that. But there's also significant contribution from more diffuse sources, so our broader urban sources, and trying to understand what is happening and what's the distribution and the drivers for PFAS in the environment is very important. When we are looking at that, we may find that there's particular sites or activities or that is driving a particular outcome that we would want to go and investigate. All members of the community in Victoria have a general environmental duty, so we do expect that people are looking at whether they are managing their wastes appropriately, for example. So that is thinking about every single citizen of the state of Victoria. So we do provide that education piece that comes with this. We're cognizant about what we see in our permissioning space as well, and looking at compliance and enforcement and where we might see areas that we might want to investigate through there. And then, of course, there's always a community that raises issues with us, or concerns, or pollution reports, for example, that we would also then look to investigate where appropriate.
And if you identify a site that has that is found to be contaminated with PFAS, what sort of remediation requirements does the EPA expect?
As we opened today, what we would expect is that where it's reasonably practicable, that the person who has caused that pollution is going to restore the environment back to the environmental values for that land use. So we expect that effort is made. There's quite a long road in that setting, particularly if it's a very complex issue, because first you've really got to characterise what the problem is, and understand the fate and distribution of the PFAS from the site. That can then inform what might be an appropriate remediation, where do you need to target your remediation, who's been impacted, what do they need in that process as well. Might let Matt
yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that under our legislation, if you are the person in management or control of a site of the type that you've spoken to there, you have statutory duties to undertake that risk assessment. If it exceeds certain thresholds around risk of harm, you have a duty to notify us as the regulator, and as much as possible we do try and hold those occupiers to account to undertake that work themselves. We obviously need to support that and ensure that they are doing that, but the fundamental responsibility under our legislation is for the person in management and control to.
But you can take enforcement actions against a person if they are refusing to. Is there consideration of, because we've heard today PFAS leaches, PFAS doesn't stay still. So if I own a site that's been contaminated, is there a responsibility on me to prevent it breaching my boundaries?
Yes.
We're also very cognizant of the fact that a lot of contaminated sites are actually on Commonwealth land. You don't have any jurisdiction over Commonwealth land, do you?
Our position is that the duties under our legislation apply to all occupiers of land. Now, there are legal technicalities around state and Commonwealth law that I'm not going to venture into, but our position is that the same duties apply to Commonwealth entities in control of land. And that is the way that we have engaged with some of those entities in relation to some of those sites.
So we will have consistently communicated our expectation for off-site investigation and remediation so far as reasonably practicable.
And we've said, I mean, there's a lot of change in use happening around Melbourne in the outer suburbs. Former heavily industrialised zones are getting redeveloped. Does the EPA have a role in assessing those sites before they're approved for redevelopment, and do you require remediation of sites if they're found to be contaminated?
We share responsibilities in that jurisdiction with planning authorities, and our regulatory framework overlaps with the planning and environment regulatory framework. But I think the simple answer to the question is yes, we do expect that contamination is remediated to enable development, and that typically will involve instruments that we might require, but also that the planning authority will require.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Thanks. Thank you. In the EPA science report, summary of PFAS concentrations detected in the environment, the EPA states that managing known or suspected PFAS contamination is the obligation of industry and business under the general environmental duty. We know that industry and business have absolutely no interest in doing this. So how does the EPA ensure they do?
I think this is through a variety of measures, as we spoke to. So there is our permissioning scheme for those higher risk activities that will have compliance inspections and whatnot over time. We've been very explicit about what we expect, and we use the NEMP3 as state of knowledge, and it aligns to our expectations of how industry manages PFAS through its operations, including through its waste management. So this is a consistent message from the EPA, and then we just will continue to regulate as needed.
So as long as, let me get this straight. So NEMP, right, the National Environment, like environment management plan. So as long as the industry and the business tick all the boxes, that satisfies the EPA to say that's okay. We won't look any further into that. Is that how it works? Like, how do you know that they're not just lying to you? We have a PFAS catastrophe in this state and in this country and globally around the world. So some people are lying because they're making a lot of money out of people dying. So how do you, as the EPA, know that you are getting the right information? Because it's easy to tick a box.
So where we require information or request information, some of our tools, for example, in terms of notices, there's a variety of notices available to us. So it can be a request for information, it can be an enforcement and environmental action notice, and it can ratchet up from there depending on the level of risk. Often, even at the point where we're looking for a request for information, that can include things like looking for third-party information. We do seek to see that there is competent people who are undertaking some of their more detailed risk assessments so that we can genuinely understand what are the risks arising from a particular entity.
And I think to follow on from that, if we're not satisfied with the quality of work and the thoroughness of work that a duty holder has done to understand and remediate their risk, then we will take compliance and enforcement action and issue notices as required, and we will do that on a risk basis. So we will look at the higher risk activities and the higher risk sites first.
Okay. So PFAS is entering Lake Coleman and Lake Reeve from Dutson Downs. Both are Ramsar-listed wetlands. Lake Reeve is further contaminated with PFAS from the Longfords gas plant. The EPA has placed clean-up notices to Gippsland Water. So can you tell me how you are overseeing whether contamination is being remediated? Because it sounded like it's not from what we've heard from Gippsland Water earlier.
I don't have operational detail on Lake Coleman or Lake Reeve. I'm sorry, Senator.
What I would say is that we do use, or we would require third party or an environmental auditor to undertake a review of many of the activities of the particular water authorities, for example. So we are keeping across understanding what are the broader PFAS issues associated with those activities. There is quite a lot of legacy PFAS contamination that is taking quite some time to manage. But we are actively across and working with those entities to improve.
I'm not sure if I'm satisfied with that answer. So my question was around PFAS entering these lakes because of Longford gas plant. He issued a clean-up notice to Gippsland Water. So how are you overseeing if this contamination is being remediated? Because Gippsland Water is saying something different. So we've got two lots of witnesses and they're saying two different things. So why is that happening? And can you give me more detail to your answer, please?
I don't have operational detail to hand on that clean-up notice. We monitor all clean-up notices and other environmental notices that we issue for compliance, and we escalate action if they're not being complied with. Not privy to what Gippsland Water have said today, unfortunately.
Can I ask you to take it on notice?
Take it on notice,
provide the information to the committee. Thank you. Has the EPA considered undertaking or funding a study into PFAS contamination in Lake Coleman?
So we're doing a variety, like as I said earlier on, we've monitored over 350 sites across Victoria. We are doing additional work in terms of understanding broader catchment flows into a variety of different lakes and also into Port Phillip Bay. So there is programs of work that are under play at the moment. We seek to understand these issues more and more, particularly as we've started to see some of the differences that are coming from urban surface runoff and trying to understand those diffuse sources as well as the point sources.
Dr. Martin, sorry, my question was about Lake Coleman.
Yes.
So can you answer that particular question?
So we have not got monitoring at Lake Coleman right now at this point, but we are actually looking at developing that programme of monitoring this year, so it can certainly be considered.
Great. Has the EPA considered undertaking or funding a detailed hydrological study of PFAS contamination on Dudson Downs?
In terms of Dudson Downs, as in Gippsland Water, or as in the broader area, from a catchment perspective?
Whatever your responsibility area is, I'll take it all. My country, yes. I'm a Gunai woman, I'm very invested in that land and that water. Yes. So whatever the government tells you, you have responsibility for.
Yeah. So to that end, that's I guess we are at the moment developing up a programme of works around trying to understand the broader catchment issues. So again, the likes of Dudson Downs comes into screening for that particular consideration. We will take a risk-based approach. We do have to understand the broader issues across the state. So whether Dudson Downs becomes a specific one this time is.
So I understand that Friends of the Earth has repeatedly requested study for that area to EPA. Do you know that? You're aware of that? So what do you do when concern citizens, community people, say, we want you to look at this, there is PFAS here? Does it just go into a planning day or program, or what do you do with that?
No, so we do engage with local communities, and we are doing works at the moment around Gibson Lakes. We are doing and we are working with, we've got a monitoring program in play at the moment where we've got recreational fishing fish being collected across Port Phillip Bay and a variety of other areas to try and understand some of the broader implications of PFAS in the environment. So it's a case of us just building our knowledge and state of knowledge more and more over time. There's many programs, there's many communities. We actively engage to discuss what it is that people are interested in hearing about, and then we've got to invest our resources in the areas that we absolutely see a need, and where is it going to bring us the best state of knowledge uplift.
Is there PFAS in the Gippsland Lakes?
I think we've found that there's PFAS across the entirety of it's in the ambient environment at very low levels, regardless. So there will be some. Have you tested
the Gippsland Lake?
So we're in the process, yes.
Sorry.
Yes,
you
we
have
are
or you
testing.
Haven't? You're in the process. When, what does that look like?
So we will have results in the coming months, in the next 2 months or so, and we will be preparing a report on the updated data for the region there.
So you'll be testing the Gippsland Lakes for PFAS in the next 2 months. Is that right?
Right. Testing currently. We're looking at fish and also water as well.
Because the dolphins are very, very infected with PFAS, the most infected. Yes. So you're aware of that?
Yes, and which is part of the purpose of doing this work here.
Okay, thank you. So what consequences can occur for companies when PFAS is not remediated sufficiently? What are the EPA's powers?
Ultimately, we can prosecute them for failure to comply with their duties, which, depending on the context, might be the general environmental duty. It might be their duty to manage contaminated land, if that was what was in play. It could be an aspect of a permission that we've issued them, but those would be the primary vehicles. We try to work constructively to get compliance through notices and so forth rather than prosecution, but ultimately we've got prosecution at our disposal.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So soil remediation works at the East Sale RAF base were completed in 2024. What other PFAS remediation is being planned for locations in and around Sale?
I'm actually not sure of the future operational.
I'm not sure of the next steps on Sale are.
I'll have to take that one on note and come back.
Take that on notice?
Yep.
Great, thank you. The EPA has issued health warnings for consumption of eels, carps, ducks and waterfowl in the area due to PFAS contamination. PFAS was detected in the Hart Morass and in groundwater in 3 aquifers in the area: the Upper Alluvium Aquifer, the Lower Alluvium Aquifer and the Haunted Hills Aquifer. Wonder what happened there. With concentrations exceeding drinking water guidelines and ecological criteria. What measures are being taken to remediate this situation?
So I don't have the operational details for East Sale at this point in time.
Okay. On notice, please. So the whole area, well, again, it's this area, so this is around, I'll ask the question so it can be taken on notice, if that's okay. The whole area is mostly farmland. Is any of the affected groundwater used for irrigation? If yes, what information is provided to farmers about this, and how may it affect their crops or cattle?
So we have done quite a bit in EPA around PFAS, livestock and agriculture, quite a significant amount of research to better understand what the potential impacts are, particularly being cognizant that many of the sites that were former fire training facilities, for example, were in rural areas, and because, as you know, PFAS does travel, it can then have impacts for quite far afield. In terms of the likes of East-Sale, the primary driver for PFAS exposure at this site, and to be honest, most sites, agricultural sites associated with fire training facilities in Victoria, has been around surface runoff. So that is impacts to farm dams and impacts that have migrated through, for example, channels, roadside gullies, things like this. So not necessarily, a full stream, for example, or something that, or ephemeral creeks, things like this. What we found is that as we looked at all sites, all farms that were affected over several years, and with the knowledge of what we have been doing in Victoria is testing animal serum to understand better what have they actually been exposed to. There was a disconnect between what risk assessments might bring up and versus what you're actually seeing. And the reason for that was largely down to the farming practices themselves. So many farms have several paddocks with maybe only 1 or 2 dams that are impacted. And as you rotate the animals, and particularly given that often animals don't necessarily drink a lot of water during wintertime because they get much of their water from pasture, for example, there was periods of time where they weren't really having the same level of exposure. So we did a lot of work from 2018 through to, it's ongoing today to understand this issue really well. That's included some toxicokinetic studies trying to understand how fast PFAS is eliminated from livestock, because they eliminate it faster than humans. And then that gives us opportunities to understand how do we provide better advice to support farmers whilst we're still undergoing the same expectations around remediation. We also did some work looking at understanding livestock consumption patterns so that we could better understand what are they actually exposed to, because many risk assessments focus on and imagine that an animal stays at the same point and eats the same grass, same soil, drinks the same water for its entire lifetime, when in fact it's a far more dynamic process than that. And then we coupled that with some work with the University of South Australia to undertake predictive modelling and develop better tools that we've then worked and collaborated with the German Food Risk Authority and CDC Maine as our knowledge has grown in this area. So we've really tried to and build our knowledge around understanding the problems around agriculture, because of the fact that we do understand and appreciate these issues that are being experienced in rural areas are predominantly in these agricultural settings. The upshot I would take from it is that there are opportunities to reduce PFAS load in livestock, and we certainly, when we do communicate with farmers who are impacted, talk about what are some of those options whilst the investigation processes are ongoing. We also looked at some recent work with CSIRO around understanding the uptake of PFAS into crops and pasture from recycled water, for example. So it's at a very similar level, seeing what are the potential for impacts then that farmers might need to deal with, which would be similar to that groundwater question that you've just asked. And what we found is that the uptake is actually really quite low, and it's probably a lower concern compared to where you see some of these farms that might be impacted by the surface water issues in these dams. I think my reflection on it is that we do have quite a lot of localized issues where people experience quite a bit of strain as a result of this, but the broader agricultural and farming our food production perspective is actually not at the same levels of risk. What we've seen from the FSAN's market basket surveys is that there isn't so much PFAS in the general market supply, and not only is that the case for, that we're below the FSAN's trigger levels, we're actually also below the EU maximum levels, for example.
Thank you. We know that so the drinking, you monitor the drinking water levels, is that right?
Drinking water isn't within our remit at EPA, that's with the Department of Health.
So there are PFAS guidance values for drinking water or recreational waters, but nothing for food produced for human consumption? So is it correct that there are only PFAS guidance values for drinking water or recreational waters, but nothing for food produced for human consumption? Is that correct?
It's not quite.
Well, I was going to say it's outside of our remit. We don't regulate it, but I think Jen has some knowledge of it.
Yeah. So we don't regulate food in the domestic market, but what we do is look to the risks associated with pollution and waste. So while we look at potential risks, like you say, to farmers and their produce, it's primarily looking even at their own risks themselves. Oftentimes, you might maybe as an example, with the NEMP, the residential soil criteria, it really is protective of a 2 to 6 year old child living in a suburban scenario. When we look at somewhere that is a rural scenario, you need to do more detailed risk assessments, because you need to think about other ways that a family might be exposed to PFAS, and then think about how they might manage that issue. So that does start to look at how do we look at risk assessment to the food that might be grown on that property that they might consume themselves. So that's when we start to think about those aspects around PFAS uptake into livestock that somebody may then consume on their own property. So there is FSAN's trigger levels that have been established to support assessment on contaminated sites, and they're trigger levels because of the recognition that this tends to be quite a localised issue rather than being a maximum limit, for example, for a broader food market. So the FSAN's trigger levels form part of that assessment, but the main thing sitting underneath both the drinking water level and the food. The food trigger level investigation levels and the NEMP soil investigation levels is what we call a tox reference value. That's the fundamental block that then helps us develop other environmental criteria and then sort of more advanced risk assessments that think about lots of different ways in which people can be exposed. So we're not limited to just that one exposure pathway that might be covered by that criteria.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you for appearing today. If you have been asked to provide any material on notice, please send it through to the Secretariat by Monday, 23rd of June 2025. I now welcome Associate Professor Brad Clark. Welcome, Mr. Clark. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Bradley Clark and I'm from the University of Melbourne.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Brad Clark. I'm an Associate Professor in Environmental Science and Analytical Chemistry at the University of Melbourne. My research focuses on PFAS, microplastic and plastic-associated chemicals, specifically how they are measured, monitored and understood in the environmental and human health contexts. My work is cited globally in both scientific and policy documents, including by the United Nations Environment Programme, European Union, OECD and the US EPA. The global environmental contamination with PFAS illustrates what happens when chemical innovation and public health collide. Used since the 1940s in everything from firefighting foams, non-stick cookware, food packaging and cosmetics, the most common PFAS bioaccumulated in nearly every person on Earth. Manufacturers knew of the health risks as early as the 1970s, but failed to make that information public. When harmful PFAS were phased out, the industry responded not by stepping back, but by creating thousands of new alternatives. There are over 9,000 PFAS, most of which we know nothing about in terms of environmental fate or health impacts. Once harmful chemicals such as PFAS find their way into the environment, it's government and communities, not polluters, who bear the significant cost of cleanup, a cost that will far exceed the profits ever made by their manufacturers. While PFAS is the focus today, it highlights a deeper problem. Chemical innovation has outpaced our ability to regulate it safely. Our current systems for assessing chemical risk are slow, costly, and outdated, unsuited to the scale of modern production and innovation. The global chemical industry now exceeds $5 trillion annually and is expected to double by 2030. Over 350,000 chemicals are in use, many with unknown or poorly defined structures. International experts warn that we've exceeded the planetary boundary for novel chemicals because production is outstripping our capacity to assess and monitor risk. Today, children are born pre-polluted, with PFAS, pesticides, plasticizers and other toxic chemicals already in their bodies. These early life exposures are linked to decreased birth weight, immune system disruption and many other effects that are just now being uncovered. A recent PFAS biomonitoring survey by the Australian Bureau of Statistics found an average PFAS level of 1.67 nanogram per mil in the Australian population. While this is lower than previous reports and below many international benchmarks, which is encouraging, even this seemingly tiny amount equates to around 2 trillion PFAS molecules in every mil of blood of the average Australian. This is not a situation we should simply accept, because even at low concentrations, PFAS has been linked to serious health effects, including cancer, developmental harm, and immune system disruption. To address these challenges, I recommend 3 key actions. Expand the human biomonitoring program run by the ABS. Conduct it regularly, broaden the list of chemicals monitored, and use self-sampling and advanced analytical techniques. Prioritise communities with known or suspected exposure and vulnerable groups like pregnant women. Establish an Australian environmental specimen bank hosted by a museum or scientific institution to systematically archive samples from known pollution sources such as wastewater, biosolids and landfill leachate, as well as environmental media like biota, soil and water. And invest in regulatory science, supporting agencies and research to develop modern, scalable risk assessment tools that match the pace and complexity of today's chemical landscape. PFAS is the canary in the coal mine. The time to act is now.
Thank you very much. We'll go to questions now. Senator Davey.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming today. You talk about the fact that our chemical regulations are not keeping up with modern chemical innovations. I've heard that from others. I've had a lot to do with the APVMA over the years, and it takes time for them to do their assessments. How can we improve it without weakening the system? We want to ensure that we improve public health and safety. But when I talk to APVMA, they say, well, it takes time because we need to be diligent. We need to, thoroughly check all the data that's presented. So how can we improve that system, make it a bit more flexible so it can keep up without undermining?
Yeah, there's 2 main ways that we go around assessing risk from chemicals, and one's called a risk assessment process, which you've sort of been hearing about bits and pieces today, where we look at a contaminant in the environment, we look through the exposure pathway, and then we have a receptor. And that receptor is typically a human or other sort of environmental media, like a biota. Now, if you think about all the information that goes into that for a single chemical, it's an enormous amount of research, and it's unsustainable. And so the other way that jurisdictions manage risk is called the precautionary principle, which means that if there's a reasonable suspicion that this could cause harm, lack of scientific certainty should not be used as a reason to not take action. So the big issue here is the risk assessment process that is the standard orthodoxy for managing chemicals is slow, time-consuming, and there needs to be research and investment into that so that we can move a bit quicker. It's my understanding as well that the government agencies responsible do need more investment, and I think we also need to be thinking about the expertise in this country. So toxicology is a key component of this, and we've been hearing about this for today actually. The people felt there was a lack of certainty around toxicology. Now, the people who are responsible for toxicology in Australia largely are older, and they're sort of ageing out of the sector, and we haven't really thought about the people to replace them. And so we do need to have this investment in government agencies, but also be thinking about the experts that we foster internally in Australia to grow into the roles that we need them to have.
We've heard a lot about the precautionary principle through this process, and people put it forward as a solution, and I agree, because we very much want to protect people, and if we're unsure. However, I've also heard on the flip side that by utilising the precautionary principle, you are sort of absolving and saying, well, we don't need to do. We will just, prevent any risk rather than actually doing the work that a full risk assessment entails. And so people have said you're sort of absolving the culprit, and people are using that as an excuse not to do the work that some people think should be done.
I think if we... sorry, there's a lot in that question, I think, actually. But I'm going to take a step back. But the easiest way to stop pollution is to stop it at the source.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the very first place to start. So, and there's another thing as well that's occurring, which is that the burden of proof for a chemical to cause harm is typically put onto not the polluter. And that could be academics or researchers or the EPA. And so that burden of proof, when a chemical is introduced, the cost of that proof should be put on to the manufacturer, similar to the way we work with pharmaceuticals. Now, this is sort of a legacy thing that's occurred, and it largely came out of the US, where we had to demonstrate harm. Now, the thing about that is that it takes decades, and what we're seeing now is this accumulation of a lot of people sort of not taking responsibility for this when it was really becoming clear there was an issue here. And if you think about, again, for a risk assessment, all of the bits of information you need to make an informed decision, say just about PFAS, it's an enormous amount of investment of money and time and skills. And so we just cannot do that for every single chemical. It's just impossible.
And we have heard today the issues that where the burden of proof is and how that flows into regulations. We heard today that there is no regulated exposure limit. So therefore, some agencies are like, well, we can't do anything about it because there's no regulated exposure limit, so we can't say yes or no. How can we address that issue as well?
I think this also, so this is getting almost outside of my area, but I think this also speaks to fostering a new generation of experts in this country. And it's really around toxicology. And from what my observation is that we are lacking local expertise in a lot of these topics, and we really do need to invest in research to train those people so they can make informed decisions for you on a lot of these topics. I think in terms of the comments made earlier that there is sufficient evidence available, and I'm so glad to hear that you're speaking to Professor Jamie DeWitt at some point about the toxicology of PFAS, and so it seems entirely appropriate that the Australian government can make decisions and provide guidance around PFAS in particular.
Yeah, and it is funny that on the one hand people are saying there's not enough data, we don't have exposure limits, and then on the other hand We've got submissions and submissions of people citing reports, academic reports, research reports, that I would say there is an abundance of data and just a lack of will. Did I say that out loud? That was me. I'm allowed to say that. I'll hand over.
Thank you, Senator Davey. And look, bat off any questions that aren't relevant that I ask you. But my first one is PFAS is becoming a major challenge to wastewater treatment plans. So how can this be addressed?
I think that's a fantastic question. And I was disappointed as a Victorian that the water utilities here chose not to be here in person. I think that speaks a little bit about their hiding from this issue. So one of the prevailing attitudes by the water sector is that they're not responsible. They didn't cause it, which is true, but they have to deal with it. And I think they're also terrified of the media. And so this is causing a very poor reaction, in my opinion, from this sector as a whole on how they manage PFAS, and a lack of transparency. I personally think that the contamination of drinking water in Australia is very low and minimal. And I think that the fact that the water sector is behaving like they have something to hide is leading people to think there is something to hide. Okay, so I'm going to spruik something we're doing at the moment. The last study of PFAS in drinking water was 2011. This is not really an acceptable situation. And so we're doing a citizen science campaign where we're actually getting samples from around Australia, we're analysing them in our lab, and we are generating fundamental data on the levels of PFAS in Australia. And we'd welcome you to participate if you would like.
Could I just ask a follow-up question? Is it expensive to test drinking water? And how difficult is it? Because, if you're getting thousands of samples sent from all around Australia, but...
Yeah, I can't afford 1,000 samples, but we're aiming for a couple of hundred. It is expensive, so I'm subsidising this from other research grants that I have. The instruments to maintain the lab is quite expensive. The PhD student behind me is actually running the campaign for us. Typically, a commercial lab for the detection limits that we offer would probably charge $300 to $500 a sample, but our direct cost would probably be in the vicinity of $50 to $100 per sample. We've run this actually at Gippsland. We've done a pilot study there of 30 samples, and I was invited to speak down at Lakes Entrance on the issue of PFAS to a community of, I think, around 200 people turned up that night. They were very concerned. And there was a lot of distrust directed towards the water utility and also the EPA. Now, our study actually found that there were PFAS is everywhere, and we have very sensitive techniques. It's in everything. It's in rainfall, right? And so, and we found PFAS in every sample we tested, but at very, very low levels, lower than the new proposed guideline values. And I think that that's the sort of evidence that communities need to feel more comfortable around the quality of their drinking water, independent testing.
So if I send you a test, do I get the results of my water back?
We're not actually going to provide people individual results back. And if we do find, say, you had an elevated level in your... So we're getting people to test from their tap water. If your sample was elevated, what we would do is actually we're going to get another sample from that same postcode, just to confirm. And if that then comes up as another hit, we're actually going to contact, we'll talk to WASA, which is the peak body for water, and we'll tell the water utility, we think you may have an issue here.
Okay, that's interesting.
That's our process.
That's okay. I'm glad you went to my hometown, Lakes Entrance. I'm glad to hear that people turned up and were interested.
They were passionate. They grilled me for like an hour. It was it was a lot.
Great. So this is not in my list, but given that our allowable level of PFAS in our drinking water is 400 times more than the US, then, you know, and we're keeping within that guideline, it's still too much, right? Or is it? Is it really okay to be 400 times more? I mean, what we're hearing from the US is that there's no acceptable limit and it should be zero and we should just get rid of it. We know that's not...
I could be mistaken, but my understanding of our drinking water recommendation guidelines is 70 nanogram per litre currently, and the NHMRC last year put in 4 nanogram per litre, which is consistent with the new US EPA proposed drinking water guidelines. So our study found no exceedances of that 4 nanogram per litre. Right. And to put this into context as well, rainfall, we would expect rainfall to have between, say, 1 to 2, 3 nanogram per litre. So it's going to be really difficult to get much lower than that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So what are areas of PFAS exposure the general population is exposed to that are less well known?
Makeup is probably the main one. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's so makeup actually has PFAS and microplastics in them, and so microplastics are used as the filler for lines, and PFAS is used because it's oil and water repellent. The amount of PFAS can be a significant proportion of that cosmetic product. Studies have shown, well, there's epidemiological studies have shown associations between makeup use and body burden. So that is a concern. And then there's an amazing German scientist who tests on himself, because you're allowed to without human ethics. It's the only. So he basically put PFOA in sunscreen and looked at the absorption of it, and it will absorb through your skin as well. So I think that this is, and New Zealand has banned PFAS in makeup. I can't remember what year it was, but they've made moves in that area. And I think that this is it's a very unsensible place to be putting these sorts of chemicals.
I need to start buying it from New Zealand then.
Well, yeah, is it obvious on the labels? Like when we go to buy our foundation and we look at the labels, what are we looking for if we want to make sure?
Just early on the back, it'll say perfluoro something.
Right.
Yeah. Should it be better labelled?
I mean, but again, I think this speaks to the fact that none of those chemicals, as far as I'm aware, have ever had a risk assessment conducted on them in Australia. And so, yeah, it would be good if there was labelling on there that was PFAS free. But I want to raise another issue, which is the substitution problem. And I'll go to a different example, but it sort of speaks to this, which is bisphenol A. A lot of people want to buy a BPA-free cup. Like it's a thing, right?
Yeah.
And so what happened was that BPA has been phased out, banned, and then it's been substituted with 30 different variants, which we know nothing about. And this is sort of this is.
Well, it could be worse. We just don't know.
We just don't know. Yeah, it might be non-toxic, but we just don't know. It's a game of whack-a-mole essentially, and we see this specifically with PFAS, but most groups that I study, most chemical groups that I study.
So, okay, a PFAS. I'm going to try and get these words out. A PFAS degradation product. Trifluoroacetic acid, TFA, has recently been detected throughout Europe, with high levels detected in agricultural areas. Are you aware whether there is any monitoring of TFA in this country?
I'm not aware of any studies that have looked at TFA in Australia. My lab doesn't have those capabilities at the moment. It's a difficult chemical to monitor for, primarily because it's ubiquitous. It's everywhere as far as I can tell.
What risks might emerge from TFA?
I'm going to take a step back from that one. TFA, I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't
that's fine.
I haven't researched TFA.
Yep. Can you tell us about the extent of PFAS contamination at Werribee South and what likely sources of this contamination could be?
Are you talking about?
The Werribee region contains a lot of farmland.
We've done a couple of studies out there. We looked at recycled water and we found that recycled water has PFAS in it, and we also believe that that was contaminating the groundwater. So that was published in 2018.
Yep.
Werribee is also where the Western Treatment Plant is, and so biosolids are probably one of the most significant things that we should be thinking about in terms of a control measure. So luckily the PFAS NEM 3.0 did include values for PFAS, but again, there's thousands of other chemicals that we use that will be present in the biosolids, and we should be thinking very carefully about treating it appropriately before it goes onto agricultural soils.
Just two more questions and we can finish up. According to a RMIT study, Boronan dolphins in the waters off Melbourne and Gippsland have been found to have the highest concentrations of PFAS chemicals in dolphins reported anywhere in the world. What were the reasons for this, firstly, and what, if anything, can be done to reduce the PFAS levels and prevent negative long-term impacts on the Boronan dolphin population?
Yeah, we were actually authors on that study as well. The analysis was done in my lab. I think more clear site assessments in that area are warranted. The dolphin population in the Gippsland Lakes have skin lesions. Those skin lesions are consistent with immune system disruption and could be associated with things like PFAS or other synthetic chemicals. So, you know, I'm a researcher, I recommend research, but I think that the value of research is that it's independent. And so what we should be looking at is, say, the local authorities or the EPA supporting researchers to conduct research in those locations fearlessly.
Yeah.
You know, so they shouldn't be worried about whether they're going to offend people or the cycle of research support. They should be allowed to publish their findings without worry. And so that there should be an independence maintained for the researchers to continue doing that work. So controlling the source, I think, is the answer, though, if what you're after, and why air-breathing aquatic mammals have higher levels. So we see that same thing in Adelaide and Perth is unclear at the moment.
And you just answered the last question with your answers. So thank you very much. It was very informative. Thank you for taking the time to present today. If you have been asked to provide any material on notice, please send it through to the Secretariat by Monday, 23rd of June 2025. And that concludes today's hearing. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Broadcasting and Secretariat and Senator Davey and all witnesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep going to say Hansard, and he's like...